In the desolate and uninhabited mountain village, a small wooden house suddenly appeared, where the teacher was not only a contemporary Confucian immortal, but even the old man guarding the door was a renowned sword saint on the continent. Just because I was reincarnated as the young master of the Imperial Family, I thought that lying flat would lead me to become the emperor. However, my old man was afraid that I would become an arrogant and domineering playboy. So the whole family disguised themselves as ignorant farmers of the emperor, and this disguise lasted for 18 years. During these 18 years, they did not teach me cultivation, but simply helped me establish the correct values. It was only 2 days ago, when I came of age, that they brought in the contemporary Confucian immortal as my mentor. At this time, I, who was unaware, was on my way to seek education. But what everyone didn't know was that I remembered my past life at the age of 10, with experiences and knowledge from another lifetime. Changing the course of this life was not easy. Although my family in this life is not wealthy, my parents are extremely good. They may not be highly educated, have little understanding of principles, and even have weak bodies, but they value education greatly. Often, even a small matter can guide me towards the right values and outlook on life. Especially this time, when news of the old scholar's arrival spread throughout the village. The neighboring Iron Egg brother cried and insisted on coming, but his father directly broke his leg. On the contrary, my parents were extremely supportive, not only spending all their savings but also pleading for a long time for me. For a rural couple who have lived their whole lives in the mountains, such understanding is rare. In short, in order not to disappoint my parents' efforts and expectations, this apprenticeship must be successful. Soon I came to a wooden house, took a deep breath, walked slowly to the door and softly said, "Young man Su Chang Chung, here to seek knowledge." Inside the wooden house, a middle-aged man in a blue shirt looked up into the distance. To cultivate his son, he was willing to confine himself to this territory for 18 years. The head of the Su family is indeed a clever man, Li Qingchen said with a smile, shaking his head. He didn't want to come, as he was already a young teacher of enlightenment, and this all seemed like a bit of a joke, but he couldn't refuse the other party's offer, which was too generous. Although he came, he only fulfilled the duty of teaching, never considering taking on disciples. Scholars have their own pride, and Li Qingchen's vision is among the highest in the world. As the leader of contemporary Confucianism and Taoism, he has only ever taken in 3 disciples in his lifetime. I stood outside listening to the movements inside, while pondering to myself, in ancient times, the status of a scholar should have been very high. Even though I am just a failed scholar, I guess they would also look down on my identity as a country bumpkin. It must be because of the money my parents gave that they agreed, but whether this scholar can teach sincerely is ultimately up to me. However, in my past life, I was at least a top student from a prestigious university, so it shouldn't be a big problem to impress a failed scholar. As I was lost in my thoughts, the door in front of me opened. I saw a middle-aged man standing inside, calm and composed, with a pair of deep, bright eyes that seemed to see through the depths of one's heart. "Greetings, sir," I bowed respectfully, secretly admiring that he was indeed a learned person, with an aura that was different from the people in the village. Li Qingchen also looked up and down at the young man in front of him. Compared to the 2 young masters of the Su family, this one seemed much more reliable. The Su family's way of education is not commendable, but the results seem good. He nodded slightly without smiling and said, "Come in." Seeing this indifferent attitude, I secretly sneered. Indeed, knowledgeable people are arrogant. People in our village are different. They are warm to others. Arriving at the house, Li Qingchen sat on the wooden chair by himself, without even looking at me, and said, "Although I have accepted your father's things, I have not promised to teach you or not. I am just giving you an opportunity. Whether you can stay here permanently depends on yourself. If you cannot pass my test, then you can go back where you came from." While saying these words, Li Qingchen also felt somewhat helpless. He didn't want to deal with these tricks. He just wanted to teach well after receiving the items. However, the father of the other party had instructed that he couldn't make it too easy for the apprentice, and it had to be difficult to be truly valuable. He didn't understand, but he had to respect it. "Thank you, sir, I will do my best," I answered seriously, but I was complaining in my heart. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Li Qingchen pondered for a moment, thinking about how to make me retreat this time. Before long, he had an idea in his mind. He got up and went to a desk, picked up a pen, and casually made a stroke on the paper. With a subtle flash of light, a vigorous 1 character appeared on the plain paper, and then disappeared in an instant. Li Qingchen nodded in satisfaction at the sight. Although this character was simple, ordinary people could not see it. When calligraphy reaches its peak, the technique is close to the Tao, and each character is like a Tao pattern, representing a certain Tao in principle. Only those with profound knowledge or strong insight can glimpse it. Initially, his 3rd disciple with the body of a literary saint took 3 hours to decipher it. Using this to make me retreat is more than enough, At this moment, as I looked at Li Qingchen, I was also wondering in my heart, not knowing what kind of test it was. If it's about the hard knowledge of this world, I'm doomed because I don't know anything. Just when I was feeling uneasy, Li Qingchen turned around and handed me a piece of paper. You can stay if you understand it, but if you don't, then go back, Li Qingchen said and then ignored me, walking to the desk and sitting down, picking up a book to read. Understand it? Hearing this, I skeptically picked up the paper in my hand, where a large one character was clearly visible. What am I supposed to see? Is your one written straight or not? I turned the paper over and over, but no matter how I looked at it, there was only that one character in the center. Damn it, those who speak in riddles should die. I gritted my teeth in frustration and racked my brains to figure out what this meant. Even if I haven't been to school, I can't possibly not recognize a single character, which means this old scholar must be hinting at something else, not wanting to make it easy for me. If the answer is unsatisfactory, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to study. There must be some hidden meaning that I don't know. But where is it? Time slowly flowed by. Su Changqing stared wide-eyed, carefully, turning over and dropping over and over to keep looking, and blood appeared in her eyes. But no matter how you look at it, it's a damn one. Not far away. Li Qingtsuan, looking at Su Changqing who was going crazy, smiled and sipped a cup of tea. Without practicing or reading, it would be strange to be able to see that, but the temperament is tough. It's been an hour and you can still stare at the empty paper and keep observing. Looking at the persistent Su Changqing, Li Qingqing shook his head not to pay attention and continued to read his book. When another hour passed, Su Changqing wiped the sweat from his head. He gave up. He was really unable to see what was going on and what the one alluded to. No way. Su Changqing looked up at Li Qingchen and sighed in his heart. It's just going to have to be bull asterisk 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 asterisk. End of chapter. Sir. Su Changqing took the paper to the desk and called out. Oh, see? Li Chengdan looked up at Su Changqing with interest. Think before you speak. If you don't understand, you don't understand. If you talk nonsense, it will be difficult to enter this door. He could see Su Changqing's nervousness, so he purposely admonished him. It's okay not to know. It's the long-winded blathering that is annoying when you clearly don't know. In that case, it's not so much about learning as it is about failing to have even a basic honest character. With Su Nan around, of course he would continue to teach, but teaching with a few real skills was another story. He examined the teachings with the Dao lines and didn't expect Su Changqing to answer. As long as he was honest enough, then this hurdle would be considered passed. A student to the point of understanding a few things superficially. I just don't know if it's right or not. Su Changqing stiffly returned. He reads and understands. He doesn't see anything but that one word, but in order to get through it, he had found a self-justifying rhetoric. How much do you understand? Li Qingdao shook his head. The smile on his face slowly fell. His voice coldened a bit. Now that you understand, tell me. After saying that, Li Qingtsuan didn't even look at Su Changqing and continued to look down at the book. In his heart, he had already given Su Changqing a 0. Mister's characters are strong, robust and majestic, simple but displaying an extraordinary momentum. I have never seen such a good-looking script. Su Changqing came up to be a compliment. 1,000 where horse farts do not wear, may not be right, but definitely not wrong. And, although his words were exaggerated, the writing was really beautiful. But he didn't see that Li Qingtsuan's face not only didn't get better, but instead became a bit more ugly. It's hard to be slippery and coquettish. Regarding this deal with Su Nan, Li Qingtsuan had already regretted a few points in her heart, and Su Changqing did not notice. Still talking eloquently. I understand. This question bestowed by Sir may seem simple, but it certainly contains deep meaning. Li Qingtsuan's face darkened slightly, pretending to be unaware of what was going on. What deep meaning can a simple word one have? It was only after further reflection that the student came to a realization of what Mister's painstaking efforts were all about. Li Qingdan was already a little impatient and stood up ready to blast people. His good impression of Su Changqing had been completely worn out. This word one is simple, but the path is simple. Shut up. Li Qingchen, who had just stood up, abruptly froze and turned his head to look at Su Changqing after reacting, pointing to the words on the plain paper with uncertainty and asking, "What do you call that word?" Aha! Seeing Li Qingchen's serious look, Su Changqing swallowed his saliva. Sir, isn't this not a 1? Su Changqing had some drums in her heart. Could it be that the culture of this world was different from her last life? That's not right. When his mother taught him to read and write, she taught him the same thing. But what's with the look of cannibalism on the gentleman's face? Where did he go wrong? Unbeknownst to him, at this time, Li Qingtsuan's heart had already turned over in horrifying waves. He actually did recognize it? It's only been a mere 2 hours until now, much faster than the oldest of the body of the sage of literature back then. This, Li Qingdao looked at Su Changqing in front of him, his mind rippling. Dao lines do not reveal the mundane, unless someone with a high level of martial arts, or extremely advanced calligraphy, is able to peek at them. It wasn't for nothing, there weren't many in this world who could write Dao patterns, but even fewer who could read them with mundane eyes. Changqing, how did you read this character? Li Qingdao asked. He couldn't figure out how Su Changqing, who hadn't studied for 18 years, could see through it so quickly. Word? Su Changqing somewhat hesitantly pointed at the words on the plain paper and opened his mouth. Isn't that obvious at a glance? Anyone who isn't blind can read words this big, right? Li Qingqian's face changed instantly. You mean, you could understand the words at first glance? Su Changqing nodded honestly. It's very simple. Has been light-hearted Li Qingdan. At this time and also cannot calm down. The first time to fetch the luxury pen. The pen walks like a dragon in the paper to write down a pale and elegant font. What's this word? Su Changqing hitched his eyes and spoke without thinking. Su. Li Qingdan's palms lightly trembled. His pupils tightened, and another word fell. Long. Li Qingdan's breath floated and he shuddered again as he dropped his pen. Ching. Boom. Li Qingdan's luxurious pen fell off the tabletop, and he looked at Su Changqing's heart and soul, and his face was shocked. At the same time, the terrifying aura that belonged to the Ruxian briefly escaping rose to the heavens. Castle Peak Village. After sending Su Changqing away, Su Nan lazily lay down in the courtyard to bask in the sun, and around him were the Su family members who had transformed into villagers. They all had pivotal identities in the Su family, and although they were living in seclusion here, they would report to the family head on a daily basis about the recent happenings on the continent. Yesterday at the Central State Sacred Academy, there was a one-day student, Wen Tong, who made a forward stanza that drew 100 shades of light from the sculpture of Emperor Wen. The Taoist sect, the Divine Heavenly Sect, released news yesterday that it had been determined that the current generation of Taoists had died in the secret realm, and that a new Taoist was being re-elected in recent days. The southern region's Taishu Forbidden Abyss is going to open recently, and quite a few great powers are rushing here with their heirs. Listening to the report of the people on the side, Su Nan was going in with his left ear and out with his right ear, looking up at the sky from time to time. When it was nearly noon, he hastened to rise, and waved his hand toward the, all right, you guys just watch over these little things. When he finished he turned around and shouted, hurry up and cook. Changqing will be back soon. Make it hearty today. Slaughter a chicken and say you went up the mountain to fight. Nightshade answered from inside the house. A Su family strong man on the side was flabbergasted at the words. Didn't the young master go to Mr. Li's place to study? How come he's still back at noon? Hey, what do you guys know? It's called strategy. Su Nan looked toward the distant green mountains and grinned. You guys go back in a while. Remember to comfort Changqing a few words if you see him on the way. He should be in a pretty low mood. The Su family understood what was going on after a second thought. The previous two young lords had developed somewhat extreme temperaments precisely because they were too smooth. This time, when the young master is worshipping for the first time, he should be subjected to a lot of difficulties. And just as the crowd was contemplating, a terrifying aura that was not visible to mortals rose monstrously from the foot of the green mountain. Boom! The vastness of the vast chi that was as vast as the sea covered the entire sky, and that terrifying aura caused the realm constructed here to tremble. All of the Su family members were all horrified. The strength of that aura made their sweat hairs rise abruptly. Stop! Su Nan's feet stepped heavily, and the light in the sky above the green mountain blossomed, instantly suppressing the rising vast chi, and the realm stabilized at once. The people in the room looked at me and I looked at you, none of them knowing what was going on here. Instead, a teenager muttered, enviously, that Ruxian is Ruxian. This teaching formation is extraordinary. Su Nan and the others couldn't help but nod as their gazes lit up at the words. Justified. End of chapter. In the bookstore at the foot of Green Mountain, Li Qingdan looked at the teenager in front of him, and his heart turned over in shock waves. With a mundane body, a glance at a Dao pattern didn't even require too much enlightenment. It was just like looking at ordinary fonts. When no heaven's pride? A natural-born scholar? Taoist patterns can be more than just simple words. They all contain the Tao and reasoning. If he could read and understand the articles written in the Dao pattern, he would be 1,000 miles a day in terms of Ru Dao comprehension, which was why he cared so much. He, Li Qingdan, had spent his entire life in the literary world and had seen countless geniuses, but this was the first time he had seen such a situation, and he was staggered in place for a moment. And Su Changqing looked at the gentleman who was staring at him closely, and his heart was also drumming. So serious? Did I say something wrong? The atmosphere in the house was a bit strange for a while. Neither of them spoke. Both were secretly thinking about something. It was only after half a second that Li Qingsuan slowly opened his mouth. Only this time, his tone was much milder. Why did you wait 2 more hours when you could see it at first glance? Just now, Li Qingsuan was only thinking of simply completing the transaction. But at this moment, he was in love with his talent. However, he did not only look at the qualifications of his disciples, but also their heart. If Su Changqing's character was still good, he did not mind accepting a fourth disciple. This simple word of Sirs contains a deep meaning that disciple has only just figured out. Su Changqing spoke. Li Qingdao was dumbfounded. This matter too was his fault. His intention was to pass the test if he recognized the words, but he could see them at a glance. But he couldn't open his mouth. After all, how can it be a simple one when it's Mr. Consideration? Dao patterns were difficult to understand for other people, but Su Changqing was able to understand them at a glance, and it was no wonder that the other party would think too much. However, thinking of this, Li Qingcheng looked at Su Changqing with interest and said, "A simple word one and you can see the deeper meaning? Why don't you tell us what all the meanings are embedded in the word one?" Li Qingsuan had a smile on his lips as he arrived at a cup of tea for himself and looked at Su Changqing somewhat teasingly. He was eager to hear what great truths this heavenly pride of the window could tell from these simple words. The way is simple. The diffusion is complex. Su Changqing's first words caused Li Qingxuan's face to change instantly. 1. Though simple, can be seen as the beginning of all things, and the Tao begets 1, and 1 begets 2, and 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things infinite. Mr. First meeting gave the word 1. I think it is to tell the student that the road of 10,000 miles begins with a single step, since the 1 begins. Boom! At this time, Li Qingxuan was so shaken that he could no longer hear Su Changqing's next words. The Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things, then it is endless. A few short words, but like a loud bell ringing through the lake of the heart, setting off monstrous waves. He was the leader of the contemporary Confucianism, but because of this, he understood the terrifying weight of these few words. Each word contains the deepest reasoning, esoteric way. A few simple words but covers 1,000, saying that all living things always. And these few simple words not only made Li Qingdao's heart and soul tremble. Central State, Holy College, as the academy founded by Emperor Wen, this is the place where all the literati in the world aspire to be. In order not to bury the literary talent of the humble students, Emperor Wen erected sculptures. Whenever there is a world-shattering quote, it will blossom into a Ru Dao sunburst, pointing the way for the students and informing the world. 2 days ago, there was a literati child who made a 4-phrase stanza, which made the emperor's sculpture of windy glow with 100 feet of sunlight, and dropped a vast amount of righteousness, so that the literati child could build his foundation in 1 day. This incident was so popular that even though 2 days had passed, it was still being sung in the streets and alleys. But abruptly, the sculpture of Emperor Wen, which was erected at the center of the Holy Academy, shook violently. Boom! A 10,000-foot haze illuminated the entire city, and a grandiose and vast aura covered the entire sky. The great Taoist theory, for glittering Tao patterns emerged in the firmament and did not dissipate for a long time. Everyone within the city, no matter whether they were street vendors or well-known great scholars, at this time, they all stared blankly at the greatly changed sky, and the entire city was quiet for a moment. But the next moment, a boiling clamor resounded through the sky. The Emperor Wen has manifested his sainthood. Emperor Wen has manifested his sainthood. 10,000 suns are shining. What a great talent the heavens have produced. The great Tao to the core. To actually give such a high rating, what kind of astounding article has been written? The day before yesterday, it was said that the Emperor Wen's 100-foot sunlight was not encountered for 10 years, but I never thought that there would be someone who could make the Emperor Wen sculpt a 10,000-foot sunlight. This has been 10,000 years never come out. 100 feet of fluorescent light is also worthy of touching 10,000 feet of window's colorful haze? This is simply two concepts. Okay? Whoever it is, we must find him. Summon Ruxian. Yes. Send a message to Ruxian. We must bring him back. The great scholars of the Holy Academy were in a hurry. As the holy land of literary Tao, their thirst for knowledge was much greater than ordinary people. The 4 simple words of the great Taoist way made them fidget like a cat's claw scratching their hearts. They wanted to see what kind of words were worthy of such a comment from Emperor Wen. The central state is boiling, but I don't know that the other place is the same. Eastern region, holy land of Taoism, Xianqing sect. There are many Taoist sects in the world, but the Xianqing sect is the most important one, because the last Taoist emperor was from the Xianqing sect, and recently, it was the day when the younger generation of many sects of Taoism gathered to discuss the Tao. The spirited Daozi in front of the Tao hall, or their mouths bloomed with lotus flowers, or their divine abilities were revealed. A lively scene, but only the crowd of the Divine Sky sect looked downcast. Ai, if my clan's Daozi hadn't fallen, he would have shone on this day of discourse. The Divine Sky sect patriarch sighed softly. his face downcast. Senior brother needn't be concerned. Daozi was destined to have this calamity. Heaven's destiny makes it so. The important thing right now is still to establish a new Dao Sun. The younger generation of our clan cannot be without a leader. An old man in a Taoist robe said in relief. Newly established Daozi. Difficult nah. The patriarch sniffed inside. Taoist sects are different from other sects in that the establishment of a Taoist sun is about karma and also depends on the comprehension of the Tao. A Daozi could have a low cultivation level, but his comprehension of the Tao had to be far superior to others. It's not a good choice for someone like that. The other disciples of the clan don't have this ability. I'll go down the mountain in a few days to see if there's a suitable candidate. The clan had just finished speaking, and before the old man next to him could reply, the heavens and earth in this place abruptly shook. 10,000 miles of purple chi rose from the east, and a vast mysterious Tao sound resounded between heaven and earth. Beaded curtains across the sky, celluloid all over the ground, plants of green lotus blossomed from the void. Such an auspicious sight caused all of the Taoist great powers present to stare in disbelief before revealing their horror. Not only that, since the back of the Xianqing sect, the portrait of the Tao ancestor that had been hanging for an unknown amount of time was actually blooming with light. Everyone was confused. They had never seen such a sight. But the only ones who showed excitement were a group of Taoist great powers. Ancestor portraits manifesting. This is the emergence of a cultivator in the world that has the attention of the Tao ancestors. Find him. He must be found. Whether or not my Taoism can flourish in this generation should depend on this person. Upon hearing this, before the others could react, the Divine Sky Sect's patriarch had already risen. His fingertip seals continued, so fast that they almost appeared as stumps. Can't project? Obscured by the realm? The Divine Heavenly Cliff Sect Patriarch's face was ruthless as he spewed out a mouthful of blood, and it seemed like 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains appeared as the Tao seals filled the air. In the southern region, his eyes showed excitement, and he was about to project a little more carefully, but when a green hill surfaced, his face abruptly changed. Humph! 2 cold grunts exploded in his sea of consciousness like the roar of a god, and the terrifying aura caused him to stifle a mouthful of blood, his face showing horror. End of chapter. At the foot of Green Mountain. In the bookstore, those few words of Su Changqing made Li Qingcheng completely fall into it. The higher one's cultivation level and the deeper one's comprehension of the Tao, the more one could understand the subtlety of those words. But without waiting for him to immerse himself too much, the summoning talisman at his waist was already vibrating frantically. Lord Ruxian, the Wendy sculpture is shining brightly. Return quickly. Master, a great talent has descended to the world. An Emperor one has given words of great truth. Dean. Something big has happened at the Academy. Thousands of great scholars from the literary world are rushing here. Returning to his senses, Li Lightning fell silent. At the time Su Changqing opened his mouth, he had actually understood that the central state would rain down divine differences. But I didn't expect that the sculpture of Emperor Wen actually gushed out 10,000 sunsets. And there was also Emperor Wen himself giving words. He also had this honor in the beginning. But the battlefield was much worse compared to Su Changqing. This Su family is going to produce a marvelous character. Looking at the confused Su Changqing in front of him, Li Qingqing secretly said in his heart, Changqing. After collecting his mind, Li Qingdao opened his mouth amiably and just wanted to ask something. But abruptly, his face sank and he looked up into the void. He wanted to make a move, but seeing Su Changqing in front of him, he still suppressed such thoughts and only secretly snorted coldly as a warning. Changqing, you look at this book of Li Jidian first, and wait here until I return. After Li Qingdan took out a book and handed it to Su Changqing, he turned around and walked out of the house. Su Changqing, who was just a mortal, had no idea how much of a stir he had created with those few words of his. At this time and his eyes were glowing, and the only thing in his eyes was the books in his hands. Castle Peak Village. Li Qingdan did not make a move because of Su Changqing, but the other one would not be polite. Su Nan was laughing and chatting with the Su family members, but his face suddenly turned cold as well. Then a mountain people farmer looked like him. The momentum abruptly changed. Raise his hands and feet between heaven and earth tremor. His eyes were as bright as the great sun, and his right hand was raised to collapse the void. Thousands of miles away from this place, Castle Peak, a large hand that covered the sky clenched in the void. Boom! Space folded and crumbled like paper, and an aura that came along with the underworld was instantly worn out. Get out! After Su Nan let out a cold cry, he slowly withdrew his palm, and then transformed back into that farmer appearance. The Su family members at the side all looked serious when they saw the scene. They knew that the family head had moved to real fire. If it was an ordinary matter, as the contemporary Su family head, Su Nan might have laughed and passed it off. But what is this place? How could the peak quasi-emperor Su Nan, who had gone out of his way to transform into a farmer for 18 years to use as a place to educate his son, let anyone else find out? If that's the case, won't all these 18 years of hard work go to waste? Taoist bullnose? Su Nan lowered his head in thought and looked at the Su family members and asked, am I being a bit heavy-handed? Our family's relationship with Taoism is actually pretty good. The corners of the crowd's mouths were slightly twitching, and no one dared to talk nonsense. The Su family was strong, but the other people's Taoist religion was not weak either. The only one who dares to call Taoist Nubizi is the one in front of him. Ha ha ha, just kidding, that guy still can't realize who moved. Ha, that's just the Taoists. If it were anyone else, he'd have a life. For the Su Nan at this time, the heavens and the earth were not as big as his own education of his son. He didn't know what the Taoists were doing by exploring this place, nor did he care what the Taoists were up to. All he knew was that whoever dared to put their paws up at this point would be chopped off. Alright, all disperse. Mr. Lee is looking for me. Su Nan raised his head and glanced at the sky before waving his hand to the crowd to ascend into the air. Mr. Lee. When he came to the depths of the clouds, a green-shirt Li Qingxuan was waiting quietly. Su Nan walked over with a smile on his face and bowed. It was not true that Ru Xian was strong and dignified, but neither the Su family nor Su Nan was afraid of this. This bow from Su Nan was purely because Li Qingxuan was now his son's teacher. Master Su. Li Qingdan opened his mouth, ready to inform Su Changqing of what he had just done. But who knew that before he could finish his sentence, Su Nan slapped his head and pulled out an object from his bosom. Look at my memory. This is the Wendy's accompanying writing. Please keep it, sir. Mr. Don't worry. I, Su Nan, am true to my word. 2 years, just 2 years, no matter how much Changqing can learn. Mr. Feel free to leave. Li Qingdan swallowed his unfinished words, his gaze fixed on the ancient book in his hand, the great emperor's casual writing, or the personal writing of the great emperor of Confucianism and Taoism. No reader could resist. That was why his hallowed Ru Xian willingly came here to be a youngster's initiation teacher. The magnitude of the Su family's handiwork was too great for him to refuse. However, he hadn't sought out Su Nan for this matter this time. Family Master Su, I have other matters this time. Putting the books away, Li Qingdan looked at Su Nan and solemnly said, I intend to take Changqing as a disciple. I wonder what Su family master thinks. If Su Changqing was able to see through the Tao patterns, it only made him love his talent. As soon as that great Taoist principle came out, it made him completely unable to sit still. Such a heavenly pride. If he missed it, he would be blamed by Emperor Wen. Accepting an apprentice? Su Nan froze at his words. He knew exactly how harsh Ru Xian was in accepting disciples. After so many years, Ru Xian, as the leader of the Confucian way, had only accepted 3 disciples. He invited Ru Xian to come, but never presumed to let Ru Xian accept his disciples. I just want to borrow 2 years to help Changqing establish the correct direction of life, and 3 views of the wind and bones, which is also the significance of the enlightened teacher. But I didn't expect the surprise to come so quickly. Ru Xian actually wanted to take Changqing as her disciple? Sure enough, when Emperor Wen casually wrote, even Ru Xian could not be exempted, fearing that I would retract it, and going out of his way to make Changqing worship his master. Su Nan realized what was going on second thought, but this was a good thing anyway. Changqing has Ru Xian as her master, and in the future, even without the Su family, she won't be bullied by anyone. Ha ha ha, that's a good feeling. We'll be close to each other, and we have to thank Mr. Lee for lifting us up. Su Nan smiled broadly and promised, that's not a lift. Li Qingdan looked serious. Changqing's talent is the only thing I've seen in my life, and I'm honored to be his teacher. The corners of Su Nan's mouth were grinning to the sky as he listened. Look at that. Or their readers. That's a comforting thing to say. Though he did understand that it was looking at the Wendy's accompanying writing, but that also sounded happy, didn't it? And Li Qingxuan was completely unaware of what Su Nan was thinking, and remained serious. Changqing's enlightenment is very strong. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's a born great scholar. As long as he steps into the Confucian way, his achievements are unimaginable. And, Changqing, the more Su Nan heard, the more wrong he became. He hurriedly interrupted, his face solemn and serious. I understand, Mr. Admission. But, Mr. Don't be too indulgent in praising him. Too much complacency is prone to arrogance, and the man will be ruined. And my 18 years of hard work will go down the drain. And I hope that Sir will be sure to be harsh, and let him take a few more blows, so that he can keep a heart of reverence. This was what Su Nan was afraid of. Afraid that others would not dare to let go of their hands when it came to teaching their sons because of his status. Wasn't that what happened to the oldest two in his family in the beginning, before one was wild and the other was arrogant? I thought Ru Xian was an exception, but I didn't expect a book of Wendy's casual writing to be dumbfounded, which complimented his blush. If this is a compliment in front of Changqing, what's the point? All his hard work over the past 18 years has become a joke. No way. This opening is firmly off the table. It has to be made clear in advance. And Li Qingdan was also stunned at this moment as she looked at Su Nan's serious expression. When he heard the other party's words, he couldn't help but look dazed. He then said, "Where are the adults of the family? Hiding the situation of the family. Stay in this small mountain valley for 18 years, to carry out the poor raising." It must be that they had discovered Changqing's natural talent a long time ago, and were afraid that Changqing's natural talent would be too strong and easily go astray. So they deliberately did so. After thinking about it, Li Lightning sighed in shame and saluted. Great talent, Su family master. End of chapter. Seeing Li Qingsuan's obeisance, Su Nan was somewhat speechless after a moment. You don't praise his son anymore. You praise him instead? The power of this Wendy's essay is also too powerful for the readers. Mr. Li doesn't have to be like this. Teaching is fine as normal, but usually you have to knock some more. Just don't let Changqing develop an overly arrogant personality. Su Nan had suffered this loss twice, so he emphasized it several times. And I don't blame him for being cautious. He's just running out of time. It had been 10,000 years since the fall of the last great emperor on the Tsongling continent, and the suppression of heaven and earth was gradually dispersing, and a new emperor's path was congealing. Just like the various clans on the continent were selecting saint sons and daughters, he similarly had to cultivate a leader who could carry the Su family's banner. It's not that the oldest and the second are not talented, it's just that their personalities are too extreme and don't quite fit. Therefore, he had high hopes for Changqing. Not being afraid of not having a strong qualification, his Su family has the assistance of thousands of divine medicines. He was not afraid of not having the divine principle and Tao. He could likewise find the world's top most famous teachers for him. His greatest fear was that Su Changqing's character would eventually become like his elder brother's second brothers, and then his efforts would be wasted. I understand what family master Su means. Li Qingdao nodded. Like Changqing, it is indeed necessary to knock on the door from time to time, not to be too complacent. He had seen Su Changqing's natural talent before, and it was only natural for Su Nan to have such concerns. Already having exceptional natural talent, coupled with the background of a great emperor's family, very few people held fast to their hearts. The Su family lord's move of drawing the ground was too good. Then the next 2 years are at your service, sir. Su Nan solemnly bowed. Don't worry. Li Qingsuan's gaze looked down to the bookstore below, and a smile appeared on his face. I will make sure that Changqing develops the character to learn the hard way and work hard. In the bookstore, Su Changqing didn't know anything about the agreement reached between Su Nan and Li Qingchen. At this point he was thoroughly immersed and excited about the book. The Song-Ling continent, the 5 domains and 10 kingdoms. This world, there are actually immortals in existence. Excitement appeared in Su Changqing's eyes. His original goal was to become a scholar, take the imperial examinations, win the top prize, and improve his family's conditions while having a good time being an official. But after knowing that there are immortals in this world and that they can cultivate, the imperial examinations and whatnot were directly thrown to the back of his mind. For him who had awakened the memories of his past life, there was nothing more important than cultivation, and as we learn in the book, the world is big, very big. In the 5 domains in 10 countries, there were numerous sects and countless lineages, and the paths of cultivation were also complicated and varied. Wudo, Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, devil cultivation, sword cultivation, and outside of the 5 domains in 10 countries, there was actually the demon court. Even if it was just a written and simple record, Su Changqing could feel the swords and sword shadows that came to his face. It had a fatal attraction for him. I must find a way to become a cultivator in the future. Li Qingsuan, who had just entered the door, smiled and opened his mouth. If you want to be a monk, then you have to study hard. Su Changqing was shocked, and was relieved to see that it was Xiu Kai, and then asked curiously, Sir, can you become a cultivator even if you study? Sure. Li Qingdan laughed lightly. Reading can also read out the vast righteousness, and a single word can make heaven and earth change color and all the spirits bow down. Saying that, he glanced at Su Changqing. Not long ago, Su Changqing had induced the Windy Emperor's sculpture of 10,000 feet of haze, descending the majestic Haoran Qi. If Su Changqing was present, I'm afraid that he had already built his foundation at this time, and it was still above 9 times, but it didn't matter if it was late. The hoary spirit was absorbed by the windy sculpture. No matter when Su Changqing goes, that vastness will be preserved for him. I wonder how much Haoran Qi you can accumulate before you go to the central state, and whether you can achieve the point of becoming a saint in one step? Seemingly thinking of some interesting image, Li Qingsuan had a smile on her lips. Sir, if reading is so strong, then why do people still often say that 100 useless is a scholar? Su Changqing asked in disbelief. What about this book? Read it to death. Surely 100 is a bookworm. Li Qingsuan came to the desk and sat down. pouring a cup of tea and drinking it in one go. But if you read and live, then all things are inferior but reading is superior. Su Changqing chewed on these words, and only after a half-second had passed did she seriously nod her head. Makes sense. It didn't make sense and it couldn't be helped. The only path to cultivation he had access to now was reading. The next step is to read well, and see if you can read with great vigor. Su Changqing secretly resolved. Su Changqing, would you like to join my disciple? Li Qingdan poured another cup of tea and asked in a tone that became somewhat serious. Su Changqing is not stupid. Seeing this battle, immediately fell to his knees, cupped the tea on the desk, and raised his hands above his head. Please, master, have some tea. Ha ha ha, yes. Seeing this, Li Qingdan laughed aloud, in a good mood, and took the tea and drank it. And then he looked at Su Changqing and asked after a moment of silence, Changqing, since you are as well as crowned, have you ever taken an epithet? Since he had worshipped the master, the worship gift was of course rare. Ruxian give words, which in the literary world is a great honor, but also will be stained with Ruxian's own luck plus body. All things go well. Both my parents are mountain men, not very learned, and I have not yet taken a word. Su Changqing honestly shook his head. The corners of Li Qingdao's mouth twitched. What a mountainous man. I'm afraid that this is the first time that someone has made such a comment about a peak quasi-emperor and the head of a great emperor family. However, thinking of this, his eyes moved slightly, picking up the calligraphy pen on the desk to write two large words in vain, and then pointing towards Su Changqing's brow. A light that was not visible to mortals suddenly fell into Su Changqing's body. That was the word he had taken for Su Changqing, and it was also the amulet he had given as a gift from Ruxian. From now on, your name will be Changqing, and your character will be Jiyu. Su Changqing heard the words and worshipped joyfully. Many thanks to teacher for giving me the word. Jiyu. Great wisdom is like foolishness, although it is only a word given by a Shoukai, but it is already a high praise. However, he was unaware that at the moment Li Qingxuan bestowed the word, a young man who was reading a book in the Holy Academy, which was 10,000 miles away, had his face moved. He looked up at the two small, inconspicuous words that had appeared underneath the master's eternal life plaque in the Great Hall of the Hall of Literature. It's... Shohan stood up in shock. Master has taken in a young master? Below Li Qingxuan's longevity sign, there were originally 4 lines of small letters. Bo Gu, Yin Feng, and Shu Han. That proved that Ruxian had taken on 3 disciples. But now there's another one after those 3 lines. Wise fool, I have a little brother. Shu Han was first delighted, but then he was shocked. Wise fool. This word, his brow furrowed. Not that it was a bad word to take, but that it was too big. What kind of wisdom and enlightenment is it to be able to make Ruxian call him a man of great wisdom? Junior senior brother is afraid that he's in trouble. White Deer Academy's Master Wei and Master have always been at odds. Not long ago he also just took in a young disciple and bestowed the word Ling Si, which proves that talent is quick and is also related to wisdom. But this spiritual thinking is much worse compared to wisdom foolishness, and it's a disciple that Master has just accepted. This, just as Shu Han thought of this, a clamor came from outside the Holy Academy. End of chapter. Wei Cong, head of the White Deer Academy, brings his disciples to visit Ruxian. Outside the Sacred Academy, a white-haired old man with a gloomy face shouted loudly, resounding throughout the entire academy. Beside him, there was a young girl of 14 or 15 years old, standing with her head held high and a look of indignation in her eyes. Soon, a large crowd gathered on the side of the Sacred Academy, and when they saw the visitor, they were all shocked. Head Wei of the White Deer Academy? What is he doing here? Why does he look so unhappy? You still don't know? Ha! Lord Ruxian has taken in a young disciple, and his chi has changed, and I'm afraid this head of Academy Wei is here for that reason. Hiss, no wonder. The head of the Wei Academy has always been not too dealing with Ruxian, fighting at every turn. The young girl he led this time, is also a newly accepted disciple, right? The crowd looked up, and someone exclaimed, recognizing the young girl as, isn't this the Wendong who caused the Wendy sculpture to glow 100 times 2 days ago? He's actually the youngest disciple of the head of Wei Academy? A person next to him shook his head and said, this person's identity is not simple. She is the young princess of the heavenly royal kingdom, born as a literary child. It is rumored that this girl can speak at half a year old, put pen to paper at 1 year old, familiarize herself with the poetry scriptures at 3 years old, be able to compose poems at 5 years old, achieve a small degree of success in calligraphy at 10 years old, and worship under the head of the Wei Academy at 14 years old. Not long ago at the age of 15 to perform maturity ceremony was given the word, Ling Si, the name of its talent, natural intelligence. The crowd heard the words of amazement. They can enter this holy college all ask themselves to learn not bad, but and this young girl compared to feel inferior. It wasn't that the learning wasn't as good as the other side, but the other side's horrific speed of learning was something to behold. So it would be no wonder. An old man from the academy sighed softly and opened his mouth. Head of Academy Wei and Ruxian came from the same school, but their philosophies don't get along, and their relationship hasn't been very good. But Ruxian-sama's natural talent is too terrifying. No matter what aspect, he is strongly superior to the head of Academy Wei. Now that the head of the Li Academy is advanced in years, he has placed his hopes on his own disciples. The crowd sniffed in disbelief. Previously, the head of the Wei Academy had never taken on an apprentice, bent on fighting Ruxian to the end, and only after realizing there was no chance did he take on his first apprentice 2 years ago. However, he had taken on a disciple too late, and although he was talented, he was a far cry from Ruxian's other 3 disciples. But now that Ruxian had also taken in a new disciple, the gap between the two parties was not that big, which allowed the head of Academy Wei to see an opportunity. That's not right, even though it's a competition. Why do you look so angry? A person asked curiously. A scholar who had just walked from the Great Hall of the Hall of Literature smiled bitterly at his words. Head of Academy Wei just bestowed the character, Ling Si, on the disciple 2 days ago. As it turns out, it's only been 2 days since Mr. Li also took on an apprentice, and similarly bestowed the epithet, the word, Gu. Hiss. The crowd sucked in cold air when they heard this. Wise fools, great minds think alike. It's a lot more than just being smart, especially if this was a word that Ruxian had recognized and personally bestowed. The gold content of that word would be too terrifying. If it hadn't been for this encounter, the word Ling Si of the head disciple of the Wei Academy would have already been unimpressive. But if this spiritual thinking is compared to wise fools, it's almost crushing. Master Wei, my master is not here. If there is something else, please sit down in the inner hall. While the crowd murmured, Shohan hurriedly greeted them. Eldest brother, second brother and master were all gone, and now he was the only one who could stabilize this Master Wei. Humph, there's no need to sit down. Let Li Lightning come out and I'll ask for an explanation. Wei Tsun's face was unsightly, not giving the slightest bit of face. He had just given his disciple the word, but it turned out that Li Qingxuan also gave him the word the next day, and even strongly suppressed him, so how could he not be angry? Senior, this matter should be a coincidence. With a bitter smile on his face, Shu Han explained, my master has not been too concerned about all this, probably not noticing that senior uncle has also just bestowed words on his disciple. I think, before he finished speaking, Wei Tsong had already let out a furious rebuke with an icy cold face. He, Li Lightning, doesn't care about this? You mean I'm being petty and paying attention to whether or not he takes on disciples from time to time? Furthermore, if he accepts a disciple, then he accepts a disciple. I haven't had that kind of free time to find trouble with him, and as a result, I've just given my disciple the name Ling Si, and that turns out to be a wise fool. What's this doing if it's not directed at me? Is it because you see that my old man is old and easy to bully? Boom! As he spoke, Wei Tsun's anger surged up. A terrifying aura surged from his body, and his vast Haoran Zhang Qi shook heaven and earth. It was the student who said the wrong thing, so I hope that senior uncle won't be offended. Shu Han Man was numb and hurriedly explained with a bitter smile. If an ordinary person dared to make a fuss about the Holy Academy, the old antiquities within that academy would have already slapped them out. But Wei Tsong is different. That's Ruxian's senior brother. It's not good for them to interfere. At this time, only Shu Han, who was a disciple of Ruxian, was able to interject a few words. You're a junior. I won't make things difficult for you. Let Li Lightning come out. Wei Tsong suppressed his anger and looked to the back of the sacred academy, shouting angrily, Ruxian, now that your senior brother has personally come to your door, he's not even qualified to see you. The vast breath transformed into the roar of a deity and rushed at Li Qingxuan's everlasting life sign. Bookham blushed, but before he could strike, the everlasting life sign belonging to Li Qingxuan bloomed with a faint light and blocked the attack. An upright figure in a green shirt gradually condensed from the light. After all these years, you still have this fiery temper. The illusory Li Qingxuan rubbed his brows and said with a bit of a headache. He took a step to the front of the academy and understood what was going on with a sweep of his divine sense. That's pretty much a no-brainer. A trace of dismay also appeared in Li Qingduan's eyes. This matter was really coincidental. When he gave Changqing the word, he didn't even pay attention to the fact that his senior brother had also given the word to his disciple 2 days ago. And it was also extremely coincidental that they were all words like wisdom. So it was no wonder that the anger came to the door. But the word had been taken, and there was categorically no reason to change it again. This time it's my fault. Senior brother, whatever the statute is, senior brother recognizes it. Li Qingduan said helplessly. If it was an ordinary person he wouldn't have bothered. But Wei Tsong was different. That was not only his senior brother, but also his master's son. There was no great enmity between the two men, merely a battle for breath. Just admit it. Wei Tsun looked at Li Qingxuan and said with an icy face, "It just so happens that I have also taken in a new disciple, whose academic knowledge is quite acceptable. Since Lord Ruxian can bestow such a word as wisdom and foolishness, I think it must be a heavenly pride of the way of literature, which is hard to come by in 10,000 years. I brought my young disciple here today because I want to ask for a lesson to see where this disciple of mine is falling short." Ling Si, who was on the side, also bowed his hand and said in a somewhat indignant tone, "I beg Lord Ruxian to fulfill me, or else my Wendao's heart will not be in the right place." Li Qingduan sniffed, somewhat wanting to speak. "Sure." Seeing Li Qingxuan's hesitation, Wei Tsun confidently said, "I took on a disciple a year earlier than you, so you can teach for a period of time before we compete. Must we compare?" Looking at Wei Tsun's confident demeanor, Li Qingxuan asked somewhat oddly, "It has to be a match." Wei Tsun threw his voice. Li Qingdan nodded and looked at Xiao Lingxi in pity, then at his senior brother, before sighing, "Well then, in 2 years, you're looking for me." End of chapter. Master? Looking at the dazed Li Qingxuan, Su Changqing reached out and shook his hand and called out again. "Well, what is it?" Li Qingxuan, who had separated a part of his consciousness, looked up at Su Changqing. "I have not yet asked for Master's name? What should I call him in the future?" Su Changqing asked with some embarrassment. "Worshipped the Master, but it turned out that he didn't even know what his name was." "My name is Li." Li Qingduan's words were stuttered, and only then did he remember that he was now only a failed Xiuzheng. He turned his words around and laughed. "Just call me Master Ru." Su Changqing didn't doubt it and nodded before asking, "Then when will the disciple start studying?" After knowing that reading could also lead to cultivation, he had been a bit impatient. "What? You're thinking of reading other books before you finished this Liege Codex?" Li Qingdan taught. "Although it's just a simple wild history, it allows you to understand the complete world, which will help you in the future." "Master Ru, I just finished reading this book." Li Lightning, who was still about to say something, froze at his words. "This canon of the Liechtenstein is simple, but it is also 100 or 10 pages long, and the rhetoric recorded on it is not vernacular, but rather a complex elegant language whose meaning is difficult to understand. For an ordinary person to finish the book, it would take at least 3 days or more." But how long had it been since he gave the book to Changqing? Not even a quarter of an hour? "You memorized it all? Remember, isn't this book easy?" Su Changqing also realized that he had a very smart brain in his life. No matter how complicated the statements in this book were, he could understand them instantly and never forget them. At the same time, he reads books so fast that he can familiarize himself with a page of books in a single sweep. "Take a look at this, Renji. I'm going to take the test later." Li Qingdao was silent for a moment before handing Su Changqing a book. This book is similar to the previous one in that it is about 110 pages long, elegantly documented, and complex and difficult to understand. Yes. Hearing that the master would have to take the test in a while, Su Changqing instantly showed a serious face and meticulously looked at it. To the side, Li Qingxuan watched with slightly jumping eyelids. He had been teaching for many years, but it was the first time he had seen one as fast as Su Changqing's flipbook. "Almost as soon as I swept through the book, my hands didn't stop flipping through it." Only a quarter of an hour had passed before Su Changqing stood up and handed him the book. "Master, I'm done reading." Li Qingdan took the book and spoke without flipping through it. "What's on page 47? Line 12. Su Changqing unthinkingly said, "I have not seen those who are good and benevolent and those who are evil and unkind. Those who are good at benevolence have nothing to be yet, and those who are evil at inhumanity have their benevolence, and do not let inhumanity be added to their bodies." Li Qingduan was silent for a moment and continued. Page 53, line 7. "The transgressions of men are each in his own party. Observe the transgressions, and you will know that you are benevolent." Page 86. 3 lines. "A gentleman is in the world without fitness, without emo, and with righteousness and comparison." Half an hour later, Li Qingduan was completely silent, overwhelmed. It wasn't that he hadn't seen it before. There were such heavenly prides in the literary world. However, Su Changqing did not just forget the words, but completely understood the meaning of the words and phrases. That would be very scary. Why are there colleges in this world? It's that there are so many things that learners don't understand and need teachers to clear up their confusion. But Su Changqing didn't need to be like that at all. As long as the books had records, he could fully comprehend the meaning of them and cite them. Such a strong understanding, coupled with the ability to forget everything. Senior brother. Senior brother, it's not easy for you to accept a disciple. What's the point of having to compete with me? Li Qingduan took a moment of silence for it. Ling Si might have good spiritual intelligence, but he wasn't even on the same level as Su Changqing. 2 years might not be needed at all, and there might not be much he could teach Su Changqing. "Master, how did disciple read?" Su Changqing smiled confidently. He was actually quite pleased with himself. This speed of reading, in a previous life, would have been divine. The hearty feeling of reading, and the satisfaction of knowledge constantly accumulating, made him extremely happy. And Li Qingdan looked at the smile on Su Changqing's face and seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied. It's not bad, slightly stronger than ordinary people, but a far cry from some geniuses. Ha, am I that bad? Su Changqing, who had just been a bit complacent, couldn't help but ask suspiciously. He's feeling pretty strong. Of course, Li Qingchen said with a serious face. Do you think you're good at reading fast? There are countless heavenly prides in this world, and there are people who have never read a book, yet they understand the supreme principles of heaven and earth and become saints in one day. And when the child has just been born, heaven sends down auspiciousness, and Wendo bestows blessings. Now you have already reached the crown but have just begun to read. Even if you read faster, that's because of the maturity of the spirit. It can't be considered any talent. Li Qingduan said a little sweaty. Can put the first wizard of the ages said so unbearable. He is also the world's only one. But it couldn't be helped. Su Nan's exhortations were still ringing in his ears. On top of that, Su Changqing's qualifications were indeed a bit too strong. And if he wasn't harshly hammered from time to time, he was afraid that he would become too complacent. He can, these days, only open his eyes. Master's rebuke is correct. Disciple will definitely pay attention in the future. Su Changqing looked a little lost. He had also thought that he was an absolute heavenly pride. But it turned out that he was only a little better than an ordinary person. But come to think of it, this world isn't the same as the last life. There are even immortals who turn the mountains and the seas. So what is he, who reads quickly? Maybe it's the same for all the people in this world, too. Hey, I was just an ordinary mountain folk child. And where to become, what genius to go? Really daydreaming. Su Changqing bitterly laughed and shook his head, shaking off that unrealistic thought. Ahem, you don't have to get ahead of yourself. Looking at Su Changqing's expression was not right. Fearing that the blow would be bad, Li Qingdan relieved. Your enlightenment is not bad. As long as you work a little harder, you will definitely achieve something in the future. After Su Changqing set his mind right, he smiled and said, there's no need to comfort my master. What kind of material am I myself? I know myself clearly. Don't worry, I won't be blown away. Even though I'm not a genius and my family is not well off, I'll try to change all that. Li Lightning almost couldn't even pretend with these words. However, after seeing Su Changqing's combative stance, he couldn't help but nod in relief. This method of Master Su's is indeed wonderful. That's it for the first day. After looking at the sky, Li Qingdao took out a few books and handed them to Su Changqing. If there is anything you don't understand, ask me tomorrow. You don't have to learn anything these days. Just read. If one were to study in general, one would of course have to be instructed in close proximity to solve puzzles from time to time. But Su Changqing is too perceptive. No matter what book he can understand by himself, and he can also learn by example, then it is much easier for him as a master. He just needs to grasp the general direction of the subsequent study. And that's enough. Castle Peak Village. Su Changqing was in a pretty good mood on the way home. Although his qualifications were not that good, but at least he succeeded in worshipping the master, taking a crucial step to know the wonderful world outside. As long as he took his time, he would always get out of this Castle Peak Village one day. At that time he was looking for a sect to see that legendary flying monk. Changqing, Changqing. The voice that rang out abruptly interrupted Su Changqing's contemplation. He looked up and instantly greeted with a smile. Brother Erniu, just back from the fields. The visitor Su Changqing was very familiar with. It was Su Erniu who played with him since he was a child. The same one who made a fuss yesterday to come to school as well. Not much going on in the fields today. Erniu first nodded, and then looked around like a thief to see that no one was around. Before he put his arm around Su Changqing and whispered seriously, Changqing, how does Brother Erniu treat you normally? Su Changqing froze and nodded. That would certainly be excellent. Brother Erniu, if you need any help just ask. Hey, I knew Changqing wouldn't turn me down. Ernest grinned while whispering, Changqing, recently your brother Erniu fell in love with a family of girls, but they couldn't look at a big old man like me, and they like learned men best. Aren't you worshipping the gentleman as your teacher? See if you can teach me a couple of moves? I'll be able to put on a little act in front of my sweetheart later. End of chapter. Erniu's identity was fake, but what he said to Su Changqing was true. Su Changqing, who had no cultivation, could not walk out of this Castle Peak village, but the other people in the village did not have this restriction. Erniu is 18 years old, and it is also the time of the teenage heart. 2 years ago he went back to the family with his old man on business and coincidentally befriended a girl who has since fallen in love at first sight and launched a strong offense. However, Although he had strong martial arts qualifications and was already a third realm cultivator at a young age, the other party could not look at him. Because that girl went for Confucianism and Taoism cultivation and appreciated learned people the most. Ernie is secretly determined to read the books of Confucianism and Taoism for a long time. But the martial arts talent is strong. He is ignorant of this aspect of Confucianism and Taoism. What did not learn? He was on the verge of giving up. But then he heard that the legendary Ru Xian was coming to teach the young master to read, which made him so excited that he didn't sleep all night. He is a big old man to worship Ru Xian as a teacher that is not to be thought of. But this is not still the young master. Brother Ernio has a girl of his choice? Of course I'll help with this favor. After saying that, Su Changqing added with some hesitation. But I don't know if I can pass on the learning imparted by this gentleman. When I ask my master tomorrow, if I can, I'll teach you in private. Upon hearing this, Ernie knew that Su Changqing had misunderstood him and hurriedly said, No, I'm a stupid person. I can't learn even if you teach me. I just need a verse or two that will pass the ears. That said, we can compose poetry, can't we? Stealing Ru Xian's learning? He wouldn't dare. His purpose was to let Changqing secretly write down the poem when he heard Ru Xian chanting it on the spur of the moment, and it would be fine for him to take it and put it on. Just poetry? Su Changqing froze. Yes, that girl loves composing poems the most. The poems that Mr. recites off the top of his head on a daily basis will do. Ernie affirmed. That's a Ru Xian. Even if it's done casually, it's still extraordinary. That's fine. Just leave it to me. Su Changqing still thought how difficult it was. Composing poems is just a matter of composing poems. His brain can be loaded with a lot of outstanding lines that have never been released. Ha ha ha, Changqing is interesting enough. Ernie smiled broadly and punched Changqing in the shoulder while he said, I'll ask her what type she wants then and let you know. The stress-free Su Changqing smiled and nodded. The two of them followed the forest path, heading towards Castle Peak Village, chatting idly on the way. Isn't Mr. teaching great? Isn't it very learned, knowing the past and present and the afterlife? Ernio asked curiously. That's Ru Xian, a literary great. Few in the world can match him. It's not as exaggerated as you make it out to be. Su Changqing smiled and shook his head. Mr. is just a failed shokai. Although he has some learning, he is still far from reaching the kind of ground you were talking about. Ernio sniffed and coughed violently, his face very odd. Su Changqing didn't care, still digesting all that knowledge he got today. Longingly, you know, brother Ernio, isn't it unbelievable that there are actually immortals in this world who can travel thousands of miles in a day and open mountains with their bare hands? Ernio secretly spat. All those immortals you're talking about would have to be scared to death if they were to come to this Castle Peak Village. I also want to try out that feeling of flying with a sword and breaking into the world. Su Changqing's eyes shone with a bright light. When I've read enough books, I'll definitely go out and venture out to see the wonderful world outside. Looking at Su Changqing's longing, Ernio was somewhat silent. He also knew that the head of the family was sealing the mountain as a boundary for the good of the young master. But when he thought about it from the young master's position, he was afraid that the people of this Castle Peak Village were all assholes. Thinking of this, he looked sideways at Su Changqing, and only after half a second did he speak. Changqing, you've done me a favor. How about I give you a gift as well? Su Changqing smiled and said, Fine. Is it a slingshot, or a wooden sword? Ernio calmly said, A book of sword art secrets. Swords. Su Changqing froze and looked at Ernio beside him with some consternation. It's just a mutilated secret book. There are only moves and no mind techniques, so it's just something you can practice for fun. Ernio explained. He sighed in his heart. Whether it was for identity reasons or other reasons, he couldn't help Changqing. But it is still possible to make the Changqing a little happier within the limits of the regulations. The family head has said that the young master cannot cultivate until he is 20 years old. But with only sword strokes and no matching mind method or cultivation, it can't be cultivated either. It's just flowery. The young lord is also about to be exposed to cultivation, so familiarizing yourself with it in advance shouldn't be too much of a problem. Ernio's mind wandered, and only after realizing that there were no loopholes did he take out a secret book of swordsmanship from his arms. Of course, in the process of taking it out, he had secretly destroyed half of it. But even so, Su Changqing received the tattered secret book with great excitement. Brother Ernio, how did you find this? This was a legendary sword technique secret book. Even though it was tattered, it had a fatal attraction for the current Su Changqing, and not long ago I went hunting in the mountains and found it unintentionally from a cave. Seeing Su Changqing's excited appearance, Ernio said with a desire to speak, Changqing, this thing can't be cultivated. Just use it for fun. But don't delay your studies for this, and don't ever tell anyone else that I gave this to you. It wasn't a big deal, but Ernio didn't want to take a fat beating from his old man. Don't worry, brother Ernio, I won't tell anyone. Su Changqing looked at the secret book in his hand and could no longer move his eyes. Brother Ernio, I'll go first. When you've decided what kind of poetry you want, come and find me. After saying that, Su Changqing ran away in a puff of smoke with the secret book in his arms. This isn't going to go wrong, is it? Looking at Su Changqing's back as she ran away, Ernio rubbed his chin with one hand. It should only be fresh for a couple of days, and it will go down when we realize we can't practice this. Ernio nodded confidently before taking out his own summoning talisman with a pounding heart. Qingqiu, what are you doing? Ernio took the summoning talisman and stared at it without blinking. When half an hour later, the talisman shook, and he was the first to look at it. Annoying. I've been in a bad mood lately. Don't invite me. Seeing this message, Ernio's eyebrows immediately rose, and a strong aura filled the air. Who? Which asshole has upset you? I'm going to go beat him up and take it out on you. Zhou Qingqiu, hey, fighting won't solve the problem. Can you compose poetry? Can you write words? I'm going to be competing against an asshole bundo in 2 years, and I'm trying to figure out what type of poetry to create so I can crush him. Ernio's eyes lit up when he saw this. Not so long ago, there wasn't much he could do about it. But what is it now? His young master has worshipped Ruxian as his teacher, and he had also already promised him that he would pay attention to the poems Ruxian made on a daily basis and secretly bring them to him. He didn't know where the one who competed with Qingqiu was mixed, but no matter where he was mixed, he was definitely not as good as Ruxian. Ernio, I'll help you. Recently I've worshipped a very powerful Confucian master. Poetry that is absolutely the best in the world. Zhou Qingqiu? You, a son of the Su family, worshipped a Wendao teacher? Your father didn't break your legs? Ernio, you don't care so much. What type of poetry you want, just say it. If it doesn't reach your satisfaction, I won't bother you anymore. Zhou Qingqiu, actually you're not very annoying. It's just that you've been under a bit of stress lately, so forget about composing poems. Ernio, no way. You say it quickly. What type of poetry do you want? I'll definitely make it for you. Ernio was so refreshed at this time. He had never been so hard. It couldn't be helped. With Ruxian backing him up, he was now terribly strong. Zhou Qingqiu's side was also silent for quite a while, and should not have figured out what kind of medicine this lackadaisical guy had taken wrong. Zhou Qingqiu, well, you don't have to force it. Keep it simple. Just take the autumn inside my name. A few words will do. Ernio, autumn is it? Wait for me for 3 days. I'm sure I can make you beat that asshole with this poem. Zhou Qingqiu. Ernio put away the summoning talisman, and with an uplifted face, he ran furiously in the direction that Su Changqing had left. This time, he must put on a big show in front of Qingqiu. End of chapter. After bidding farewell to Ernio, Su Changqing ran into a dense forest in a flash. Instead of going home, he couldn't wait to see what was so extraordinary about this secret book of the cultivation world. And the main reason why he didn't choose to practice at home was because he was afraid that his parents would see that he wasn't doing his job. After traveling all the way through and coming to an open place, Su Changqing sat down on his knees and took out the tattered secret book at the first opportunity. Thrilling wave sword technique. What a name. Turning over the first day, Su Changqing was instantly drawn in. Although this sword technique didn't have a matching heart technique, the stanzas were engraved in a very complete manner. Each page is accompanied by an accompanying illustration, along with notes in small print below. This sword technique had a total of 720 moves, and there were many variations between the moves, making it very complicated. If an average person practiced for the first time without a teacher to explain it, and also without the accompanying breathing mind method, then even if they got it, it wouldn't be of any use. But even so, Su Changqing is still watching as if mesmerized. The rise of the place, but also 2 fingers and the sword from the void rowing. At this moment, in his eyes, the move patterns in that secret book, which were originally dead, looked like they had come to life. In his mind's eye, a man was holding a sharp sword, dancing densely and with increasing speed. When an hour passed, Su Changqing finished reading the entire secret book, memorizing it in his mind. He stood up and picked up a random wooden stick from the ground, recalling the sword technique in his mind and clumsily imitating it. The first time, his moves were green, yet he still copied them in their entirety. The second time, realization flashed in his eyes, and the articulation of moves became very natural. Even the wooden stick was juggled like a tiger. When the third time, Su Changqing closed her eyes and her aura abruptly changed. Wow! The wooden stick moved with the wind, and it even resounded like water flowing. The faster he danced with his sword, the faster the sound of that water flow began to become rapid, like a small stream merging into the sea. Gusts of wind abruptly surged around them, and the dead leaves that had fallen to the ground rose with the wind, like a stream surrounding Su Changqing. When the sword stance came to an end, those streams unexpectedly scrambled to converge, like a stream flowing into the sea, making a shocking sound. Drink! Su Changqing abruptly let out a low cry, and the wooden stick in his hand fell to the side. Boom! Ka-ching! Only to see a wrist-thick small tree, unexpectedly directly broken from it, withered leaves flying in the sky. This, Su Changqing, who opened her eyes, looked at the scene in front of her and stayed for a moment, but then she was ecstatic. This secret book is actually real. He had just taken the attitude of trying it out, but he didn't expect to actually practice it. Even though it's practiced, this sword technique is still a bit awkward. It should be due to the lack of a heart technique, and this sword technique was actually practiced 2 or 3 times. It shouldn't be anything profound. Su Changqing still remembered what his teacher had said, that his enlightenment was just that much better than others. If it was a profound sword technique, it wouldn't have been practiced 2 or 3 times, but all in all Su Changqing was still satisfied. After all, this was his first contact with cultivation type things. We should practice more often in the future. The sword stance transitions are still a bit raw. It could be a bit stronger. Su Changqing secretly pondered and summarized. He is now the main thing is still reading. If he can read the Haoran Qi, then what sword skills cannot be compared to? Cannot be a small loss. Ow! Suddenly, a howl that resounded from the depths of the dense forest interrupted Su Changqing's contemplation. With a startled look on his face, he looked at the sky and then hurriedly ran towards the village. There are wild beasts in the mountains near here, and not long ago, the village's uncle Su Chi was carried off by a big bug, and he died without a body. He was not confident that he could kill the beast now, even though he had acquired a few 3-legged kung fu moves. Find a time some other day, before asking Brother Ernia to take me on a trip to that cave to see if anything else has been left behind. Su Changqing pondered in his mind and ran all the way out of the dense forest. Castle Peak Village. With an unconcealed look of exhilaration on his face, Ernio made his way to the door of Su Changqing's house. Changqing, come on, I'll give you a... Before Ernio could finish his words, he saw Sunan pawing a spoon and walking out of the house. Seeing Sunan, Ernia's neck shrank and he shouted, Master of the house. The Su family was not a clan, but a lineage, and although there was the term collateral and direct lineage, the relationship was much more humane than a normal clan. On top of that, Ernio also grew up in this green mountain village and had a good relationship with Changqing, so even when he saw Sunan, he wasn't too scared. The one Lin kid? Seeing that it was Ernio, Sunan didn't have the heart to say, they're all crowned. What's it like to be windy all day long, and still haven't broken the 4th realm? Didn't your father find a sword technique for you, and the secret technique of your life hasn't been practiced yet? Ernio smiled sarcastically. Soon. After practicing for a few months, I should be able to cultivate the life secret skill. Cultivating the broken mirror wasn't just a matter of reaching the realm. One must also cultivate a divine art that could fit into the next realm to the level of an innate secret skill before one could do so. The book of swordsmanship that Ernio gave to Su Changqing today was the one that he had specifically sought out in order to break the mirror, and it was very arcane. He had practiced for half a year, but he was still quite far from cultivating his life. That, house master, where is Changqing? Ernio, who was made uncomfortable by Sunan's look, asked cautiously. Changqing went to study and hasn't come back yet. What do you want to see him about? Saying that, Sunan looked up at the sky and muttered in his heart that it was time to come back. Did you perform poorly and get held back by Ruxian? Still not back? Ernio froze. He ran into Changqing an hour ago. Why hadn't he come back yet? Wouldn't be looking for a place to go to practice your swordplay, would you? Ernio thought about this cold sweat coming down on his forehead. If the family head's divine sense were to see Changqing practicing his sword instead of reading, would he not be chopped alive? Ha, brother Ernio? What brings you here? Fortunately, at this time, Su Changqing's voice sounded from not far away, causing Ernio to breathe a sigh of relief. Take a step to talk. Ernio scurried to Changqing's side in 3 steps and said in a quiet, urgent voice, Autumn, poetry about autumn. I'm counting on you Changqing. As the words fell, Ernio smiled sarcastically at Sunan and ran away like a rabbit. What autumn? What's this boy Ernio want with you? Sunan walked out with a large spoon and asked suspiciously. Nothing, is Dad the chef today? Looks like there's something good to eat today. Su Changqing smiled and changed the topic. Her neck stretched out to look toward the inner room. Ha ha ha, that's for sure. Your father is a great cook. Few people in the world can eat it. Sunan laughed out loud in a very flattering manner, not seeing the domineering aura from a short while ago in the slightest. As he spoke, Nightshade in the inner room also wiped his hands and walked out. When she saw her returning son, her eyes lit up and she greeted him. How did you learn today, son? Mister didn't give you a hard time, did he? Sunan on the side also perked up his ears, concerned about Changqing's learning problems. No, Mr. Ru is still very nice to talk to. As Su Changqing's words fell, Nightshu was visibly relieved, but Sunan secretly frowned. What's with this resumen? Didn't they say it takes 3 times to succeed in worship? End of chapter. And the gentleman said nothing else? Sunan asked tentatively. Our children from the mountains go to school, and there's no point in looking down on them or anything? Nightshade secretly gave Sunan a hard blank look. This father as a father to Sunan this is also no one, afraid of their own children excellent as if, but thinking about his family's oldest too. Nightshade was relieved. It's good to be cautious, and it turns out that too much talent is not a good thing, to the point of not looking down or anything. Su Chongqing, who didn't think much about it, said with some loss, teacher said that my natural talent isn't too good, and that I'm just a little bit better than the average person. If I don't work harder, I'm afraid I'll hardly accomplish anything in the future. Sunan breathed a sigh of relief at his words. He secretly grinned. No thanks to Ruxian. Reliable. It wasn't 3 worships, but it was similar to what he was trying to accomplish. It's to motivate Nagarjuna to work hard at school so that he will work harder. As for Changqing's average talent? Hey! Sunan smiled, not worrying about that in the slightest. He had long ago probed Changqing's cultivation qualifications. Although it was not as good as the oldest two, it was not mediocre either. He, in turn, had long since paved the way for Changqing's future cultivation and found various teachers. Those people, without exception, all walked to the extreme of the world on a certain path. As long as Changqing cultivated step by step, sooner or later he would reach the peak and go to the strongest. And at this time, Su Chongqing, looking at her parents who didn't speak, thought that they were struck. So he hastened to laugh in relief. Father and mother, don't worry. Although my qualifications are a bit poor, but Mr. said that as long as I work hard with all my heart, I will have some achievements in the future. Hearing his son's comforting words, Su Nan's heart was instantly free, and he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, good. It's good to have this realization. So what if your qualifications are ordinary? Don't worry, you still have your father. Nightshoe on the side also smiled and said, alright, hurry up and go eat. The rice is getting cold. Today's stew is wild chicken. As night fell, the sound of laughter rang out from time to time in the house, which appeared to be a bit shabby. After the meal, Su Changqing went to read, Nightshoe went to wash up, and Su Nan was lying on a chair in the courtyard with a smile on his face. The beginning of everything was difficult. Now that Changqing had taken the first crucial step, it was time for him to quickly go and arrange the next thing. The teacher of enlightenment looks for Ru Xian. So who is a good person to look for the guide of cultivation? Su Nan rubbed his chin with a contemplative expression on his face, but before he could think more, a voice transmission rang in his ears. Family Master, is it convenient to go over there now? Su Nan raised an eyebrow and glanced at the room where Changqing was reading, and then with a wave of his big sleeve a boundary enveloped the place. In the next moment, a stout man abruptly appeared in front of Su Nan. Wen Lin, what's so urgent that you can't say it in the morning? Su Nan asked casually. Su Wen Lin, Ernia's father and Su Nan's right-hand man, one of the top Su family's great powers. Family Master, something has happened to the Su family. I can't make a decision. Su Wen Lin laughed bitterly. Hasn't the Taishu Forbidden Abyss in our southern domain opened recently? And a lot of people have come from several other domains. But somehow, the second young master and the gang of monks from Manhwa Temple went up against each other, and the young master suffered a small loss. Before the words were finished, Su Nan's eyebrows instantly rose. Damn it, those bald asses dared to hurt Lauer? Getting tired of them. Call the people. Tomorrow, I will personally go to the Wanhua Temple to see where they got the dog guts to dare to touch my Su family's people in the southern region. Seeing the family head who had moved to kill before he could say anything, Su Wenlin was also somewhat speechless. They say the Su family's first young master is arrogant and the second young master is crazy. Didn't they learn from you? This hasn't done anything yet. It's thinking of killing the Manhwa Temple. This is much more crazy than the second young master. Take it easy, family head. Su Wenlin laughed bitterly. The second young master didn't suffer any major losses. He only suffered some minor injuries. Then the second young master pulled away 1/3 of the Su family and slaughtered all the monks in Wanhua Temple. Su Nan's face stiffened. Then he shook his head and cursed with a laugh. I was actually worried that this brat would suffer, so I was really overly concerned. Su Wenlin cried and laughed as he looked at Su Nan and continued. How can the second young master let others bully him when he's so good at not bullying others with that temperament? But the key now is that the eldest young master knows about this, and has pulled away 1/3 of the Su family, surrounding the entire Taishu Forbidden Abyss. Big young master's original words, a bunch of things that give face to face. Letting you come to the southern region for free without knowing how to be thankful is just a matter of fact. But also dare to hurt people? Since you don't want to live in peace, then no one will live in peace. Today the Su family is taking over the Forbidden Abyss, and the ticket is the head of the monk from Wanhua Temple. Hiss, Su Nan sniffed and got a headache. Although the second is crazy, There is still some leeway in doing things, but the oldest does things without doing them, and does them to the extreme. This is not giving Manhwa Temple a way out at all. At the same time, he also understood the meaning of Su Wenlin's visit. Around the same time, it was just that the Su family didn't have quite enough manpower right now, and they wanted to bring some people back. There's no need to refute the boss since he's put his word out. Su Nan pondered for a moment before speaking. Changqing should be out of here in 2 more years, and there's not much point in you staying here. In the next few days, you can pick a few men in the village and go straight back to the Su family. This is not the first time. In the past, when the Su family had any need for manpower, this Castle Peak village would lose a few people, but this time, there were a little too many people to lose. Family master, I was worried about this, Su Wenlin said helplessly. I have to take a dozen or so away this time. There are only a dozen or so households and 60 or 70 people in the village in total. If I take so many away at once, will it be too conspicuous? Su Nan frowned. This too was really a problem. In the past, 1 or 2 people could be said to have been taken by the big bugs, but you can't take a dozen at once, can you? There has to be a proper reason for this. Changqing has just started studying. He can't be disturbed by these things. Su Nan rubbed his chin and frowned in thought, and Su Wenlin's thoughts also spun. How about, while the young master has gone to study, come back and say that the big bugs have entered the village and bitten a dozen or so to death? Are you stupid or am I? What big bug can resist a village beating? That's right. Well, why don't we just say that he contracted a wind chill and passed away? Your family's wind chill is that strong? It can make a dozen big men unable to carry it? Su Nan looked at Su Wenlin speechlessly. Why didn't you realize before that this kid was so stupid? And wind chill. Ha! Su Nan's eyes abruptly lit up and he slapped his thigh. There! Su Wenlin hurriedly asked. What solution? Ha! Su Nan smiled confidently. Of course wind chill can't kill you, but what if the wind chill is a little heavier? For example, plague. End of chapter. Mom and Dad, I'm leaving. At the dawn of the day, Su Changqing walked out of his room and rushed towards the foot of the Green Mountain. He finished the few books Mr. Ru gave him yesterday, not many books, but they were very beneficial. And the more he knew, the more his thirst for knowledge grew, and he grew to love the feeling of constant progress. With a full of motivation, Su Changqing walked towards the outside of the village with light footsteps. Cough, 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 cough. Ah, Changqing, go read. Halfway there, Su Wenlin from next door greeted with a somewhat white face. What's wrong with Uncle Wenlin? Why are you coughing so hard? Su Changqing's footsteps lurched as she asked with concern. Qingshan village is not big, and the neighbors are all on good terms with each other. Seeing that the previously robust Uncle Wenlin did not look well, this made him a bit worried. Hey, it's fine. I suffered some wind chill yesterday. I'll be fine in a few days. Su Wenlin waved his hand carelessly and smiled. Hurry up and go to school. Reading is important. Don't miss the time. Then Uncle Wenlin remember to rest more. I'll leave first. Hearing that it was just a simple wind chill, Su Changqing sighed in relief and smiled in greeting before continuing forward. But what was strange to him was the number of people he met along the way in the village, all with more or less a cough. It's cold in late fall, so I'm going to have to ask my parents to pay more attention. Su Changqing thought in her heart as she walked away. I also don't know if Mr. Ru has a prescription for making medicinal stones. It wasn't long before the bookstore was out of reach. Master Ru. Su Changqing shouted and pushed the door open. Inside the study room, Li Qingsuan was holding the Wendy's notes given by Su Nan and was mesmerized. He didn't look at Su Changqing, he just pointed to the study room, the bookshelf full of books, and opened his mouth. The rest of your time, or reading. Of all the laws of the world, reading is the easiest and the most difficult, and in order to be successful in Confucianism, one must have a vast amount of knowledge as a base. When you have seen and understood more, then naturally you will be able to understand the Tao and reasoning of this heaven and earth. What you do not understand, you can always ask me. Remember not to be greedy for more and faster. To really understand the truth of it, a book is considered finished. Su Changqing turned her head to look at the bookshelf full of books and nodded with great motivation. Understood, master. I'll read every book carefully. After saying that, Su Changqing casually pulled out a book, found a seat and lowered his head to read. As with yesterday, he flipped through the book very quickly. Although it was a glance, that terrifying enlightenment allowed him to instantly understand the meaning and reasoning of every passage recorded in this book. Time passed quickly, and the daylight passing through the window grew golden. There is no end to learning. Ah! Emperor Wen's attainments in Confucianism and Taoism are marvelous. Li Qingsuan put away the Emperor Wen's essay and stretched his back, but when he saw Su Changqing on the side, he couldn't help but flinch. At this time, the pile of books around Su Changqing had reached a terrifying number of hundreds. This was all read in one day? Li Qingtuan's eyelids jumped. These books were not ordinary books circulating on the continent, but the Confucian and Taoist collections within the Holy Academy. Although it did not involve cultivation, the knowledge contained within it was immense. Even when the great scholars of the Holy Academy came, they only read 1 or 2 books a day. But Su Changqing read as many as 100 books a day? Changqing. Li Qingdan couldn't help but open his mouth. Interrupting Su Changqing, who was reading a book, Su Changqing raised his head blankly to look at Li Qingcheng. This glance caused Li Qingxuan to stand up abruptly, his eyes showing horror. At this time, Su Changqing's eyes had a few strands of blood in them, and although he was slightly tired, his eyes were exceptionally bright, as if he could see through people's hearts. In just 1 day's time. At this time, Su Changqing's body temperament had already changed significantly. Not only did he not have the slightest appearance of a mountainous village boy, but on the contrary, he was very similar to Li Qingxuan, like a scholar. More important, Li Qingdao's gaze seemed to penetrate the center of Su Changqing's chest, where there was an extremely tiny, yet very pure strand of gas. Vastness. The belly is full of poetry, and one day reads the vastness of this. Li Qingxuan's heart was flooded with monstrous waves. To Su Changqing this great reading hoary, counting nothing surprised. The holy college within the more than. But how many days has Su Changqing been studying? He hadn't read a single book before he was 18 years old. And now, but for just 1 day, he had actually read a great deal. The reincarnation of Emperor Wen? Li Qingdao was silent. He had seen many proud sons of heaven, but none of them could be compared to Su Changqing. This kind of enlightenment of Su Changqing, it was already beyond his understanding. It's no wonder that the Su clan's owner is going to suppress it extremely hard. This kind of natural enlightenment, if it is not suppressed, I'm afraid that it will set foot on the peak in a very short period of time. When the time comes, without a heart that matches the power, this person will be ruined. I'm afraid. Li Qingdao took a deep breath and suppressed the vibration in his heart before 2 fingers secretly flicked, extinguishing the vast qi in Su Changqing's chest. At this time, Su Changqing was not the time to cultivate, and Su Nan's plan was 2 years later. Furthermore, Su Changqing wasn't too far off from this amount of vast qi, and he had long since accumulated a notable amount of cultivation at the windy sculpture. Just waiting for Su Changqing to go to the Holy Academy would be an instant inheritance. Right now, one could not interrupt Su Changqing's plan to study because of these trivial matters. Ah, is it shenanigans already? Su Changqing, who was too absorbed in reading, came back to his senses at this time, and hastily confessed his guilt. I'm sorry, teacher. It was the student who was so engrossed in reading that he lost track of time for a moment. Li Qingxuan waved his hand. It's good to study hard, but you also need to combine work and rest. Today, read still, but do not be slack. Your bottom is too poor. These but basic books to read earlier. Li Qingdan didn't even dare to look at Su Changqing's eyes when she said these words, fearing that she might not be able to continue, and Su Changqing sniffed with a face full of self-condemnation. It is the student who is overly foolish. Don't worry, teacher. I will be able to finish these books tomorrow. The corners of Li Qingxuan's mouth twitched slightly as he waved his hand. Come back tomorrow. He's going to take a nice long reprieve. Yes. Su Changqing bowed his head and was just about to leave, but he remembered Uncle Wen Lin and the others he ran into this morning. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Li Qingxuan and asked, Master Ru, do you have any books that can refine medicinal stones? These days quite a few people in the village have suffered from wind cold, so I want to try to learn how to help the village people brew some cold-repelling medicine. Li Qingdan froze even after hearing this. He pointed in the direction of Green Mountain Village and said with some uncertainty, the village you speak of, is it the village of Castle Peak? They suffered from the wind chill? Li Qingduan even thought he had heard wrong. The people from that Castle Peak village were all strong in their cultivation, and they were either Deshang kings or sacred realms. These people, how can they get wind chill? End of chapter. Li Qingdan was silent for half a second before he finally took out an ancient book in a precious manner and handed it over to Su Changqing. I don't have a book for curing wind chill, but it should help you somewhat. Remember, this is not easy to come by, and shall not be taught in the slightest degree to anyone but you. Seeing Li Qingxuan's solemn expression, Su Changqing curiously took the books. The Amazing Scrolls of the Heavenly Doctor. Master, is this thing very expensive? Su Changqing asked. Expensive? Li Qingdao laughed. If not for the fact that Su Changqing was his disciple, he would never have taught this book. This book is from the legend of the only Heavenly Doctor Emperor who proved himself by his medical skills. This book records countless diseases and illnesses of all sizes. And these diseases and illnesses are not just for ordinary people. Even cultivators can be cured. Poor cultivation, breeding demons, unfitness of aptitude, disturbed spiritual energy, and so on. This was said to be a medical book, but it was more like a precious treasury that encompassed thousands of cultivation difficulties. This book was esoteric and difficult to understand, with records of the world's wondrous treasures, mundane medicinal herbs, and countless cases both large and small, enough for a lifetime of enlightenment. Even Li Qingxuan, after obtaining this book, did not even bother to cultivate it because his mind was not strong enough. Just the Confucian way is enough for him to realize his whole life. If he is going to cultivate the heavenly doctor, he is afraid that both sides are high and low. As a result, the book remained in his hands for quite some time, only flipping through it at his leisure. The reason why it was given to Su Changqing was because of the other party's terrifying enlightenment. He couldn't do the dual cultivation of medicine and Confucianism, but Su Changqing could, and it was even very likely that the heavenly doctor was present. If it was just a simple transaction, it would be impossible for him to pass on this precious book, but since it was his own disciple, there was not that much to worry about. The stronger the disciple is, the more honorable he is as a master, isn't it? There's no need to ask too many questions. You just need to remember that even your father is not allowed to look through this object. Go on. Su Changqing nodded, solemnly placing the books in his arms and bowing to Li Qingxuan before walking out of the house. To be able to make a teacher think so highly of you. I guess this heavenly healer's wonderful scroll isn't a mundane item. Could it be a gift from some imperial physician? Very likely. Su Changqing pondered in his heart, and his heart warmed up a few points. But he didn't go home to study the medical scrolls first after leaving the bookstore. Instead, he found a dense forest and took out the sword technique he practiced yesterday again. The heavenly doctor's curious scroll might be precious, but for Su Changqing, the sword technique was the most attractive to him. Phew! Su Changqing held a straight wooden stick, his eyes slightly closed, and the figure of that sword practice once again appeared in his mind. His figure moved, and the wooden stick in his hand was like a sharp sword, either picking or stabbing, his moves describing flowing water. The sound of a stream tripping through rang out, and the dead leaves around them danced in the wind. Gradually, the sound of the stream grew rapid and mellow, like the lapping of waves against an embankment. Eventually, all the streams returned to the river with a startling sound. Boom! Dead leaves fell from the sky, and a large tree, as thick as an arm, snapped in response. However, Su Changqing seemed to be thoroughly immersed. Not only did she not stop in the slightest, but instead her speed increased. The sound of the brook and the waves. This side of heaven and earth was like being caught in a shocking wave, and the converging withered leaves swept through the 8 directions like a horrifying wave. The realization in Su Changqing's eyes grew thicker and thicker, as the person followed the sword, and his intentions led to heaven and earth. Chop! Abruptly, Su Changqing let out a low shout, and the wooden stick in his hand was like that giant wave that could turn the sky, falling towards the earth below. Click! A crisp breaking sound suddenly rang out. Originally the wooden stick could not withstand the pressure in it and crumbled apart, but at the same time as the wooden stick collapsed, an illusory wave-like seal appeared between heaven and earth, landing on Su Changqing's heavenly spirit on its own, and then imprinting into it. It's... Su Changqing was startled, touching his empty forehead, somewhat at a loss for words. What's this about practicing swords and practicing something else? After closing his eyes and sensing for a while, Su Changqing opened his eyes that were filled with strangeness. Instinctive secret skill? After a technique is cultivated to perfection, the heaven and earth recognizes the special seal that descends, which can make the technique stronger. Su Changqing was a little surprised, not expecting that this mutilated secret book could also be practiced as a life secret skill. That's right too. The moves are just jutsu, but they are also complete individuals. Although it's not quite perfect without the method, but only in terms of technique, this sword technique is already complete. Su Changqing shook his head regretfully. The essence secret skill was strong, but in the end, the crippling was still only mortal. However, on second thought, this sword technique was originally used to play for fun, and having this harvest is also considered an unexpected pleasure. It's getting late, time to go back. Looking at the color of the sky, Su Changqing simply packed up and headed towards Castle Peak Village. Castle Peak Village. Su Wenlin's house. Dad, I'm going out. After Ernio shouted, he couldn't wait to run towards the entrance of the village. Brat, has your surprising wave sword condensed its native mark yet? I'm telling you, if you don't break through to the 4th realm within a month, I'll skin you. Su Wenlin's angry roar came, causing Ernio to shrink his neck and run even faster. 1 month to condense the mark of instinct? Are you kidding me? Don't you know how hard that thing is to practice? If you don't find me a teacher and just let me practice on my own, I'll be damned if I can break through that fast. Ernio muttered under his breath and jogged all the way to the outskirts of the village. Nothing mattered to him now. What mattered was the poem. Yesterday he made a big deal and agreed with Qingxiu to come up with a poem in 3 days. If he couldn't do this, he wouldn't even have the face to meet people. Why hasn't young Lord returned? Couldn't have found a place to practice his sword again. Could you? Hey, I should have known better than to give it to him. That crap can be practiced for nothing. It's a waste of time. Ernie sat at the entrance of the village with a blade of grass in his mouth, looking at the sky in boredom. He sat for a long time, and when the sun was sinking in the west and it was almost dark, the familiar figure was seen in the distance on the path. Hey, Changqing, what took you so long to get back? Ernie jumped up, and with a smile on his face, he trotted to Su Changqing's nearness. I was delayed on the road for a while. Brother Ernie was waiting for me? Su Changqing asked with a light smile. Been waiting for you for a long time. You're not going to find a place to practice your sword again, are you? Ernie looked around and whispered persuasively. Don't practice that. It won't work. You'd better study in peace now. If your father finds out, we'll both get beaten up. Now Ernie was very glad that the family head had issued a word at the beginning that the divine sense must not be swept at will. After all, there are so many couples who come together in this Castle Peak village. How embarrassing it would be if they saw something they shouldn't. If he could use his divine sense, then Su Changqing's sword practice would have been revealed long ago. Brother Ernie, that secret book is real. Looking towards Ernie, Su Changqing whispered seriously. I know it's true, but isn't it crippled? It can't be practiced. Looking at Su Changqing's obstinate appearance, Ernie helplessly said, Can't practice? Su Changqing froze. I practiced it. End of chapter. You practiced? Ernie stared at first, then crowed and shook his head. The continental secret techniques were divided into 4 orders: heaven, earth, Xian and yellow, within which there were upper, middle and lower grades, 12 levels. As for the surprising wave sword technique, it was his old man who had spent a large sum of money to buy the heaven grade lower grade secret skill as the one he used for his breakthrough. After its great completion, the sword comes out like a shocking wave, continuous and powerful. His martial arts talent wasn't weak, but even so he had been practicing for almost half a year, and had only just reached the grand completion. And what the young master said about practicing simple stances to swing a sword, he could do that. Don't worry about forgetting you. At this time, Su Changqing patted Ernie's shoulder and said atmospherically, When there is time, I will teach you. Ernie sniffled. Then I thank you first. He didn't even take that to heart. The poem was what mattered most to him right now. Changqing, how's it going? Did you get the poem today? Ernest asked a little nervously. Poem? Su Changqing froze. Poetry. Oh, poem of the fall. My Qingji. Ernie was on the verge of tears. Changqing wouldn't have forgotten, would he? He had boasted about it in front of his sweetheart. If you stand someone up, how can you talk to him in the future? Remember, look how nervous you are. Su Changqing was sweating a bit. He had truly forgotten about this, but it wasn't a big problem. He had 100 poems in his memory, not to mention one. Really got it? Ernie nearly jumped up with excitement on his face. This is Ru Xian's work. Little Qingqiu still doesn't hold it? Poems about autumn. Su Changqing pondered slightly, then glanced at Ernie, who was full of anticipation, and a light flashed in his mind. Since it's meant for a sweetheart, it has to be appropriate. Thinking of this, after Su Changqing briefly recalled it, she opened her mouth aloud, seemingly singing and chanting. The autumn wind is clear and the autumn moon is bright. The fallen leaves gather and scatter. The cold crows roost and are frightened. What a day to think of each other. This is a difficult time and night. Enter me at the door of my love, and know the pain of my love. Long lovesickness is long memories. Short lovesickness is endless. If I had known that it would trip up people's hearts, why didn't I know each other in the first place? After composing the poem, Su Changqing nodded with satisfaction. This autumn wind words, which can be written by the poet of the last life, is a typical sad autumn work. What's more, this poem not only describes the mood of autumn, but also uses the poem to express the feelings of love for the lover. It was a perfect match for Ernest's situation at the moment. Young people's emotions are not easy to say, just with the help of poetry to express. Not only not abrupt, but also more style. Perfect. Su Changqing gave a dark praise, then looked up at Ernie and lightly laughed. How about this poem? Doesn't it suit you now? At least it was a poem made by the so-called poetry immortal in his previous life. Su Changqing was still a bit confident. However, after hearing Ernie's words, the smile on his face couldn't help but stall. What's suitable or not? There's autumn, there's words, or it's from the hand of a gentleman. That's enough. After Ernie took note of it, he greeted Su Changqing with an uplifted face, turned around and ran away. He is a military man on where to understand the good and bad poetry. Anyway, as long as it is made by Ru Xian, it is absolutely not wrong. Is it that the mountain villagers don't understand? Or is it that the poet's poems can't be eaten in this world? Su Changqing flinched for 2 seconds, then smiled indifferently. If he can't eat it, he can't eat it. Anyway, he doesn't intend to make a name for himself by being a copyist. Read the vastness. That's what matters. Thinking this, he didn't linger and turned to leave. However, unbeknownst to him, a poem composed in this place does not show waves, but in the central state has created another not small sensation. Saints College. The sun sank in the west, the night fell, and the pedestrians on the streets thinned out. But abruptly, a flash of extremely bright light erupted from the center of Zhengzhou City, illuminating the entire sky. One could only see the huge sculpture of Emperor Wen, blooming with hundreds of feet of light, and a majestic and vast aura falling from the void. The literati in the city, and the many students in the sacred academy were dumbfounded at the sight, and then the clamor rose abruptly. Another great talent has come forth, making rare poems and Confucianism to the core. Guanhua Zhang 300. This is more than twice as strong as the disciple at the head of the Wei Academy 2 days ago. AI. Envy me, this bestowal of vast chi is enough for me to advance a step in. Who says it isn't? Hey, the Confucian way is like that. The heavenly pride can reach the sky in one step, but the mediocre talent has a hard time walking. The crowd watched with envious faces as the majestic vast chi in the sky above slowly fell within the sculpture of Emperor Wen. As members of the Confucian way, the lifelong goal of the vast majority of them was to be able to obtain the blessing of Emperor Wen. It wasn't just a ladder of rapid advancement, it was an unparalleled honor. In the past, Emperor Wen's blessings also appeared from time to time, reminding the world that Ru Dao had produced great talents again, but definitely not as frequently as during this period of time. This made many Ruto scholars feel a bit of urgency, and Reince is one of these. In the White Deer Academy, Lingxi held a book in her hands and looked out the window at the haze that illuminated the sky and earth, her face showing a trance-like expression. She was also proud of the first 2 days, for she had been blessed by the Emperor of Wen at a young age, and her skill was astonishing. But that pride, after only 2 days, was mercilessly shattered. 10,000 sunsets. Emperor Wen gave his words, and the righteousness of the people covered the sky. These various things made her proud 100-foot glory as dim as a candlelight glow in the sun. It was just as well. She could still comfort herself that it was just a small probability. It only happened once in a few thousand years, but she's only just come out of the shadows. And the next day there's a blessing from Emperor Wen. But the young girl, who had just reached maturity and had had a smooth life, was frustrated. Struck? While Lingxi was in a low mood, a pale voice containing a smile rang out. Teacher. Seeing the visitor, Lingxi hurriedly stood up and respectfully saluted. Don't get ahead of yourself. Too much thinking can hurt. As if reading the thoughts in the young girl's mind, Wei-san looked out the window to the bright sky and softly said, the suppression of the heavens and earth will soon dissipate. The emperor's path will appear, and it will once again be the time when heavenly pride will be like a tide of demons coming out of the world. There's no need to make a fuss when something uncommon occurs. Furthermore, Wei-san's words came out in relief. Who knows if this person who induced Emperor Wen to bestow blessings is not an old scholar who has been immersed in Confucianism and Taoism for many years. Reince's eyes lit up at his words. Those who can invoke the blessings of the Emperor of Wen are bound to be profoundly learned. Not just anyone can invoke the blessings of the Emperor of Wen at your grade. Wei-san lightly laughed and patted Lingxi's shoulder. So, there's no need to be presumptuous. You're already very good. Then there's no need to put too much pressure on yourself about the 2-year appointment. Just do your best. After a few words of encouragement, Wei-san slowly left the room. Lingxi, on the other hand, was full of motivation, looking at Wei-san's departing pale back, and murmuring in her heart, don't worry sensei. I know you're putting your only chance in this life to win Ruxian all on me. No matter what, I will win. Thinking about it, though, Reince felt a bit of a headache again. To be Ru Xian's disciple, there must be something extraordinary, that's for sure. But she didn't necessarily have to be afraid. After all, she had to be initiated 2 years earlier than the other party. In the area of zither and chess, she thought she wouldn't lose to the other party, but she was a bit unsure about the poetry and songs. After all, when Ru Xian became famous at a young age, he made his debut in poetry. She really didn't have the confidence to outsmart her opponent in this regard, and she had been agonizing over this for a long time. Could it be that when the time comes, they will just give up the poetry competition and win with other aspects of qin, chess, calligraphy and painting? It's still not secure enough. It's better to make a few notable poems within 2 years to make it work. After briefly contemplating the situation, Rince nodded heavily, took out the books on the table, and once again read them by heart. But also at that moment, the summoning talisman at her waist suddenly vibrated violently, and the man, Su Mingyu. End of chapter. Xingqiu, I've made you a poem. In or out? Answer back. My poetry is one of the best in the world. If you miss it, it won't be there. Ernie was hiding in a small grove of trees, sending out a message with an uplifted look on his face. At this point, he was talking to his sweetheart, but he was at the bottom of the barrel. As a martial artist, he really couldn't read good or bad poetry, but he knew that the person who wrote it was good enough. Ru Xian. That is a great talent who is famous for his poetry. Even if it is a random poem, it is certainly not bad. On the other hand, Lingxi looked at Su Mingyu's transmission and slapped his forehead breathlessly. This nerd, he actually got a poem? It's not true that you've worshipped a Confucian master, is it? Reince shook his head in amusement. Lingxi, you, a martial artist, don't cultivate properly. What are you doing messing around with this every day? Aren't you going to compete with an asshole? I can definitely kill him with this poem. Lingxi, come on, a poem made by you, a martial artist. I want it for no use. I want quotes. Me. That's it. Famous quotes are absolute. It doesn't get any better than mine. Reince laughed in exasperation at the sight of this. This was the craziest martial artist she'd ever seen. Just crazy in the wrong place. But after this, her irritated insides had calmed down a lot. Fine. Send it to me and let's take a look and see if you, a genius of martial arts, also has a talent for literature that's been buried. Reince sat in his chair, leaning on his chin with a teasing smile on his face. Humph. Blame it on your bad luck. Who told me I just got hit? This time, I'm going to give you a good critique on your Thai poem. Ha! Thinking of the expression on that nerd's face as he lowered his head and gritted his teeth, Lingxi instantly laughed even harder. Soon, the summoning talisman vibrated and the poem was sent over. With a smile on her face, Lingxi looked down, but at that glance, her expression froze. The autumn wind is clear. The autumn moon is bright. The leaves gather and scatter. The crows roost and roar. Lingxi subconsciously murmured out, but a few short words painted a vivid picture in her mind of the sadness of late fall. Autumn wind, autumn moon, falling leaves, cold crows. The mood was so strong that it was like being in the middle of it. And the next poem made Lingxi's pretty face blush. Enter me at the door of my love, and know the pain of my love. Long lovesickness is long memories. Short lovesickness is endless. If I had known that it would trip up people's hearts, why didn't I know each other in the first place? Looking at the words, all about to overflow with lovesickness, Lingxi's face turned red. Almost subconsciously, an image came to her mind. In a late autumn night, the young boy looked at the bleak autumn wind, bright autumn moon, touched the feelings, remembered his lover, the sad mood of that poem, and the feelings of longing, sorrow and helplessness between the lines, almost burst out of the paper. The nerd. Thinking of how that teenage boy used to feel about himself, Lingxi's face turned even redder. It was immediately afterward, though, that she reacted, jerking to her feet. The poem. Lingxi stared intently at the poem and the summoning talisman. The shyness of a young girl's just before her pride made her forget the poem itself for a moment. Now at a closer look, the shock in his eyes could not be suppressed. First, make a scene out of an object, and then enter it with emotion. The late autumn scenery is already sad, and in incorporating the feelings of lovesickness, it's a perfect match and perfect blend. Hiss, the poem. Lingxi was so shaken that he looked at the poem in his hand for a long time. As a literary Tao heavenly pride, she understood very well how precious the poems in her hands were. Even the poems she had made not long ago after exhausting her life's talent were a far cry from that. The mood of lovesickness, and the sad autumn scene portrayed in just a few strokes, made her sigh to herself. How could she not expect that Su Mingyu, a martial artist, could actually give her such a surprise? Well, was it a shock? Ernest grinned. The mood of this poem is simply perfect. The rhythm, the staccato, the rhyme, all impeccable. A rare good poem in the world. Reince did not mince his words of praise at all, and spoke very highly of the poem. Erniu smiled smugly. Nonsense. What's a poem written by Ruxian if it's not one of the few in the world? Even if it's just the young lord using a technique set, it's still a rare masterpiece. Seeing his shocked sweetheart, Erniu immediately felt refreshed and straightened his back. Rince, who composed this poem? Can you cite it? Erniu, there's no need for an introduction. Just take this poem and use it to finish off that kid in 2 years. Lingxi, are you kidding me? If the owner of the original poem finds out about this, will he not question me? Erniu, don't worry. The owner of this poem would never care about such trivialities. That's a reclusive Confucian and Taoist master. Would Ru Xian, as the head of Wendo, care about trivial matters? Of course not. Not to mention the fact that the poem was only composed casually by Ru Xian and then overheard by the young master. Therefore, Erniu spoke with great confidence. A reclusive Confucian master? Needless to say, Reince was heartened. If it was a normal thing, she would never bother with cheating. But the competition in 2 years was different. It was about the battle between Master and Ru Xian. It's important. The grudge between Li Qingsuan and Wei Xan was no secret in the central state. Back then, Li Qingsuan's teacher was Wei Song's father, and the two of them should logically be very close. This was true at first, but as the gifts belonging to Ru Xian were revealed, the relationship between the two slowly began to deteriorate, and the main reason was because of Elder Wei, because Li Qingsuan was too excellent, so excellent that Wei Song had some inferiority complex, and Master Wei also found this. Hate iron or not, angry or not, in short, beat and scold at every turn. Predictably, the youthful Wei Song gradually resented that other person's child. He began to get angry and read books day and night, just to fight for his life and show his father that he was no worse than anyone else. But if effort works, where's the genius in that? Wei Song had competed with Li Qingsuan again and again, but he lost every time, and never won even once. This fight is for life. And after Wei Lao died, this fight became an obsession here in Wei Song. He's not after anything, just for the breath he's never exhaled in his life. And now, the breath fell on the head of Reince. Wei Song is getting old, and if there are no surprises, this is the last time he will be able to fight. And that, in turn, is why Reince is trying to win even though he's cheating. In the midst of 100 thoughts, Reince had already made a decision. It's just a simple competition. It shouldn't be able to startle that reclusive Confucian Taoist master either. When I personally go to make amends afterward and explain the cause, I'll admit to any beating or punishment. With this thought, Ling Si began to send a message to Su Mingyu. Ling Si, thanks a lot. This has helped me a lot. I'm going to start my seclusion. I'll look for you in 2 years. Erniu, who was waiting for news, took a look and jumped up in excitement. Ha ha ha, between us still say what thank you word. There is a need not hesitate to ask. In the future to have other poems, I will send it to you in one. Ling Si thought, 1 song is to take, 2 songs are also to take. It is always to apologize to that lord. Then why not? Much ado about nothing. I'm going to make amends with that lord in 2 years. End of chapter. Aoyama Village. After bidding farewell to Erniu, Su Chongqing entered the village. At this time the night had gradually fallen, and the village people had returned from the fields, gossiping in 2s and 3s. Hey, my family that mouth recently don't know what's wrong. Every day coughing non-stop. The past wind cold is not so heavy. Who says it isn't? My next door Su Laobai has already coughed so much that he can't get out of bed today, and I've heard that a lot of people in the village are sick. Hey, there's no doctor in the village, so I can only stand it. I don't know when it's going to get better. Listening to the sounds coming from afar, Su Changqing's brows gradually furrowed. He didn't realize that the wind chill had gotten so bad this time that so many people were actually getting sick. Cough, 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 cough. Changqing is back. While Su Changqing was pondering, Su Wenlin came face to face, coughing violently. Uncle Wenlin, you're... Su Changqing's frown tightened. When I saw Su Wenlin in the morning, the other party wasn't this serious, and this is only a day later, and he's coughing like this? Ahem. All right. Su Wenlin weakly waved his hand and sighed longingly. That's the way it is with us mountain people. No matter how tough our bodies are, a serious illness will take half of our lives. I'm glad I got through, but I can't. As the words trailed off, Su Wenlin let out a long sigh and shook his head as he walked away, and Su Changqing's frown tightened even more, and after glancing at the medical skills in her arms, her footsteps back home quickened a few points. The villagers who were not far from this place saw this scene and all secretly gave Su Wenlin a thumbs up. Su Wenlin first grinned, then looked at Su Changqing's departing back inside. After this, even if the village suddenly lost a dozen people, I think it wouldn't be too sudden, and it would be easier to accept. Kid, your uncle Wenlin is waiting for you to come back at Su's house. When the time comes, whether it's a beating or a scolding, we'll all admit it. If it was a peaceful time, with the power of the Su family, it wouldn't be a big deal even if they raised a few playboys. But not nowadays. The great world will come, and the Su family's bearer of this generation must be good enough to be able to do so. And just as he thought of this, he saw a sneaky figure sneak into the village. Seeing that familiar face, Su Wenlin immediately became furious and roared out, "Get your ass over here, little!" Erniu, who had just returned, shivered and drooped his head as he came close to Su Wenlin. "Brat! Running out to play again?" Su Wenlin yanked up Erniu's ears and said with hatred, "Have you practiced the surprising wave sword technique? You coalesced the secret techniques of your life? It's been over half a year and you still haven't broken through the 4th realm. Are you trying to piss me off? Something happened in the Su family. I'm going to leave early in a few days, and before I go, I'm going to catch up on your cultivation." Erniu's face went white when he heard this, and he cried, "Father, you don't know swordsmanship. What can you teach me? Don't worry about going. I'll definitely practice hard." Su Wenlin sneered, "I don't know swordsmanship, but I still don't know how to beat people up. There's no sword that can't be practiced if you beat it hard. Follow me." With a ghostly howl, Ernie was dragged by his father to the devil's training. On the other hand, Su Changqing also returned home. After greeting his parents, he dove headfirst into his room and took out the Heavenly Healer's curious scroll. The increasing number of people suffering from wind chill in the village has given him a few moments of urgency. With anticipation in his eyes, Su Changqing took out the books in his arms. The Heavenly Doctor's curious scroll was very thick, and the paper on which it was recorded was not quite the same as ordinary ones. Very tough. The words recorded on it were very small, with fibers like chestnuts, and although there was only one book, it had more fonts than any of the books Su Changqing had read in the past 2 days. Are there so many kinds of diseases in the world? With doubts, Su Changqing held the books and read them. The knowledge within the book was very refreshing. Not only the relevant pathologies, but also the various types of spiritual medicines, and the pairings therein. The strange thing is that the book does not contain any prescriptions, but rather, after a disease has been taught very thoroughly, one is on the way to concocting one's own. Gradually, Su Changqing was completely immersed in it, and a large amount of knowledge quickly flooded into his mind. Unlike the others, this book was a struggle for him to read because there were so many combinations between the various herbs, and different diseases often need hundreds of spiritual materials. At the same time, these hundreds of spiritual materials have to change according to the different conditions. The knowledge that could be described as vast made Su Changqing mesmerized. At the same time, he had an extremely special understanding of medicine and disease, which was a path of heavenly healing that was not inferior to that of Confucianism. Unconsciously the night passed, until the sky let go of light, which caused Su Changqing to wake up. For some reason, it was clear that he hadn't slept all night, but his spirit didn't show any fatigue at all. Could it be that I'm about to read Hojo Ki? Su Changqing's face wore an uplifted look, which was a good sign for him. Gather the herbs while there are still quite a few hours left to go and read. In one night's time, Su Changqing had only finished reading 1/5 of the Heavenly Doctor's curious scroll, but this was already enough for him. Wind chill, in the book is recorded as nothing more than a minor illness. He had never cured it, but with a night's reading, he could now, with a little thought, cite no fewer than 100 ways in which it could be cured. The main problem now is the herbs. There was no physician in Qingshan village, and no one had ever grown medicinal herbs, so these needed to be figured out by Su Changqing herself, but it wasn't a difficult thing to do. Castle Peak village was surrounded by large mountains, and there was no shortage of these things within its boundaries. There are quite a few wild beasts in the mountains, and I wouldn't have dared to go there a few days ago, but now I'm a little more certain. Su Changqing smiled confidently. That practiced sword technique was tattered, but it had some power. Against those large beasts, even if they couldn't kill each other, it was still possible to scare them away. Thinking of this, Su Changqing didn't rush to move, but went to the firewood room to choose a suitable wooden stick and sharpened it into the shape of a wooden sword. After a brief juggling session, he nodded in satisfaction. Sword. Without a sword, there is always a little less momentum. Now that the wooden stick was replaced with a wooden sword, it was a simple change, but it was much smoother. Why don't you just call Ernie along while you have time? There's a helper in case of danger, and you can teach him swordsmanship in the meantime. Thinking of this, Su Changqing did not delay, took the freshly baked wooden sword and went straight to Su Wenlin's house next door. In the house, Su Nan looked at the departing Su Changqing and said in a somewhat puzzled manner, "Why is he playing with a sword when he's so well read? Changqing hasn't learned swordsmanship either?" He had sternly warned the Su family that no one was allowed to teach Changqing the cultivation method in advance. The night Shu on the side didn't feel any fuss and casually said, "Can Ru Xian's method of teaching be the same as the average person's? It may not be the homework assigned to Changqing." Su Nan sniffed and was suddenly enlightened. "Since it's Mr. Li's homework, that makes sense." End of chapter. Idiot. How come this sword practice isn't as good as the last one? You're bluffing your old man? The more you practice, the more you regress. When do you want to condense your innate secret skill? Too weak. In re-practice. Hearing the incessant chattering in his ears, Ernia had a sulky look on his face. Since the moment he came back yesterday, his father has been forcing him to practice his sword. It's not a big deal to practice, but if you get one slightly wrong, it's a physical output. Now it's all cursed that he can't practice. The more he practices the worse he gets beat up, and it's making him break his defense. "Oh father, will you stop talking?" Ernio said helplessly. "You're a gun trainer, teaching me how to train with a sword. Do you think it's reliable? How is it unreliable?" Su Wenlin glared. "I don't know sword techniques, but I still can't tell if it's good or bad. You brat just don't practice by heart. Now you're just one step away from condensing your innate secret skill. If you don't hurry up, you don't know when you'll wait. Hurry up and practice." "Cut the crap," Ernio grumbled mournfully, still picking up his sword again. Although his father was right, at this point, He was just one step away from the great accomplishment of the sword technique. But this step is resonating with heaven and earth. So it can be a simple thing? It was often this step that was the most difficult, and required the teaching of a master teacher who had condensed the same innate secret skill, or one's own enlightenment after practicing the sword for a long time. However, it was obvious that there was no one else in Castle Peak Village other than him who knew this surprising wave sword. Forget it, hold it in for a few days. Pops won't be able to stay long. Ernie spat in his heart and was just about to continue practicing his sword, but at that moment, there was a loud knock on the door outside the courtyard. Brother Ernie, are you up yet? Chang Ching? Ernie's eyes lit up and he almost didn't cry. The savior had come. It's the young lord. He must be looking for me for something. I'll go see. Ernie finished with a serious look on his face, threw his sword and ran out quickly. Su Wenlin opened his mouth, wanting to block, but after thinking about it, he just laughed and cursed, then ignored it. Chang, is something wrong? Something urgent that you need my help with? Ernie flew to the outside of the courtyard, secretly winking at Su Changcheng. Made Uncle Wenlin angry again? Su Changcheng cried and laughed as he shook his head, and then said, something does come up and I want you to come with me to the mountains. Before he could finish his sentence, Ernie's eyes lit up. Good. No problem. For now he could go anywhere as long as he wasn't practicing his sword. After saying that, Ernie pulled Su Changcheng and trotted all the way out of the village very quickly. Only at this point did he let out a long sigh of relief, and then looked curiously at Su Changcheng and asked, what's the point of going up the mountain for a good reason? There are quite a few wild beasts in that place. Looking for herbs. Su Changcheng sighed. Many people in the village have suffered from wind cold in the past 2 days, coughing non-stop. I was afraid something would happen if it went on like this, so I asked my teacher for a medical book and learned a few recipes for boiling medicine. The corners of Ernie's mouth twitched slightly at that. Going up to the mountains to collect medicine for those people in Castle Peak Village? This is not to mention the prescription in the medical book. Even if it is in the book of God, it can't save those people. It wasn't a disease thing at all, and even if it was, and it was cured, it would be a sure death. However, this matter can't be told to Changqing, or else we don't know if others will die or not, but he definitely won't be able to live. And with a wooden sword, you're not going to use it for defense, are you? Looking at Su Changqing's costume of carrying a bamboo cage on his back, a wooden sword on his left, and a wooden sword on his right, Ernie said with some tears and laughter. He had said that sword couldn't be practiced, but now it looked like the young lord was taking it seriously, practicing wooden swords and chipping them out. Sure, Su Changqing nodded seriously. I asked you to come here today, firstly to have a companion, and secondly to teach you swordsmanship. That secret book was given to me by you. How can I not keep it all to myself? No. When Ernie heard this, he looked at Su Changqing with some amusement, pointing at his nose. You, teach me swordsmanship? For a mundane to say that he wanted to teach himself the sword techniques of a peak third realm sword cultivator. This was a bit absurd how it sounded. Is there a problem? Su Changqing raised her eyebrows slightly. Ha ha ha. Ernie smiled broadly and shook his head. Of course it's no problem. I'll have to learn it in a while. Ha ha ha. Talking and laughing along the way, the two of them soon arrived at the foot of Green Mountain. The early morning fog was thick and unbroken, and visibility through the forest was very low. Su Changqing held the firewood knife and drove ahead, searching for medicinal herbs while also being on constant alert for wild beasts that would appear in the forest. As for Ernie, it was much easier. After all, the art of high courage, with his strength, not to mention the beast, toppling this mountain is easy. He made small talk with Su Changqing as he walked. Oh Changqing, I haven't thanked you much for that poem last time, but it hardened me up. Su Changqing carefully picked a herb and laughed lightly. What's the point of being polite with me? It's just a poem. Just talk to me if you need to. He couldn't promise anything else, but a few poems were nothing to him. Really? Ernie's eyes lit up. Then I won't be polite to you. That girl loves these literal things. I really don't have anywhere to get them, but it doesn't have to be too much. Just 1 or 2 more songs. Too many don't make Mr. angry then. Su Changqing smiled. Good point. While the two of them were joking and laughing, they gradually went deeper into the mountain, and there were more snakes, insects and ants in the surrounding area. And while Su Changqing was bending down to pick a medicinal herb, a meter-long Ophiuchus snake slowly straightened up on a branch to the side. The moment he saw Su Changqing pick the medicinal herb, the Wu-Ting snake immediately opened its fangs and shot explosively at an extremely fast speed. Ernie's eyebrows jumped, his fingertips surrounded by sword chi, and he was just about to strike. But suddenly, thumbs up, a wooden sword that was as fast as lightning, with the faint sound of water flowing, accurately chopped at the 7 inches of the ocelot. A surprise sword? Ernie was flabbergasted, staring blankly at Su Changqing who had put away his wooden sword, somewhat unresponsive. Although it was just a simple sword starting stance, he who had practiced all night still saw the origin of the sword technique at a glance. Well, this swordsmanship is something that can be practiced, isn't it? Su Changqing picked up the body of the Wu-Ting snake, looked at the dumbfounded Ernio and said with a smile. Ernio didn't say anything, but instead recalled the simple sword move he had just made. Swift, decisive, precise. Even he, a sword cultivator who had achieved great success in the surprising wave sword technique, couldn't pick out a single fault. So much so that, just now, there was the sound of water flowing from the surprising wave sword technique ringing out. Did I hallucinate after practicing the sword technique all night? Or was it swordsmanship intent? Ernio's gaze towards Su Changqing gradually became a bit different, only that there was still a bit of hesitation in the bottom of his eyes, and Su Changqing didn't think too much about it and continued on. Ernio followed silently behind him, suspiciously looking up and down at Su Changqing's back, and a moment later his fingertips moved slightly, and a breath spread out. Ow! Soon, a wolf howl came from the distance, but it appeared in front of the two in a moment. Brother Ernio, don't move! Although Su Changqing was shocked and not afraid, he slowly stepped forward with his wooden sword in hand, and set up a standard starting stance of the surprising wave sword. Ernio's pupils shrunk. Ow! With a wolf howl, the huge grey wolf pounced straight at Su Changqing. Ernio's breath ebbed and flowed, and if there was danger, he would be the first to drive away the grey wolf, but soon he knew it was superfluous. Su Changqing let out a soft shout, and the surprising wave sword technique shot out explosively like clouds in water. Gusts of gusty wind emerged, and the dead leaves around them danced with the sword blade. The encircling dead leaves emitted a stream-like flowing sound. The sword strokes gradually lingered, and the sound of the stream began to be muddy, like waves following waves. The grey wolf, already bruised and battered, let out a mournful wail and turned to run. But the next moment, 10,000 streams returned to the river, and it seemed like a shocking wave was crashing down, ruthlessly chopping at that grey wolf's body. Ernio's eyes glazed over at the sight, his face filled with horror. Hiss! Surprising wave intent? Great successful sword technique? Are you kidding me? Surprising wave sword technique? Great achievement. Su Changqing. He recognized all of these words, but put together, how they looked was outrageous. The surprising wave sword was given to Su Changqing by him, still mutilated, and it's only been 2 days since then, and as a result, people have practiced. Roar! While Ernio was somewhat skeptical of life, a roar rang out from the dense forest. Su Changqing's eyes were solemn as he turned to look, only to see a black bear that was as big as 10 feet, striding out of the dense forest, bloodthirsty eyes scanning the whole field. Hiss, a bear that big? Trouble. Seeing this, Su Changqing hurriedly turned around and shouted, Brother Ernio, run. I'll be right behind you. The words fell out of his mouth and he took a deep breath. Got to go all out. Looking toward the black bear, Su Changqing's face was serious, and with one hand and finger pointing at the center of his brow, he lightly shouted, Print out. Thumbs up. In an instant, a mark that seemed to flow like water emerged, and then fell straight into the wooden sword. The next moment, the plain wooden sword even surged a light green light. The sword body surrounding the water seems to converge. Seeing this scene, the black bear hadn't had much of a reaction, but Ernio, who was standing behind Su Changqing, was confused throughout. Instinctive. Secret skill? End of chapter. Looking at Su Changqing, who was holding a wooden sword in the middle of the field with flowing water around him, Ernio's entire body was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth wide, a ho-ho sound coming out of his mouth, and the greenish light of the hidden sword light brought out bewilderment in his eyes. He was more than familiar with Su Changqing's current state. The sword intent realm was greatly accomplished. Heaven and earth resonated, and the power skyrocketed as he condensed his own secret skill to add to his own body. If it was an ordinary person, even if it was a sword Dao wastrel coalescing his innate secret skill, he would be able to accept it. But this is Su Changqing. For 18 years had never touched the way of the sword, much less practiced it, and even reading had only lasted a day or two. What's more, that Tama swordsmanship is incomplete. It's just a sword move. It can also condense a secret life skill? Ernio scratched his hair. Even if it can be practiced, Coco, this sword technique, the young lord has only practiced it for 2 days. 2 days to take a crippled sword stance and coalesce an innate secret skill? The sword emperor is above. What kind of joke is this? Ernio froze in place, his mind constantly growling. On the other hand, Su Changqing, who was in the middle of the field, looked at the wooden sword in his hand with a strange gaze. At this moment, the wooden sword was emitting a glistening green light, and the entire body of the sword exuded a sharp aura. At the same time, a special power was transmitted to him along the sword. Is this the secret life skill? Su Changqing closed her eyes and felt it, a very strong feeling. It was not an increase in physical strength, but an enhancement of heaven and earth. Roar! At this time, the black bear seemed to feel threatened and pounced on Su Changqing with a roar. Su Changqing's eyes opened, and the tension in his expression disappeared. Only calmness. The wooden sword in his hand gently swung out, and the space between this heaven and earth was like a lake and stream, emitting the sound of water flowing. Buzz! A thin, inaudible sword sound rang out, and that wooden sword instantly cut through that black bear's arm. Roar! The black bear instantly let out a miserable scream as the wooden sword seemed to be unhindered and easily severed its arm. Su Changqing's body followed the sword, and the sound of the water flowing in this space gradually became rapid and vast. The sword technique that was like flowing clouds and water fell on the black bear like a shocking wave. Only in the blink of an eye, the burly black bear collapsed to the ground with a bang, his body covered in sword marks. A sword technique that has condensed a secret life skill is actually this strong? Su Changqing looked at the wooden sword in his hand in surprise. It was clearly just a wooden sword, but it was so sharp that it couldn't even stop the fur of a black bear. He had underestimated the increase in swordsmanship that Seal could bring. It would be nice if it was a complete sword technique, but it's a pity. Su Changqing shook his head, then turned to look at the dumbfounded Ernio and teased. How about that? I told you could practice. Ernio nodded dully, and then took a stride to Su Changqing's body and hurriedly said, Changqing, you've practiced this sword technique before? Su Changqing shook her head. No, wasn't it you who gave it to me 2 days ago? 2 days to practice? Yeah, it's not like it's hard to practice and practice and practice. Ernio stood still like a thunderbolt. The surprise sword. Wasn't that hard? This was a heaven-rank secret skill, and he had practiced for half a year to get to the grand completion, and he was already considered a sword path wizard. As a result, young lord, in 2 days, took a crippled sword technique and cultivated it to an intrinsic secret skill? For a while, Ernio looked at Su Changqing differently. He and the young lord had played together since they were young, and in the past, he had only felt that Changqing was very smart, but he hadn't thought about it in detail. Now that Su Changqing was initially exposed to cultivation, this terrifying enlightenment shook him to the core. It's not true that he's a wizard, but the young lord, he's 100% better than a heavenly pride. Is this the demon that the family master wasted 18 years of his life to raise? Ernio looked away from the sky, and in his eyes was an excitement that he couldn't hide. Now that the great world is coming, with the young master in place, that peak position should have a seat for the Su family. Why are you so excited? I can't forget you. I will definitely teach you this sword technique. Su Changqing patted Ernio's shoulder and smiled. Ernio was just about to say something, but a gust of wolf howls abruptly resounded from the depths of the forest. It was too late to clean up the battlefield. Su Changqing hurriedly pulled Ernio and turned to run. Move! The wolves are coming! Su Changqing ran with Ernio for a while, and only sighed in relief when he realized it was safe. Looking at Ernio still staring straight at himself, Su Changqing raised her eyebrows and smiled. Want to learn? Ernio's eyes lit up and he nodded heavily. Learn? Definitely learn. He was worried that there was no one to teach him this sword technique, but now that the young lord had learned it, he certainly wouldn't be polite. 2 years later the young master would go to cultivate, and it could be expected that the young master's progress would be extremely exaggerated by then. As the future young lord's right-hand man, he couldn't be pulled down too far. Su Changqing smiled at his words and pulled out the tattered sword technique from his arms and threw it to Ernio. Review it first, I'll teach you. Ernio laughed bitterly in his heart. He was about to turn over this sword technique's secret book. However, in order to dispel Changqing's suspicions, he read it over carefully. You juggle it once and I'll tell you what's wrong. Su Changqing folded a wooden stick and threw it to Ernio. Ernio nodded, and after taking a deep breath, it was a standard starting stance of the surprising wave sword technique. As a genius of the sword Dao, and having honed the surprise sword for a long time, he danced this sword technique in a flowing stream, the unique sharpness of a sword cultivator escaping. Wow! The sound of turbulent water currents between the sky and the earth continued to resound, and the sound of the waves shook his heart and soul. Within a short period of time, a complete set of surprising wave sword technique was practiced. In this set of sword techniques, Ernio had already done his best in addition to not using his cultivation, even showing the intent of the sword techniques. Only then could the sword watcher realize what was wrong with him. Changqing, see what's wrong? Ernio asked expectantly. That's the good thing about having a teacher. You don't have to figure it out on your own. You can go through a lot fewer detours. And instead of answering first, Su Changqing marveled. Brother Ernio, you are truly a genius. It's just the first time I've practiced, and I can't believe I'm doing so well. This was Su Changqing's sincere words. When he first practiced at that time, he was only that much better than Ernio. Sensei is right. I'm only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Thanks to that, I thought I was a heavenly genius of the sword Dao, but it turns out to be nothing more than that. Su Changqing laughed bitterly twice in his heart. After seeing Ernio practicing his sword, his dream of being a genius died completely. Come to think of it, it would have been wrong for him to look at the world through the eyes of his previous life. There are immortals and martial arts here. Even ordinary people are certainly stronger than in their previous life. Haven't you seen that black bear grow to be 10 feet tall? I'm a genius. And at that moment, when Ernio heard it, his face turned red with shame. He is a fart genius. This sword practice for half a year. The result is not as good as someone else's 2 days. What kind of genius is this? When Su Changqing said this, he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Ahem, Changqing, this swordplay of mine. See what's wrong with it? Ernio hurriedly changed the topic and asked out loud. The problem is obvious. Su Changqing, who was just reading through it, casually said, this sword technique is called the surprising wave sword, but it's not like it's going to be a force to be reckoned with right off the bat. This sword technique should store up momentum, like from a curved stream, converging on a lake, then the lake flowing into the river and the sea, and ultimately all streams returning to the river, setting off shocking waves. You just add up and pushed too hard. With just 2 simple words, Ernio was struck by lightning, and the fog in his mind abruptly cleared. So, Ernio looked at the wooden stick in his hand, and a dawning realization appeared in his eyes. Trapping my problems is so simple. End of chapter. With the realization in his heart, the stick in Ernio's hand was used like a sword, less rigid and more gentle. Continuous streams converge, withered leaves tumbling, wild winds raging, and then as the river rolls, horrifying waves. When the last sword fell, waves of shock rose in the heavens and earth, and a radiant water current imprint fell into the 2 oxen above their heavenly spirits. At this point, the surprising wave sword technique, which had plagued Ernio for a long time, completely condensed its native mark. AI, brother Ernio is even more powerful than me, and the seal condenses much brighter than mine, Su Changqing said with some frustration. The corners of Ernio's mouth twitched slightly at his words, and he didn't even know what to say. His sword imprint would of course be brighter. That was only because of having a heart technique. The secret book was complete, and he had his cultivation in place. But Su Changqing's mark, that was raw and hard practiced, and it could be much higher in gold than his. Don't look at the fact that the 2 were able to condense their sword seals, but in terms of the realization of the surprising wave sword technique, Su Changqing was far superior. Changqing, Ernio patted Su Changqing's shoulder inside. You'll know how powerful you are in the future. Su Changqing smiled, not taking Ernio's words of comfort seriously. Looking at the almost dawn sky, he spoke. Alright, the herbs are almost picked, and you've learned the sword technique, so it's time to go back and boil the medicine, or you shouldn't miss class. Ernest nodded, and a few smiles crossed his face. He had gained a lot today. Not only had he practiced his sword technique, but more importantly, he learned just how tough the person he would be following in the future was. Back to Castle Peak Village, Su Changqing hurriedly set up the pot, assigned the ratio of herbs, and boiled up the medicine. He looked at the sky that was about to brighten up and said to Ernio beside him, Brother Ernio, you watch the boiling of the medicine here. The fire doesn't need to be too big. It will be ready in 2 hours. You remember to let Uncle Wenlin come and drink the medicine. I've got to get going or I won't make it in time to read. After the words fell, and without waiting for Ernio to respond, Su Changqing jogged all the way away. Drinking medicine? Looking at Su Changqing's departing back, Ernio cried and laughed as he shook his head. Even if this medicine was made by the sage of Dan, it wouldn't be able to cure his father's illness. Brat, the young lord has left. Why don't you hurry back and practice your sword? While Ernio was boiling the medicine, Su Wenlin's roar sounded from the next yard. Ernio looked away, unmoved, not to mention lazily crossing his legs. Little, you're still growing, aren't you? Su Wenlin was instantly enraged at the sight and directly rolled over the yard, striding towards Ernio. But just as he stretched out his big hand to grab Ernio's ear, a radiant seal surfaced between the 2 of them. Who's the little to call? Ernio raised an eyebrow with a smirk, and nudged his mouth toward the sword mark that. Nah, is there any reward for this young master practicing? Su Wenlin froze, looking at the sword mark in front of him somewhat unresponsive. He knew that his son's qualifications were not weak, but in the morning, Ernio was still some distance away from condensing sword seals. So how was it that after only 1 hour, this sword technique had become a success? The head of the family instructed you? Su Wenlin glanced towards the house and asked in a low voice. Hey, don't worry about it then. It's always practiced, Ernio said triumphantly, looking down at the stove and throwing a wooden stick. This kid is getting the hang of it. Su Wenlin nodded secretly in his heart. Even with his critical eye, he couldn't pick out half a fault. Still, looking at the smug kid in front of him, he was angry as hell. What are you so proud of? It's not because your old man taught you well. Ernio's face darkened at his words. Alright, You can't mention that teaching of yours. The other young master had only practiced the sword for 2 days, and he could tell at a glance what was wrong with him. His old man didn't give him any help except to beat him up. I'm leaving in a couple days. You can't lose your practice. Su Wenlin glared, while then throwing Ernyu a new sword technique secret book. I'm about to break through the 4th realm, so give me this book to practice. Ernyu froze and took out the secret book in his arms. Middle grade of the heavenly rank. Starburst sword flower technique? Pops, you sold your Tson long gun? At such a great cost? The world's secret techniques have 4 orders and 12 grades. 1 grade in 1 day. Don't look at the Starburst sword, which was of the middle grade of the heavenly rank, just 1 grade higher than the Surprise Wave sword, but there could be a huge difference between the two. At the same time, the price of heavenly grade secret skills was ridiculously high. With a grade only difference, the price would be multiplied several times. I'm selling a load of guns. I can't be bothered with this small amount of money. Having said that, Su Wenlin's face still showed a hint of flesh pain. Immediately after that he looked at Ernyu and said, you also know that this is precious. After 2 years you are not required to condense the secret skill of your life, but you should at least achieve great success, or else I will break your legs. Ernyu's face immediately turned bitter. This person was about to leave, but as a result, he still left homework? This secret skill of the middle grade of the heavenly order, but it is very difficult to repair, in addition to the lack of a teacher. Thinking of this, Ernyu's eyes abruptly lit up. It was true that there was no kendo teacher in Castle Peak Village, but there was the young lord. With the young master's ability, he should be able to make him a great swordsman within 2 years, right? What are you boys up to? Just as Ernyu was secretly wondering, Su Wenlin suspiciously looked towards the stove that was radiating an odor. Hey, boiling your medicine, Ernest said with a flourish. Boil medicine for me? Su Wenlin flinched. Yes, didn't you get a wind chill? And quite a few people in the village are coughing. The young lord was worried about you all and asked Ruxian for a formula. Ernyu teased a bit. Su Wenlin laughed bitterly and shook his head when he heard it. Where is the reason for their illness? Forget it, you go on simmering. It's always the young master's hard work. When he finished, he looked to Ernyu and admonished again. Don't make a mess while I'm gone, or I won't spare you when I get out. Ernyu nodded silently before looking at Su Wenlin and skimming his lips. You'd better care for yourself. The injuries you suffered earlier are still fresh, so be careful out there this time. Su Wenlin grinned, opened his mouth and didn't say anything, but only admonished. You've had a lot of contact with the young lord, so remember to remind him from time to time, and tell him we're dying. The day passed quickly. Su Chongqing, who had been reading for another day, rushed back home at the first opportunity and found Ernyu. Brother Ernyu, have Uncle Wenlin and the others taken the medicine? How's the effect? Su Chongqing asked expectantly. Ernyu opened his mouth and said with a dark look on his face, there's no effect. The disease has gotten worse. At that exact moment, Su Wenlin's violent coughing sounded in the room. Su Chongqing sniffed, and for a moment, she was a bit disorganized. That's not right. I obviously followed the medical books up here. How come it didn't work? Are the proportions wrong? Or are the herbs not old enough? Su Chongqing recalled carefully and frowned. All right, how could it be ineffective? He opened the far door of Ernyu's house in some haste, walked into the house, and saw Su Wenlin, who was lying on the bed with an ugly face. Changqing is here cough cough cough. Su Wenlin greeted weakly. Su Chongqing frowned and nodded, coming closer to Su Wenlin and taking a closer look. And then he broke open his mouth and checked it, and finally took his pulse. And the result was a tighter frown on his face. It's not right. The qi and blood are frighteningly full. The pulse is strong and powerful. This doesn't look like wind chill in any way. Su Wenlin, who was listening on the side, immediately felt a thump in his heart. Oh no! When did the young master learn to take a pulse? Is that what Ruxian teaches you? Uncle Wenlin, where exactly do you feel uncomfortable? Su Changqing asked in a serious and earnest manner. I'm this. Su Wenlin can answer a fart of discomfort. He is not sick at all. Where to say this? Besides, he's never had a wind chill in his life, so how does he know what it feels like? Simply, Su Wenlin remembered the feeling of his body when his old injuries flared up and opened his mouth. It just feels like a sharp pain in my chest. My blood qi is flocculating. The meridians in my body are reversing, and I'm all over the place. After saying that, looking at the contemplative Su Chongqing, Su Wenlin sighed in relief. You can cure the wind chill, so this old injury difficulty in cultivation can always be difficult for you, right? Su Wenlin praised himself for his resourcefulness, and Ernyu on the side secretly gave a thumbs up. But who knows? After half a second of contemplation, Su Chongqing's eyes abruptly lit up and, right on! The disease is written about in medical books. Su Wenlin and Ernyu on the side were both confused for a moment when they heard this. Yeah, you got it? End of chapter. After finding the root cause of the disease, Su Changqing left in a hurry, leaving Su Wenlin and Ernie wide-eyed. Medical books. Can it even cure old diseases of cultivation? Ernie looked at Su Wenlin with some hesitation and asked, Cure my ass. Su Wenlin shook his head. Cultivating to a realm like mine, the body is already two concepts from ordinary people. Open the secret store of the human body. The body is like heaven and earth. Where is there any talk of sickness? This injury of mine is a dark wound that fell from when I fought with a demon race great saint for more than a month. Even the Dan Sage's elixir can't cure it, let alone a physician. After cultivating to a certain realm, although the recovery speed of the body is far beyond normal people, once a serious injury is sustained it is extremely difficult to recover. That wasn't just in a physical injury. It was an injury to the world that had opened up in the body, and it would take a long time to adjust. Forget it, don't think about it. When the young lord tossed it around for a while and realized it wasn't working, he gave up. I'm going to talk to a couple of other people and leave the day after tomorrow. As the words fell, Su Wenlin turned around and walked out of the room. Ernio didn't think much of it and took the newly acquired secret book and read it. The other side. After Su Changqing returned to his room, the first thing he did was flip out the Heavenly Doctor's curious scroll. He carefully flipped through the pages for a long time until he was almost done, when he came across a record. A person has infinite potential. His body is like the heaven and earth, and if the heaven and earth are damaged, the foundation will be in turmoil. And healing is like correcting the heaven and earth, and if the heaven and earth are perfected, the injuries will be unhindered. Looking at the records in the Heavenly Doctor, Su Changqing slowly looked mesmerized. He realized that the medical book had changed dramatically in its later stages. As in, this is not saving lives, but repairing a broken world. As documented by symptoms like Uncle Wenlin's, there were extremely fine patterns in this, responding to the human body and heaven and earth one by one, and it actually fit very well. Moreover, some of the truths depicted in it were so profound that the current Su Changqing could not understand them at all. We'll look into it later. For now it's better to find a cure, Su Changqing secretly said in his heart, temporarily turning over those complicated records. It wasn't long before his eyes lit up and he saw the cure depicted in the book. 9 metaphysical heavenly healing needles, so the death of the dome of heaven above, and cure the barrenness of the earth below. 9 Xian needle technique. 1 Xian, 1 day, 1 earth. 9 Xian can make the sun and the moon move differently, and turn heaven and earth upside down. Hiss, that's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? Originally, Su Changqing was still excited to find a cure, but when he saw the description behind it, he was suddenly suspicious. This guy who wrote the Heavenly Doctor's curious scroll is a bit whimsical. A mere set of stitches could still make the heavens below and the earth above? This almost changes the supreme principle of heaven and earth. The morning's tonics didn't work, and your breath is so loud. This medical book can't be a fake, can it? Su Changqing thought for half a day, but finally gritted her teeth. There's nothing better to do than beat a dead horse anyway. Thinking of this, Su Changqing did not hesitate, looking at the medical books and learning by heart. This needle method is esoteric and difficult to understand, which not only the human body's various types of large points dissected very thoroughly, but also through the deep mysteries of the human body. For a while Su Changqing looked mesmerized, and meanwhile, the other side of the room, looking at Su Changqing, who was reading the book attentively, Su Nan nodded with satisfaction. Compared to the unconscious oldest two, Changqing was much more understanding. And this proved that his education method was correct. It's time to prepare a clan for Changqing, Su Nan murmured out, his face pensive. Which sect do you intend for Changqing to join? Nightshade, who was on the side, thought about it and spoke. The Wuji sect in the southern region Starlon country is not bad. The patriarch's great sage cultivation level, and all of his disciples are outstanding. But the Spirit Sky Immortal sect in Little Liangshan has a better legacy, and their second realm cultivation method can be called the best in the world. And Nightshade was still giving examples, but Su Nan shook his head and interrupted. What are you thinking? How can the successor that my Su family has worked so hard to cultivate enter someone else's clan? Besides, those clans are so messed up. Can you learn well if you go there? Nightshade looked at Su Nan in puzzlement at his words. Then which sect do you intend to let him cultivate in? Not going anywhere. I'm building one myself, Su Nan said in a confident manner. Changqing is too weak now. It's not the time to let him know the truth. It won't be too late to tell him when he cultivates to the 4th realm. And if we build our own clan, we can, as in the case of Castle Peak Village, keep Changqing from discovering the end. Nightshade on the side said breathlessly, do you know how much manpower is needed to establish a clan? Patriarch, elders, deacons, and all sorts of disciples? Without tens of thousands of people simply can't get down. Even if our Su clan is a big family, There aren't that many people who have the time to accompany Changqing. Naichu felt that Su Nan was simply bewitched. It wasn't enough to hide it from Changqing for 18 years in a row, but he actually wanted to build a clan? No one is recruiting is all. Su Nan waved his hand and said confidently, I'm going to build the strongest sect in the southern region. Outer disciples are recruited according to the inner disciples of the top sects, and inner disciples are chosen according to the core disciples of the top sects. As for the core disciples, look for those heavenly prides, demons. I'm going to wipe out all the geniuses in the southern region for Changqing to hone and become stronger. Seeing the frantic Su Nan, Nightshoe said incredulously, do you know how many resources are needed to attract those geniuses to come? Resources? Su Nan laughed and looked at Nightshoe. Wife, you have underestimated me. The great world is coming, but before the great emperor appears, I, Su Nan, am the sky of this southern domain, not to mention just some disciples. If I were to ask those supreme elders to come to my sect as deacons, no one would dare to say a word of disapproval. And, as the words came out, Su Nan gazed at the sky. Compared to the other 5 domains, the southern domain is too chaotic. If the battle for the imperial path is fought, the first one the other 4 domains will target will be my southern domain. I'm going to cultivate a group of people who will be good enough to protect Changqing in the future. Nightshade was silent for a long time as she sniffed, her complicated gaze looking at the man beside her. Are you hiding something from me? A peak quasi-emperor, the lord of the southern region. Do you need to be careful to such an extent? Su Nan sniffed and laughed, wrapping his arm around Nightshoe's shoulders. You're overthinking it. I'm a peak quasi-emperor. Even if the other domain lords join forces, I don't necessarily fear them. Ha ha ha. Sleep sleep sleep. The words fell, and Su Nan lay down on the bed as usual, but Nightshade sat in place for a long time. The peak of the quasi-emperor was very strong, and in the era when great emperors were not present, no one could help Su Nan. But times had changed. The suppression of heaven and earth had dissipated, and paramount emperors were no longer synonymous with invincibility, not the domain masters of other domains. That is, Nightshoe's gaze abruptly trembled, looking toward the distant world shrouded in darkness, murmuring out, the dark forbidden zone suppressed by the southern region. Is it going to be revived? End of chapter. Early the next morning, Su Changqing, who hadn't slept all night, walked out of the room early. The 9-xian heavenly medical needle was very complex. The knowledge involved contained too much, and he had only briefly learned the first xian in one night's time. It should be enough to treat Uncle Winlin's injuries, but we still have to see if there are any silver needles at the teacher's place. Even though there was a chance of healing, Su Changqing didn't look joyful. Mainly that stitching was a bit too esoteric, and he was just taking a stab at it. Without much delay, Su Changqing went all the way to the bookstore, and not long after he had left, Su Nan walked out of the room. He quietly watched Su Changqing's departing back, waiting for the other party to walk out of the village entrance before speaking. Come see me. The words fell, but in an instant, a dozen people led by Su Wenlin appeared within the courtyard. Master of the house. The crowd bowed in unison and said respectfully. Su Nan nodded and said bluntly, this time, you will be meeting the Su family, and there are 2 things to do. First, keep an eye on the oldest 2. Don't let them take things too far. Leave some wiggle room. Second, go inform all the forces in the southern domain that I'm going to establish a new sect within a year. Whether willing or not, a portion of the top disciples must be set aside. Tell them that those disciples are still their people, and that I'm borrowing them for a while they'll be properly cultivated. The Su family members were all shocked at his words. The first one is fine. Nothing big can happen with them. But this second thing is difficult. Whether it was a sect or a family, what was most valued was outstanding disciples and heirs. This is all the fresh blood of the future. And if something goes wrong, the damage is not something money can buy. It could be expected that even if this was a mountain gate run by the Su clan, it would encounter great resistance. Family master. This matter. Su Wenlin hesitantly opened his mouth, but before he could finish his sentence, Su Nan waved his hand and, tell them it's not a negotiation. Anyone who didn't show up, or who did show up indiscriminately, make a note of it, and I'll visit them all. Su Wenlin and the others nodded their heads in response as their faces turned solemn at the words. The resistance to this matter was indeed great, but in the case of great resistance, the moment the peak of the quasi-emperor boarded the door, it would all go up in smoke. In the southern region, if Su Nan made up his mind to do one thing, then no one could stop him. Does family member want to go back with us this time? Su Wenlin asked. I have other things to do. Su Nan looked into the distance. Changqing is still short a few teachers. I have to go one by one to make sure they're good. Also, his words trailed off, his brow furrowing slightly as he didn't go on. Just commanded. It's almost time. Tomorrow morning when Changqing has left for school, you will depart immediately. Clan construction is a big deal. It has to be prepared in advance. When it comes to revealing, then the effort will be wasted. Nah. The Su family members bowed their heads and left. Time passes quickly and the day goes by in a flash. In the evening, Su Changqing, who had been reading for a day, quickly walked back to the village and went straight to Su Wenlin's house. Before he could speak, Ernia had opened the door. You're back so early today, Changqing. Ernia greeted with a smile as usual. Brother Ernia, your heart is really big. Su Changqing sighed. Uncle Wenlin can't even get out of bed. I don't see how you're in any hurry at all. The smile on Ernia's face froze. He had almost forgotten about it. Hey, it's not that I'm not in a hurry. It's that there's nothing I can do in a hurry. And the condition's worse today. Ernia let out a long sigh and said with a sad face, I don't know if I can survive tonight. He already knew that Pops was going back to the Su's first thing in the morning. Su Changqing's face was solemn as he came to the house in large strides and saw Su Wenlin lying on the bed. Compared to the last time they met, Su Wenlin's face was even worse. Here comes Chang. Su Wenlin's voice rang out if it was inaudible, similar to someone who was dying. Uncle Wenlin. Intolerance flickered in Su Changqing's eyes and he said in a low voice, after I looked at your injuries, I learned a set of stitches and asked my teacher for a set of silver needles. But I'm not entirely sure I can cure you. In fact, the current Su Changqing was already almost the same as giving up, only doing her best. Hey, what's a sure thing? I'm like this. What can I be afraid of? Su Wenlin patted his chest with difficulty and laughed. Feel free to come, your Uncle Wenlin can stand it. Su Changqing nodded solemnly before he and Ernia gently lifted Su Wenlin's body and took out the silver needle. This silver needle of different sizes. There are 729, and extremely small, visible to the naked eye. According to his room master, although this silver needle was not a companion to the heavenly doctor's curious scroll, it was still considered a curiosity. Phew! Su Changqing took a deep breath and recalled the first xian of the 9 xian needles. After going over it in his head, he opened his eyes, a silver glow flashing from them. Abruptly, Su Wenlin's body in front of him disappeared, but instead, it was a set of intricate meridian lines that had been peeled away from the outer skin and penetrated right through to the inside. Su Changqing casually stroked his hand, and a thin, invisible silver needle landed decisively and precisely on Su Wenlin's chest, and after the first stitch fell, his speed was even faster, and his palms seemed to appear as stumps. But in an instant, Su Wenlin's chest was already covered in silver needles, and at first, both Su Wenlin and Ernia were just calmly watching. In their opinion, Su Changqing was merely doing nothing. Now that they were letting Su Changqing experiment a bit, they were also sparing the other party from any regrets. As for silver needles in the body, Su Wenlin was a great saint cultivator, let alone a mere silver needle, even if it was a divine weapon. So what? The two didn't have the slightest worry at all, just waiting for Su Changqing to finish applying the needles and see that it was ineffective to automatically give up. But who knows? When Su Changqing's needle was applied halfway, Su Wenlin's face had already changed slightly, and his body's qi and blood flowed uncontrollably. When all of Su Changqing's silver needles fell, it seemed like flames were burning inside his chest, and an unspeakable sharp pain swept through his entire body. Su Wenlin's face instantly changed. He subconsciously wanted to use his energy to resist. He knew that it was the sign of an old injury returning. He was about to go back to the Su family to do some work, which was exactly when he was needed. And if his old injuries recurred, his strength would have to be sharply reduced by at least 30%. In the past, during this period, he had used his cultivation to forcefully suppress it, while slowly dissolving it later, and there would always be that 1 or 2 times a year, and he was getting used to it. But this time, when he was once again ready to transport his energy, he was shocked to find that his body's qi and blood were out of his control. He used all his strength, but he didn't force that silver needle out of his body. Su Wenlin instantly panicked. Changqing, what are you doing? Why can't I use any of my strength? Ernia on the side squinted and gave a secret thumbs up. Su Changqing wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead. Don't worry, Uncle Wenlin. This is normal. This first xian needle technique, named sealing the sky, can lock the entire breath and bloodline of the human body, claiming that even the sky is sealed and may not be moved by half. But that's just the beginning. What comes next is the main thing. Even the sky can be sealed? Su Wenlin's body was numb. What exactly did this Ruxian teach? He hurriedly asked. Then, has Changqing's needlework been practiced? Can you be sure? Su Wenlin was really a bit scared. This needle technique was a bit evil. It doesn't look at cultivation power at all, as if nailed the deepest root of the origin of the flesh. Unable to move half a bit. Now he could only hope that Su Changqing was 100% sure. But who knows? Su Changqing's face turned solemn and shook his head. Didn't you tell Uncle Wenlin in advance? I'm not sure at all. But anyway, Uncle Wenlin is like this. so I can only beat a dead horse. Uncle Wenlin, hang in there, it might hurt a bit next. Saying that, Su Changqing was about to make a move. Wait a minute. Su Wenlin almost didn't kneel down when he heard this, and a cold sweat came down on his face. He gulped nervously and looked aside at Ernest. You hurry, call your Uncle Sunan. I'm a little scared without him. End of chapter. Ernio squinted at Su Wenlin, somewhat speechless in his heart. That's a little overdone, isn't it? Why do you need the head of the family to come over for such a trivial matter? Father, don't worry. Since it's a stitch taught by a gentleman, there's certainly no harm in it. Besides, you're like this now. What's good or bad? Let Changqing try it boldly. After Ernio finished speaking, he looked at Su Changqing with a serious face and said, Changqing, please. In order to match Su Wenlin, Ernio was also bursting with acting skills, and was close to squeezing tears out of his eyes. Su Changqing did not doubt it and nodded solemnly. About to start. No, wait. Su Wenlin really panicked. He looked at Ernio and broke into a fit of rage. Little, you want to kill me? Hurry to find your Uncle Su. I'm afraid I won't be able to top this stitch. As a great saint, the strongest realm under a paragon emperor, Su Wenlin had never been so afraid. It couldn't be helped. All the cultivation was sealed. Like a disabled person, the feeling of being out of control. It was frightening. Not to mention, this young master is not sure at all. A great saint. If he were to be wasted in this way, then the fun would be great. And at that moment, Ernio was dumbfounded and could see that something was a bit off. The fear on his dad's face didn't look fake. Changqing. Ernio hurriedly opened his mouth, but not waiting for him to finish his words, Su Changqing interrupted. Don't worry, brother Ernio. It's normal for Uncle Wenlin to be a little scared as a patient, but the long pain is better than the short pain. I'm coming. As the words fell, in Su Wenlin and Ernio's horrified expressions, the seal decisions in Su Changqing's hands were hidden like residual shadows. That seal decision was mysterious and difficult to understand, as if it contained the supreme principles of heaven and earth. And the moment the seal fell, the silver needles that were inserted into Su Wenlin's chest emitted a glittering light and began to rapidly arrange and interlace themselves like a formation. Thumbs up, a light flashed, and all those silver needles disappeared, completely imprinted into Su Wenlin's body. And at this time in Su Changqing's eyes, in front of him was no longer Su Wenlin's body, but a broken world. The sealing decisions in his hands fluttered, and the silver needles imprinted into his body began to weave in and out at extreme speeds. That silver needle hooked up to the deepest origin of the body, like threading a needle, quickly mending that damaged injury. Su Changqing pointed his finger repeatedly on Su Wenlin's chest. His eyes were serious and earnest, and sweat was hidden on his forehead. This kind of needlework was very exhausting for him both physically and mentally, and it was a very precise job that could not be disturbed. And at that moment, Su Wenlin's face had changed. Sharp pains kept coming from within his body. His old injuries were erupting to the maximum extent and even intensifying. But at the same time, a mysterious force was actually pulling his chi and blood essence, blocking and repairing the stubborn injury with all its might. It could be clearly seen that the injuries, which even a holy elixir could not dispel, were actually being slowly repaired. Whoa! The violent battle within his body caused Su Wenlin to hold back a mouthful of blood and spray it out. However, not only did he not panic, instead, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Dad! Su Wenlin wasn't afraid now, but Ernio on the side was panicking when he saw the blood. He wanted to stop Su Changqing, but he was afraid of any accidents. Thinking of Su Wenlin's words just now, he turned around and ran towards Su Changqing's house. Master of the house. House master. Come quickly. Something's happened. When he came to Su Changqing's house, Ernio was sweating profusely and shouting. What's with the blind yelling? Sunan slowly stepped out of the house, saw the anxious and sweaty Ernio, and said without any good humor, it's almost the fourth realm, a little bit of steady energy is not there. Your father died? Let you rush like this. Ernio wiped a handful of sweat from his head. You guessed right. Family master, my father is really dying. Go and take a look. Sunan was shocked at his words, and then became furious. Is it the demon sex paragon emperor, or the demon race? What a nerve! In Sunan's opinion, to be able to beat a great sage to the point where he couldn't even escape, it could only be a paragon emperor. It's not the quasi-emperor, it's the young lord. The young master is curing my father. He's about to cure something, he's spitting blood, Ernio said tearfully. How could he not have expected that something like this could happen just to cure a simple wind chill? Changqing is curing your father to death? Sunan sniffed and laughed in anger. Changqing doesn't even have any cultivation right now. Even if Su Wenlin stood and let Changqing fight, that wouldn't be able to break the defense. However, looking at the somewhat frightened Ernio, Sunan shook his head or lifted his steps towards Su Wenlin's house. I'd like to see how a mundane messes with a great saint. Su Nan shook his head in amusement and walked into Su Wenlin's room. As soon as he came in, he saw the serious-faced Su Changqing, who was concentrating on applying needles to Su Wenlin. Su Wenlin, on the other hand, had his eyes closed and let Su Changqing do his bidding. Originally, Su Nan was still praising in his heart that this Su Wenlin was pretending to be quite like him, but in a closer look, his face revealed a touch of surprise. Su Wenlin seemed to be really a bit off. The power in his body was locked by a special magic door, and when Su Changqing pinched his hand and the silver needles were arranged in a misaligned manner, Su Nan's eyes condensed and his complexion changed instantly. Open! Su Nan lightly drank in his heart as light flowed in his eyes. When he looked at Su Wenlin again, he could clearly see that the majestic body was like a world, and the center of the world was slightly broken. In that broken place, the roots of silver needles pulled the body's origin, like mending the sky, in slow repair. What a subtle stitch! Su Nan murmured with some disorientation. He was aware of the injuries within Su Wenlin's body. In the beginning, for the sake of the territory of the southern region, the Su family and the Demon Clan fought for many years, and although the Demon Clan was eventually driven away, there were still many deaths in the clan. The injuries within Su Wenlin's body were the injuries left behind by a demon race great saint, at the cost of his life. At that time, the injury was so severe that it almost took Su Wenlin's life, and although he made a move to suppress that injury, he was unable to completely eradicate it, but it became a root injury. Over the years, he had also secretly searched for many kinds of methods, but without exception, all of them were useless. But I didn't expect that this root injury, which even the quasi-emperors couldn't do anything about, was actually being repaired by Changqing? What exactly is going on? Carefully, Su Nan's complexion was completely grave. It was good that Su Wenlin's injuries could be cured. But when did Changqing know this profound needle technique? Ernio sniffs at everything, telling Su Wenlin's infection with wind chill and Su Changqing's request for a needle from Ruxian one by one. Su Nan sniffed. This stitching, was it taught by Mr. Li? He only knew that Li Qingxuan was the head of Confucianism and the first person in the literary world, but he had never heard that Li Qingxuan could also cure diseases. But then his eyes lit up, as if he had remembered something. Rumor has it that when Ruxian rose to prominence, in addition to the great success of the Confucian way, he had also entered the tomb of a great emperor. Could it be that this needle technique was brought out from the imperial tomb? There have been many great emperors born in this world, but to say that they are proficient in the art of healing. Su Nan's face was deep in thought, but immediately afterward, his gaze was appalled as he looked toward the needle technique used in Su Changqing's hands. Could it be the oldest one? The Jiuxian silver needle changes heaven and earth, and the benevolent heart and wonderful hands help the people. The only one in the world who has proven himself with his medical skills, the heavenly Doctor Emperor. End of chapter. That's a big favor to owe. Looking at Su Changqing's means of applying the needles, Su Nan let out a sigh. Great Emperor's inheritance, or that most mysterious and ancient great emperor. This favor is not comparable to a volume of Emperor Wen's essay. The sheer magnitude of Ruxian's vigor made him wonder how to return the favor for a moment. Family master, how is the situation? Should we wake up my father first? Seeing Su Nan's silence, Ernyo immediately nervously transmitted his voice and asked, if you wake your father up now, your father can kill you, believe it or not? Su Nan transmitted his voice in amusement. Don't panic. It's a good thing for your father right now. No chance. You'll have a quasi-imperial old man after a while. Su Wenlin and Su Nan were of the same generation, just like Ernio and Changqing, who grew up playing with each other. However, Su Nan's martial talent was too terrifying, and he had gone all the way to the peak of the quasi-emperor by overwhelming and suppressing the contemporary era. But Su Wenlin wasn't weak either, and although he couldn't keep up with Su Nan's footsteps, he slowly caught up. However, that great battle had completely isolated Su Wenlin's path to ask for a quasi-emperor, which was Su Nan's regret, and even more so, Su Wenlin's unwillingness. But now, Su Changqing was actually going to cure Su Wen with the heavenly doctor's means, supplemented by the Jiuxian needle technique. This was a great joy, whether it was for Su Wenlin or the Su family. A quasi-emperor was no cabbage. Even if it was only the first time a quasi-emperor had entered, it was still an extraordinary peak existence. Paramount Emperor? Ernio was confused for a moment. His father had said that there was no hope of entering the quasi-emperor in this life, so how could he suddenly have another chance? Without waiting for Ernio to ask in detail, Su Wenlin violently sprayed out a large mouthful of bruised blood. Su Changqing also simultaneously put away the silver needles and wiped his sweaty forehead. Dad! Ernio was shocked and was the first to hold Su Wenlin. Su Wenlin took a deep breath, and after a simple mediation, the surging power in his body returned once again. Not only that, the dark wound that had annoyed him for a long time had disappeared. and a long-lost sense of relief surged to his heart. Ha 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 ha. After briefly probing his body, Su Wenlin could no longer hold back his cheerful laughter. On the side, Su Nan smiled without saying anything, looking at Su Changqing with relief in his eyes. How are you doing, father? Ernio asked out loud. Su Wenlin did not reply, but only solemnly stood up and bowed to Su Changqing, giving a big salute. Changqing, your uncle Wenlin thanks you. From the family side, although Su Changqing was the young master, but with Su Wenlin being the elder, there was no need to salute. But this gift is different. This gift is to thank Su Changqing for sending him a new life. Uncle Wenlin, this cannot be allowed. Su Changqing hurriedly dodged and smiled bitterly. It's just a simple application of 2 needles. There's no need to be like this. Su Wenlin and Su Nan sighed lightly in their hearts as they heard this. 2 simple stitches? Su Changqing didn't understand that the value of these 2 needles could be much more precious than a holy dan. By the way, Uncle Wenlin, how are you feeling? Are you feeling any better? Su Changqing asked expectantly. Aha! The smile on Su Wenlin's face froze, and his gaze for help looked toward Su Nan in the doorway. What does that say? Is the wind chill better or not? Is he leaving tomorrow? Or not? The corners of Su Nan's mouth twitched slightly. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Anyway, Changqing had cured Su Wenlin, and it wasn't his instruction to say in good conscience that he hadn't cured him. This asshole. Su Wenlin gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to put on a crying face, with the greater good at stake. No, I feel worse. Su Changqing was dumbfounded. He didn't get it. It's not even ing cured. What kind of salute did he just do? Uncle Wenlin, I'm sorry. In the end, Su Changqing sighed. Su Wenlin sighed softly at the same time, murmuring in his heart that, young master is sorry. When you return to the Su clan, I'll apologize in a bramble. Su Wenlin did not survive that night after all, and neither did many others in the village. Today Su Changqing didn't go to school, but went to see Uncle Wenlin, and the other villagers off for the last time. On the way back, he tapped Ernio on the shoulder with a dark look on his face and, I'm sorry brother Ernio, I couldn't get Uncle Wenlin back. Ernio grinned and waved his hand. It's okay, it's time for him to be gone. It has nothing to do with your medical skills. Su Changqing sniffed strangely and looked at Ernio. Brother Ernio, Uncle Wenlin died. Why do I see that you're not sad at all? Ernie grinned and stiffened. He was trying to act realistic, but he just couldn't cry. Pops has recovered from his old wounds and is expected to be a quasi-imperialist. Plus he had no one to worry about once Pops was gone, and it was a relief. Yesterday, we condensed our secret techniques again, and at the same time, we gained a new sword technique. All these things add up to not a double happiness, but a quadruple happiness. Looking at Su Changqing's strange eyes, Ernie wailed in his heart, crying I can't do anymore. I promise not to laugh, okay? In order to avoid revealing himself, Ernie ran furiously all the way to run away. Only the sound that came out of that mouth. I don't know whether it was a big cry or a big laugh. The departure of Su Wenlin and the other villagers in the village left Su Changqing in a gloomy mood for a long time. But time smooths things out, and before you know it 3 months have passed and the village is gradually returning to normal. During this period of time, Su Changqing's work and rest was very regular. Going to the study house to read during the day and coming back at night to study medical books and sword techniques. However, as time passed day by day, Li Qingdao looked at Su Changqing with a gradually strange expression. Until today, the vast body. Looking at Su Changqing, who was abruptly radiating light all over his body, Li Qingcheng was horrified. During this time, no one knew how many books Su Changqing had read. The amount of knowledge that could be described as vast made the Su Changqing at this time have a sea change in his aura. Not only that, thanks to Su Changqing's superb enlightenment, almost every single day, a strand of pure vast qi would be born. However, with Su Nan's instructions, Li Qingxuan always wiped it away casually and didn't take it seriously. However, Li Qingdao didn't expect that those Hao Ran Zhang qi that he had dispersed didn't disappear, but instead merged into Su Changqing's body. The world knows that the purest strand of the reader's Hao Ran qi is the one that was first born. The subsequent gradual growth of the Hao Ran qi was also based on the existence of that strand of Hao Ran origin. As for Su Changqing, it was almost equivalent to having a strand of vast origin broken up and integrated into his body on a daily basis. 1 day or 2 days could not reveal anything, but 3 months in a row of this caused Su Changqing's body to undergo a great change, becoming a Hao Ran body, the vast body. Back then Emperor Wen was of this type of physique. My words are the truth. My actions are the way. 1 word, 1 action. The way of literature is heavenly. Li Qingtuan marveled. He also didn't expect that he had actually undoubtedly achieved a vast body. This was an existence that was in no way inferior to other martial Dao saint bodies and god bodies. With this physique in place, Su Changqing's future path of Confucianism would be incomparably smooth. while the power of that vast righteousness would far exceed that of Confucianism. If this physique is giving birth to the vast qi, even I won't be able to suppress it. Li Qingdao shook his head with a bitter smile. Su Changqing's Confucian roots were now so solid that it was hair-raising. Changqing, Li Qingdan slowly spoke. Teacher? Su Changqing raised his head, his eyes as bright as radiant starlight, causing Li Qingchen to subconsciously turn his head to avoid it. He laughed softly as he steadied himself. You won't even need to read books in the future. I'll teach you. How about zither, chess, calligraphy and painting? In other people's eyes, zither, chess, calligraphy and painting are attached to elegance, while in the hands of Confucian and Taoist readers, they are means of attack. Words make heaven and earth obey, and the pen falls on the rivers and mountains, the beauty in the painting dances, and the sun moves to change the dry world. This is what Li Qingsuan, and also Ru Xian's true heavenly means. The Su family's clan, the Ling Xi's literary bet. The first step of stepping out of the Castle Peak village will soon unfold. Coordinate Q read. Tonight on the shelf, ask for a wave of support. Readers from outside the site, come to Q read and read the complete book, and all the other novels, for $1 on your first visit. Also, asking for free recommendations to make the numbers look good. Thanks from the little author. End of chapter. Mr. Ru, finally learning something else? Su Changqing asked in surprise. It's been over 3 months since he worshipped, and he's done nothing but read. While the rapid accumulation of knowledge base is a great feeling, it is also a little too boring. For 3 months he read book after book in the bookstore, but all he learned was theory. Now, finally, it's time to practice. You can't finish a book. It's almost enough. Things that come from paper are ultimately shallow. Those need to be verified one by yourself later. Li Qingchen picked up a milliput pen from his desk and looked at Su Changqing. Today, I will teach you calligraphy from the 4 arts. As the words fell, Li Qingsuan rolled up his sleeves and lifted his pen. His face was calm and indifferent, and he wrote down a line of small characters like a dragon and snake. Seal of the immortal fish and dragon dance. What a handsome character. Su Changqing couldn't help but praise as she looked on. Li Qingdan's characters were strong and powerful without losing their elegance, and each one of those characters was exquisite like a work of art. What's more, that word seemed to be injected with a soul, and when looked at closely, it was like a koi carp transforming into a dragon ascending to the sky, tumbling and dancing from the paper. Su Changqing didn't understand it, and only thought it was a beautiful word. But if the Confucian and Taoist masters were here, they would be able to tell at a glance that this is Ru Xian's famous calligraphy, the immortal seal, fish and dragon dance. When Li Qingsuan wrote this word, he didn't use any cultivation. Once there was cultivation injected, it wouldn't be a simple word anymore, but would really take off and turn into a dragon. There is a lot of calligraphy in the world, but most of it is divided into 4 levels. Li Qingduan once again lifted his pen and wrote down 4 words. Form, technique, meaning, and Tao. Su Changqing fixed his eyes on the words, and with just a glance, he could see the difference between the words. The first shape, only the form, is beautifully written but extremely rigid. The second technique, compared to the first, the word has a significant improvement, beautiful and at the same time, a little more ethereal and self-contained. By the third meaning, the words have a god, as if they are infused with the will of the writer, as if they have come to life. And when it comes to the fourth Tao, it's like going back to the basics, and without looking at it attentively it's generally the same as the first form character. However, when you look at it with your heart, it seems as if a giant dragon is soaring, a fish leaps the dragon gate, and it contains the principle of the great Tao. A bright realization flashed in Su Changqing's eyes, seeming to have a few points of understanding. There are many readers in the world, the foolish ones are stuck in form for life, while the smarter ones can step into skill. But the only thing that may not come from hard practice is the intention and the way. One can only wait for one's own enlightenment, or have the chance to create it. Li Qingdao looked at Su Changqing and laughed lightly. The word meaning is 1 or 2 out of 10,000, and the word Tao is rare in the world. If you want to learn my fish and dragon dance, you can't learn it unless you're an initiator of the word intent. Would you like to try? Immortal seal, fish and dragon dance. This method is very strong. Not only strong in the elegant and beautiful font, but also lies in the strong power when fighting and killing. When a word comes out, fish and dragons surround it, and heaven and earth are overturned. And the font is very overbearing even though it is free and flowing. However, although this calligraphy was strong, none of the 3 disciples under Li Lightning's door had been taught the true tradition, because those who have learned other calligraphy will never learn the fish and dragon dance, and only beginners, who have learned only this one calligraphy since the beginning, have the possibility of great success. But the fish and dragon dance and the threshold is very high. The general public simply cannot learn. So many years passed, This calligraphy has not been passed down. Su Changqing didn't say anything, just looked at those 4 words for a long time, and the clarity in his eyes grew thicker and thicker. Half a dozen times, Su Changqing rolled up his sleeves and lifted his pen. 1 stroke-shaped character standing. 2 strokes of a technical character become. When the 3rd pen fell instantly, a wave of although green and weak, but clearly visible tough and unyielding intention abruptly jumped on the paper. 3 strokes of condensation. The corner of Li Qingsuan's mouth revealed a smile, which slowly expanded until finally a loud laugh that could no longer be suppressed resounded throughout the entire Green Mountain. Ha ha ha, good. Good for you. I have an heir to the 4 arts of the immortal family. Li Qingdao knew that Su Changqing was very perceptive, but reading quickly, and learning the art strongly, these were 2 concepts. Since the beginning, he wasn't sure if Su Changqing could inherit his true inheritance. However, when Su Changqing's 3 strokes condensed the meaning and his enlightenment remained strong, this concern immediately dissipated. Li Qingduan was very happy, not only for accepting a disciple as such, but also because his own inheritance was expected. Legacy, for the reader, is a sacred thing. If some kind of inheritance were to be severed in one's own body, one would be a sinner in the Confucian and literary worlds. An heir? I have waited for 300 years, and now I have finally waited. Li Qingsuan murmured in his heart. His eyes looked into the distance. His eyes that had been flat abruptly snapped into a glare. This life has been a success, and it's time to take the time to settle old scores. The world knew that Ru Xian had obtained a remarkable inheritance, but this was not an empty rumor. Whether it was the Heavenly Doctor's curious scrolls or the 4 arts of the immortals, these things all came from the same place, the dark forbidden zone. The young Li Qingsuan mistakenly entered the forbidden zone, although thus becoming a Ru Xian, but the same there lost his life's favorite person. He had tried countless times to break into the forbidden zone again, only to realize that he could never find that exit again. Now that his cultivation had been accomplished and the Tao had been passed down, his only regret fell within that forbidden area. Wait for me. That day. It can't be far away. Ru Xian took a deep breath and forced down his fluctuating heart. Teacher, is something wrong? Looking at the always bland Li Qingqian's face slightly cold, Su Changqing asked in surprise. No harm done. Just remembering some past events. Li Qingdan waved his hand without explaining, but once again lifted his pen and opened his mouth. Now, I'll pass on the immortal seal. The fish and dragon dance was the writing style, while the immortal seal script was a script of terrifying power. This type of script could not be taught by secret books, but only by the teacher's body and effort, and passed on by intention, which was the reason why the threshold of this method was extremely high. Su Changqing didn't doubt it and learned it seriously, and for the rest of the day, he practiced calligraphy and immortal seals every day. With that superb enlightenment, he learned very quickly. In January, the idea of calligraphy is small, and the cross of the immortal seal is practiced. In February, the idea of calligraphy was greatly realized, and the practice of the immortal seal was over 50. In March, the calligraphic intention was complete, and the 129 immortal seals were thoroughly learned. In just 3 months' time, Su Changqing was just 1 step away from breaking through the Tao character, but was stopped by Li Qingdan. It's not good to learn too fast. First follow me and learn to draw. After calligraphy was thoroughly passed down, Li Qingdao began to teach Su Changqing to paint. The 4 arts of the immortal family, each of which was complicated and mysterious, full of the supreme principles of heaven and earth. Immortal seal, fish and dragon dance. Ink rhyme, immortal in painting. Chess world, immortal fingers. Zither killing, ghostly abyss. These 4 arts, which are the great arts of life and death, are likewise high arts, and even if an ordinary person spends his whole life immersed in one of them, he may not be able to achieve great success. But Su Changqing, an immortal art only takes 3 months. The sun rises and the moon sets, and a year passes in the blink of an eye. At the foot of Green Mountain, in the bookstore, Su Changqing, who was already a great Confucian scholar, stood in front of the desk and put down his pen with a calm face. In a few moments, a vivid green mountain surrounded by clouds jumped onto the paper. The wind whisked by, the paper slightly moving. The painting of the clouds seems to be with the wind gradually drifting away. Li Lightning, who saw the scene not far away, nodded with a smile of satisfaction at the corner of his mouth. In this year's time, Su Changqing's progress was great, so great that there was nothing left for him to teach. However, he did not allow Su Changqing to directly break through to the Tao, but was stuck at the final step of the intent. Right now it's still just the art technique, but if you have the Hao Ran Qi in your body, then it will all be a great killing technique. Li Qingduan looked at the sky and murmured softly, with a sharp weapon in his hand. His killing heart is self-satisfied. This year has gone too well for Changqing. It's also time for Changqing to meet his senior brother. End of chapter. Changqing, how did you learn today? In the study room, Li Qingdao asked with a smile. Su Changqing smiled at his words. Teacher, this zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting are all rounded off by the meaning word. Although it hasn't broken through the Tao yet, it shouldn't be far off. The belly has poetry. Now Su Changqing words, although there is no arrogance, but that full of self-confidence is gushing out. He could feel that what he was learning during this time was strong. With the kind of progress he was making today, he was still satisfied. Li Qingdao sighed lightly in his heart as he heard this. Su Nan wanted to suppress Su Changqing's growth, but how could a demon like Su Changqing be suppressed? Although Su Changqing had no concept of the level he was at, that increasingly strong underbelly still allowed him to be confident and open. If it was an ordinary student, Li Qingdao was of course happy to do so. Self-confidence was not a bad thing. That would give one the courage to face everything. But Su Changqing was different. His self-confidence was too easy to build up, and if not tempered, this self-confidence would become pride. The skill can rise, but the heart must be pressed. Thinking of this, Li Qingdan spoke. Changqing, since you are so confident, how about I introduce you to one of my young disciples? Su Changqing's eyes lit up. Teacher's disciple? That's naturally good. Growing up, apart from Li Qingtsuan, Su Changqing hadn't come into contact with anyone from the outside world, especially people of his own age. He desperately wanted to know how far he had come in Confucianism today. Your eldest and second elder brother both had something to do and couldn't come. The one who came this time is one of my most unprofitable disciples. The word, Shu Han. Li Qingshan looked at Su Changqing with a smile. You guys have to communicate well when the time comes. Su Changqing nodded at his words, some pity in his heart. He actually wanted to compete with his teacher's senior apprentice, and use this to see how strong he was. But the unprofitable disciple. It wasn't that he was boasting. He felt that he was quite strong now, and his little senior brother was afraid that it would be hard enough. Li Qingdan didn't say anything when he saw this, but only lifted the corners of his mouth slightly, with a teasing look in his eyes. Shu Han. At the age of 6 years old, he was under his tutelage, and he was proficient in all kinds of music, chess, calligraphy and painting, and the rest of the calligraphy into the Tao, and the rest of the meaning of the word is perfect. If there was no Su Changqing, Shu Han, who had the body of the sage of literature, would be his closed disciple. If you want to say who to knock, Su Changqing played a role in doing great. That of course still has to be the same age. Thinking of this, Li Qingdao did not hesitate and secretly sent the message to Shu Han. Central State, Holy College. Shu Han was annoyed during this period of time because the competition between the teacher and Master Wei was about to begin. Although it was only a competition between disciples, it was also related to the face of the Holy Academy. If it really lost, then the Holy College, which was the leader of the literary world, could lose a lot of prestige. The key to his annoyance was that they didn't seem to have much of a chance of winning this bet. For one thing, the little master is too late to worship the teacher, although it is worshipped by the Ruxian. But the learning of this thing is not a day to promote, need time and heritage. While a teacher can make a student less of a problem, it is ultimately up to the student. In the literary world, Reince has been the best young man. In recent years, it wasn't that he was underestimating his junior brother. It was really that he was famous and young. On the contrary, the name of the youngest senior brother, he hadn't heard of it at all. It was like it popped up out of nowhere, which didn't have a good chance of winning in any way. Young sir, the 10,000 gold house has opened. The odds are 1-to-1 for spirit thought and 1-to-5 for wisdom and foolishness. At that moment, a Confucian student walked in, wanting to say something. I heard that. Recently, the head of Wei Academy has bought another ancient book with heavy money for Ling Si to comprehend the meaning of it. And now Ling Si's calligraphy has almost become a great success in the meaning of the word. It won't be more than a few days before the odds of the 10,000 gold house, I'm afraid, will change again. Shu Han sniffed and sighed helplessly. He had been hearing these messages for the past few days, and his ears were getting cocooned. Ancient books, poems, ancient scrolls. In order to win, that Master Wei of his has put in a lot of blood, and with Wei Song teaching him so attentively, Ling Si also improved rapidly. What's more, I've heard that Ling Si has composed a few remarkable poems during this period of time. One of the autumn wind lyrics was stunning with just 2 lines flowing out. As you can imagine, Reens has done a great deal of preparation for the competition that will take place soon. Hey, it's really urgent, and I don't know how the young master is learning nowadays, whether he's into the idea. Even if I can't win, I hope I don't lose too badly, or else. Thinking of the dire consequences, Shu Han couldn't help but sigh again. Why can't you be the one to step up and compete? Young sir, you're not too old, and you've only been crowned for a short while, so no one will say anything even if you step forward. The head of the Wei Academy named Ruxian's newest disciple. Isn't this a clear case of bullying? The newly enrolled Confucian student said with some indignation.
It would be bullying if I went down. Shu Han let out a bitter smile. How many years have I been worshipping my master? I followed my master at the age of 6.
And now it has been 16 years. But when it comes to the 4 arts and literature, even the great scholars are no match for me. So how can I go down and bully a little girl?
In this competition, the last thing to look at is still junior brother.
I just don't know that junior brother is now. Before Shu Han finished speaking, his summoning talisman abruptly lit up. His face flinched, and when he saw who the summoner was, his eyes lit up. Sensei. Shu Han opened the transmission at the first time and saw the message from Li Qingduan. Come to the south of the southern region and look for me in Castle Peak Village.
Remember, no matter who you meet in the village, you must be respectful and not take liberties. You come here in the capacity of my entry half a year of unprofitable little disciple. During the period of anything that happens, all face like a flat lake. Remember, teacher is in the southern region, so that means junior brother is there as well?
Bookham facepalmed with surprise. I didn't understand some of the meaning of the teacher's letter,
but it's not a big problem, so I'll just ask in detail when I arrive.
The most important thing now was that he could finally meet that vegetarian senior brother.
The competition is about to begin, and the teacher asked me to go. Surely so that I can impart some experience to my senior brother. So it's good. Communication between peers should be more clear. I will definitely teach my disciples well. With a serious look on his face, Bookham turned and ran towards his room. He brought a whole bunch of stuff he had studied, written, researched, etc. from previous years with him, whether it was for the sake of winning or losing in the near future, or to help his junior brother. He must do his best to do so. And after getting ready, Shu Han and some of the great scholars within the academy gave a brief explanation, and quickly went on their way. The Tsanyan continent was huge, with the central state located in the center of the world and the southern region in the southernmost part of the continent. Even for cultivators with accomplished cultivation, it would be difficult to traverse a domain without 3 or 5 years. However, it was fortunate that there were Formation Dao masters who had constructed oversized teleportation arrays between the domains, and as long as one could afford the price, one could reach their destination in a flash. As a result, it didn't take much time for Shu Han to teleport from the central state to the southern region. However, Shu Han, who had just arrived in the southern region, looked at the bleak earth, and the crowds of people fighting in all directions, and his expression was stunned. The southern region, is it so chaotic? End of chapter. Kill. Don't let him get away. Hand over what you got from the Taishu Forbidden Abyss. Do it. The Su clan's men are coming after us. Shu Han's eyelids jumped as he looked at the killing crowd in the distance. It was also his fault that he had come at the wrong time. The southern region was not at peace right now. A year ago, when the southern region's Taishu Forbidden Abyss was opened, a large number of cultivators came from the 5 domains in 10 countries, wanting to enter Taishu to get a piece of the pie. Unluckily, the Su family clashed with the monks of the Manhwa temple, and then slaughtered each other cleanly with a thunderbolt. Even more, he left behind the condition for entering Taishu, a head of a monk from the temple of Manhwa. For a while, heads rolled in the southern region, and the Manhwa temple in the far western region was also hit hard. Manhwa temple of course will not just let it go. They are not the Su family's rival, do not dare to come openly, still do not dare to secretly dare to stab the knife. Thus, at the end of the 1-year period of the Taishu Forbidden Abyss, when the crowd was full of people, the people from the Manhwa temple secretly released the news that someone had obtained a great emperor's inheritance in the Taishu Forbidden Abyss. For a time, the southern region was pushed to the tip of the storm, and with the addition of the Wanhua temple provoking all around, so much so that great battles occurred in various parts of the southern region. Kid, hand over what you have on you. While Shu Han had yet to react, a large man holding a long sword opened his mouth with a fierce smile. Me. Shu Han was confused for a moment, but before he could explain, the big man had already dropped his long sword. Boom! 100 feet of sword awnings cut through the sky, and in an instant, they arrived above Shu Han's heavenly spirit. You're so unreasonable, you martial artist. Shu Han frowned, and a grandiose and vast aura abruptly erupted. Stop! As words follow the law, Shu Han let out a low shout, an ancient seal reflecting the sky, and the 100-foot blade suddenly stopped in place. Peak of the 4th realm. The big man's face was horrified, and he turned around to leave, but he realized that he couldn't move halfway. Not far away, the fellow disciples of the big man saw this and shouted angrily. Stop it, you're dead. The 3 times of provocation caused Shu Han's face to turn slightly cold, and an ink rhythm spirit magnificent pen fell into his hands as he flipped his hand. He used heaven and earth as a scroll, and the vast righteousness as ink and brush, and one stroke fell dozens of lofty mountains swiftly appeared in heaven and earth. Shun! Shu Han let out a soft cry, and a dozen peaks came crashing down with the momentum of pouring sky. Boom! The earth roared, cracks stretched in all directions, and those who hadn't had the chance to make a move were directly suppressed in place by the mountain peaks. They desperately resisted, but on top of that mountain peak, a glittering wordgen prevented them from moving halfway. Ink rhyme spirit howl pen, your little Mr. Saint Academy, Ru Xian's third disciple, and painted immortal inheritor Chen Yili. The suppressed crowd was horrified when they saw Shu Han's means. They understood that they had kicked the iron plate. Ru Xian Li Qingsuan's disciple was far from being able to mess with them. Little mister, it's our ignorance. I hope little mister will be generous. We know we're wrong. One man hurriedly opened his mouth to admit his mistake, with a touch of celebration on his face. As far as he knew, of Ru Xian's 3 disciples, Mr. Little was the best to talk to and the most innocent in the world. As long as they have a good attitude, there shouldn't be much of a problem staying alive today. A few. Shu Han frowned slightly and was about to say something. However, at this time, a terrifying blade on that seemed to be able to cut through the heavens and the earth swiftly fell from the distance. Boom! The 10 or so large mountains collapsed, and along with them, the people below who were being suppressed also became flying ash in an instant. Young sir, some people can't be reasoned with. You have to use a knife. Shu Han turned his head to look, only to see a youth riding a divine colt, holding a long sword in his hand slowly coming from the void. Since he was behind him, there were quite a few figures with strong breaths following. The second son of the Su family, Su Zian. Meet young sir. The young man smiled and opened his mouth, although his expression was as usual, but a mad intention that wanted to come out of his body brought a great sense of oppression. Mad knife Su Zian. Shu Han turned his head to look at the several people whose corpses were not even left behind, and could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Your Highness's name is not false. Some bandits who took advantage of the situation are just bandits, so kill them. Su Zian looked at Shu Han with a smile on his face and spoke faintly. Young sir is also here for that nebulous great emperor's inheritance? Shu Han was flabbergasted for a moment, then hurriedly waved his hand. Your Highness has misunderstood. I came here on the orders of my master to seek a place called Castle Peak Village. When Su Zian heard this, his slightly narrowed eyes abruptly lit up. Castle Peak Village? Oh, your Highness recognizes? Shu Han's face was delighted and he asked hurriedly. Su Zian examined the young gentleman in front of him up and down. Qingshan Village he more than recognized. His unreliable father, and most of the Su family's strongest people can be there. Can you tell me, young sir, what is the reason for going to Castle Peak Village? Su Zian asked out loud. He knew the approximate location of Castle Peak Village, but couldn't get in. Aha! In his dad's words, it's going to teach his little brother. Hey, it's a joke. To tell you the truth, the teacher has recently taken on a new disciple, and I'm going here in order to impart experience to my youngest brother. Saying that, Shu Han also said with some doubt, I just don't know why teacher chose a small mountain village in the middle of nowhere. Ru Xian's new disciple? Su Zian was startled. The world knows that Ru Xian has the 4 arts of immortality and has 3 disciples. The eldest disciple inherited the chess realm immortal fingers, waving his hand to form a realm, and his son fell without peer, and he was a top Ru Dao powerhouse. The second disciple inherited the zither to kill ghost god abyss, although he is a reader, but the killing nature of the heaviest, the sound of corpses everywhere. The third disciple inherited the ink rhyme painted immortal, with the body of the sage of letters, which was claimed to have the strongest qualifications, and the heaven and earth in the painting could trap the gods, and only this fourth and strongest art of the immortal family, the immortal seal, fish dragon dance, has never been passed on. Now that Ru Xian has taken in a new 4th disciple, doesn't it mean that this 4th art has found an heir? What's more, this heir is still in Castle Peak Village. The only one who can invite Ru Xian in this southern region is Pops, and there aren't many young people in Castle Peak Village, and that boy Ernio has been a teacher for a long time. So that means, Su Zian's gaze brightened. This transmitter is little brother? Su Nan wouldn't let him and his big brother enter Castle Peak Village, and they could have been annoyed about it for a long time. You have a little brother, and as a result, you can't even see him? Now that he finally knew about his little brother, it made him very excited, but he had long wanted to be the taste of a second brother, leading his little brother to sweep across the 5 domains. When he thought of this, he looked at Shu Han with a bit more affection. Ha ha ha, little mister, you're asking the right person for asking me. Su Zian came close to Shu Han and pulled the divine colt aside and, this will be given to Mr. Little to walk in his place, and it will take you to the vicinity of Castle Peak Village. Shu Han was startled, and hastily waved his hand. Please don't. This cloud-treading beast is too precious. No merit. No green. Not waiting for Shu Han to finish his sentence, Su Zian interrupted out loud. This beast will not be given away for nothing, but I would also like to ask a small favor from young sir. Saying that, Su Zian took out a crystal jade pendant between his hands and placed it in Shu Han's hands. your young master and I. Well, there's some connection. So please give this to him, young sir. Tell him that when he comes out of the mountain, I'll send him a great opportunity. End of chapter. South of the southern domain, on the outskirts of Castle Peak Village, a middle-aged cultivator, holding an 8-jeweled compass, circled around the outskirts of Castle Peak Village. Strange, this place is blessed with heavenly fortune, and the haze rises, so there must be a supreme treasure. But why does it always turn back to the original place? He had been wandering around this place for more than 2 months, but had not been able to break through the hidden secrets of this place. It was as if this place had reached the end of the world and could no longer move forward, but could only retreat. If it was a normal thing, it would be fine, but he had obtained this 8-treasure compass in his hand by a fluke since the Taishu Forbidden Abyss. This compass is very magical, can observe people's luck, explore feng shui treasure, can find treasures to explore the tomb, is an extraordinary secret treasure. Originally, after obtaining this treasure, he should have directly disappeared away from the southern region, but he coincidentally found this place. The majestic momentum of the hidden haze and the chi transforming into a dragon convinced him that there must be a great tomb at this place. No, look around a bit. I'm not willing to leave just like that. The middle-aged cultivator secretly gritted his teeth and was about to continue searching in. It was also at this time that a scholar riding a cloud-treading beast came from the distance. Is it around here yet? Seeing the cloud-stepping beast that had stopped in its tracks, Shohan rolled over and landed on the ground, and saluted. Thanks for the ride. You may go on your own to find your master, and I will deliver what is his. Although Su Zian had given him this cloud-treading beast, this gift was too heavy for him to accept. The cloud-treading beast snorted, turned around and ascended into the sky, disappearing into the clouds in no time. The direction the teacher is pointing is just ahead. It shouldn't be far. After sending off the cloud-treading beast, Shuhan looked into the distance and showed his anticipation. I'm going to meet my youngest brother soon, so I have to act like a senior brother. Thinking of this, he gently waved his hand. The dusty color of his body was gone, and he carefully tidied up before stepping towards the front. At a young age, he's actually already in the 4th realm, and he's riding the second youngest member of the Su family's cloud-treading beast. Could it be that he already knew about this place and managed to get in? The middle-aged cultivator was hidden in the shadows, looking at the Shuhan in front of him, with a strange color flashing in his eyes. He collected his whole body's breath and followed closely without moving. Although this little cultivator's cultivation was good, the other party would definitely not be able to discover it given the difference of one large realm. Without any doubt, Shuhan advanced slowly and soon arrived in front of the Green Mountain village boundary. It was as if he didn't notice anything different, and as his feet moved forward, the boundary rippled like water, and a portal opened abruptly. Bookham skimmed behind him, skimmed darkly, and strutted in. Swish! Just at the moment when the boundary was about to close, the middle-aged cultivator saw the right moment to enter the boundary just as quickly. Ha 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 ha, God help me! After stepping into the boundary, the middle-aged cultivator wasn't hiding and couldn't help but burst out laughing in excitement. But he didn't realize that the moment he entered the boundary, the gazes of Sun An, Li Lightning Dust, Night Shu, and everyone in Castle Peak Village all looked here at the same time. Teacher, this person is no match for me, so I can only lure him here for teacher's help. Shohan, who had already detected Li Lightning's aura, helplessly shrugged and transmitted his voice. Slick, don't mind him, just come to the bookstore on your own. Li Qingdan's smiling tone rang in his ears, and Shu Han nodded with a smile. Little fellow, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you I wouldn't have been able to enter this place. The middle-aged cultivator smiled broadly and looked at Shu Han, his eyes flashing dangerously. How can I thank you? Do you think? Now that we're in the place, this man is of little use. He had just swept the entire Green Mountain with his spiritual sense and found only a few young men with good cultivation. As for the others, they were just some ordinary villagers, and a teacher, not enough to worry about. Since there is no threat, then of course this treasure land should be exclusive. Do you still want to share it equally with a few boys? Without waiting for Shu Han to speak, at that moment an old man, who had just returned from the fields, walked towards the place with a hoe on his back. Hey, it's been a while since we've seen an outsider here. The old man held his hoe in one hand and looked at the two with a smile. I hope the old man is not offended by a sudden visit. Shu Han hastily gave a salute, his face respectful. He also remembered his teacher saying that he should be respectful to whomever he met in the village. I don't know why, but I'm sure what the teacher said was wrong. Oh, good boy, go and play. Don't worry about it here. The old man smiled and waved his hand. Shu Han's face showed hesitation. This person beside him was a bad person. If he hurt the villagers because of him, it would be troublesome. Go, I'll let you. The middle-aged cultivator wore a cold smile on his face, but before he could finish his sentence, The old man's smiling gaze abruptly swept him. Boom! The middle-aged cultivator was like a thunderbolt, instantly frozen in place. A domineering figure that seemed like it was going to burst his sea of consciousness looked down on him as if he was looking at a mole cricket. Da day! Great sage! When the middle-aged cultivator looked at the old man, he instantly showed boundless horror, and cold sweat instantly came down on his forehead. How could he not have expected that this crop driver-like old man in front of him was actually a great saint? Are you kidding me? A great saint is actually farming in this place? The middle-aged cultivator didn't even dare to move, standing in place with trembling body, begging for forgiveness like gaze towards that old man. On the side, Shohan seemed to have seen something as well, bowing to the old man once again before trotting straight to the bookstore. Senior knows that I'm wrong. I'll leave now and never set foot in this place. As soon as Shuhan left, the middle-aged cultivator directly fell to his knees and kowtowed like crazy, begging for forgiveness. You've been hanging around out there for a long time, and I was too lazy to bother. But then you actually came in. The old man shook his head. I've seen a lot of people looking for death, and it's the first time that the quasi-emperor boundary couldn't stop the ones who were sent to their deaths. The middle-aged cultivator's heart and liver trembled again at his words. He didn't expect that it wasn't the formation that buried the treasure that was blocking him, but the boundary, or a boundary laid by a quasi-emperor. The middle-aged cultivator was on the verge of tears at the thought of fighting for his life to come to this place. No wonder this place has a hidden haze, and the chi is like a dragon. That's because a large number of strong people have been gathered. Just now, when his divine sense swept through, the reason why he only saw a few young men with good cultivation was because he couldn't see through anyone else's cultivation. Dare I ask, Senior, why would you, a great saint, want to farm in this place? The middle-aged cultivator had a million thoughts, but he still couldn't help but ask. Planting? The old man was happy and reached out to point at Su Changqing's home in the distance. See that man chopping wood? The middle-aged cultivator fixed his eyes and nodded. In his eyes that was just a simple farmer. He's in the quasi-emperor realm. The middle-aged cultivator trembled, his eyes showing disbelief. Well, still a peak paragon emperor. The middle-aged grew his mouth and made a ho-ho noise, but no words came out. The old man pointed again to the bookstore at the foot of Green Mountain. See that showman who teaches? The middle-aged man nodded woodenly. That's also an exalted paragon. A contemporary Ruxian, Li Qingtsuan. Well, that little guy you just tried to kill is Ruxian's third disciple. The middle-aged cultivator man was confused, and his eyes appeared lax in fear. Until then, he hadn't realized how fierce he was. He had a murderous intent towards the Ruxian disciples, and his divine sense swept across the two quasi-emperors and a group of saints and kings. Now do you still think that a great saint planting a field is incredible? The old man teasingly looked at the middle-aged cultivator. I don't understand. The middle-aged cultivator looked at the old man dumbfounded. Paramount emperors chopping wood, Ruxian teaching, great saints hoeing. What is your purpose? Purpose. The old man smiled at his words and looked away from the gradually extraordinary young man in the study, laughing softly. Raise a dragon. End of chapter. That old man just now should not be immortal. Shu Han, who had left, hadn't seen what happened to the cultivator, but he had guessed pretty much. However, he was also a bit curious as to why the teacher would choose to teach his disciples in this tiny village. And the villagers here, they were also a little too simple, seeing him as an outsider. Not only were they not wary, but they were also smiling and greeting each other. They can't all be masters like the old man, can they? Shu Han laughed and shook his head, brushing aside that ridiculous thought and making his way to the bookstore at the foot of Green Mountain. In front of the door, Shohan straightened his coat and gently snapped the door of the house. Is it elder brother who has arrived? The door to the house was slowly opened as an expectant voice rang out. Shohan looked up and saw a long-bodied teenager appear before him. The young man was dressed in plain clothes. His long black hair was tied up in a casual manner, and his handsome face wore a peaceful and calm smile. And the most striking thing was the bright eyes of the teenager, as if they were starry and contained a vast river of stars, as if they were able to break through all things in the world. Looking at the teenager in front of him, a trance-like color appeared in Shohan's eyes. Like, it's too similar. He vaguely remembered that when he first met his teacher when he was 6 years old, he was actually the same as the teenager at this time. That likeness was not a resemblance of looks, but an extremely special temperament, a kind of, the great talent of Confucianism and Taoism. Shohan, don't come in yet. While Shohan was a bit stunned, Li Qingsuan's voice rang out from inside the room. Sorry, remembered something from the past. Returning to his senses, Shohan gave a bitter smile and hurried to the house. Greetings, sensei. When he saw Li Qingdan, Shu Han's face was solemn and he gave a serious salute. There's no need for us to be so formal between master and disciple. Li Qingsuan waved his hand, his face smiling. He knew exactly why Bookham had just frozen.
The current Su Changqing had inherited 70% of his skills in addition to his lack of cultivation,
all of his Confucian achievements,
and there was also the presence of the vast body, which made the aura that Su Changqing exuded around his body,
in the eyes of the readers, like a firefly in the night, extraordinarily eye-catching. Without thinking much about it, Li Qingdao looked at Su Changqing, who was standing aside, and briefly introduced him.
Your third senior brother,
Chen Yili, character Shu Han. The learning is SOSO.
It's considered the most untalented one among your several senior brothers.
Bookham smiled awkwardly at his words.
His two senior brothers were no mere mortals, and he was really the most untalented one when it came to divisionalism.
Su Changqing, meet junior senior brother. When they met for the first time, Su Changqing gave an extremely serious salute. Your youngest senior, Su Changqing, the character Jiyu. As for learning,
Li Qingdan drank a cup of tea and said with a smile,
it's about the same as you, and it's as bad as it gets.
This time, his purpose of having Shu Han come was simple, to suppress Su Changqing's heart, so as not to let his self-confidence go too far. He only had this one chance to suppress Su Changqing,
because before long, no one would be Su Changqing's opponent on top of the Confucian way.
And when Su Changqing heard this, he also touched his nose in some embarrassment. The first time he met elder brother, he was evaluated by the teacher like this.
Doesn't he want to lose face? In a moment, I would like to have a discussion with senior brother to see if I am really that bad. It always feels like it's targeting me.
Su Changqing muttered secretly in her heart, but she did not know that Shu Han,
who was on the side, looked solemn. As bad as it gets? Teacher has never said anything like this to his disciples before, even if he was being harsh. Could it be that this junior brother is so unproductive that the teacher couldn't help but speak out and rebuke him?
Thinking that his teacher had traveled thousands of miles to call himself to pass on his experience,
and after hearing this comment from his teacher in the moment, Shu Han's face instantly became serious.
He turned his head to look at Su Changqing and was about to say something, but abruptly his face changed.
Junior brother, still haven't read the Hao Ran Chi?
A look of incredulity appeared on Shu Han's face.
Junior brother has been following his teacher for a year now. In a year's time, even a pig following Ru Xian could have read Hao Ran Chi, but as a result, little master didn't have any?
This is more than bad. This is as bad as it gets. Shu Han sighed long and hard in his heart,
understanding his teacher's feelings even more. On the side,
Li Qingdan seemed to have seen Shu Han's thoughts, but he didn't say a word, only the smile on his face became even more intense.
Elder brother read the Hao Ran Chi? Su Changqing sniffed and asked somewhat cautiously. I'm natural. Ahem. Shuhan was just about to speak, when he heard the teacher's coughing instantly understood,
and his words turned helplessly.
Naturally I don't.
Su Changqing breathed a sigh of relief at his words. Fortunately, he was not the exception.
Teacher. Shu Han looked at Li Qingxuan with some anxiety at this time.
It won't be long before junior senior brother will be competing with Miss Ling Siwan, and now with this situation,
how can we still compete?
Although Hao Ran Chi is not the only criterion for judging the achievements of Confucianism and Taoism,
it is the most intuitive. Knowing a lot of truth and being highly learned,
that will naturally add to the vastness of the world.
Now that junior brother doesn't even have half a bit of Hao Ran Chi, how can he compete? Isn't this a sure defeat? Wenbi? What went by?
Su Changqing was flabbergasted.
No one told him. Not a big deal.
Li Qingdan sipped his tea and laughed in a relaxed tone. It's the disciple of an old showman. We have some grudges, so when the time comes, you'll go for a walk and simply write a few words.
Vinbi? From the very beginning, Li Lightning never cared about this.
If he were to compare himself to senior brother Wei,
then he would be a bit more serious. But if it was Ling Si, well, these two weren't even on the same level. Teacher, just give up? Bookham said with some reluctance.
It would be too regrettable if a teacher's reputation, which he had fought for all his life, were to be folded on a disciple.
Li Qingdao smiled without saying anything. Instead, it was Su Changqing, who was on the side, who weakly whispered, that, junior brother, if it's just a literature competition, I should still be fine.
Shu Han sniffed and looked at Su Changqing,
wanting to speak before finally sighing. Master Wei is not an old showman.
That is a great Confucian Taoist. Ling Si is even a Confucian Taoist wizard, and now it is almost the third realm.
Junior brother is only mortal. How can this be compared to others? Ahem. You young people can talk. I'm going out for a spin. Li Qingdan smiled, glancing at Shu Han as he walked away and transmitted his voice.
Remember my words.
No matter what you see, keep your face like a flat lake,
and remember to give your little master a good knock.
As the words fell, Li Qingdan, whose smile could barely be suppressed, turned around and walked out of the room. Knocking? Of course we need to knock. I don't know how junior brother read the books this year. Actually read like this.
Shu Han sat at his desk and looked at Su Changqing with a serious face. though he knew that he didn't have much of a chance of winning the bunbai in the near future. He had to make an effort anyways. Whether it was for the sake of his little brother or for the sake of the final victory, he had to do his best. Thinking of this, he looked at Su Changqing and solemnly said, "Junior brother, I'll teach you for the rest of the time. It might be a bit harsh. You have to be mentally prepared." Seeing Shu Han's serious appearance, Su Changqing was also a bit nervous. He sat meticulously at his desk and nodded thoughtfully. Don't worry, senior brother. I'll definitely learn well." Seeing Su Changqing's serious attitude, Shu Han's face slowed slightly. He took out a piece of plain paper and placed it in front of Su Changqing and opened his mouth. The 4 arts of Confucianism and Taoism. Calligraphy is the first. First, write something randomly. Let elder brother see what extent you have learned nowadays. Write well. I've brought some of my work from previous years, and ancient texts, and will plan lessons according to your level. After saying that, Shu Han looked at Su Changqing seriously, while in his heart, he was secretly pondering. Form, technique, intent, and Tao. I wonder which level junior brother has reached. Has it reached skill, or has the form character come to fruition? If the word form hasn't even been realized, then it's a bit of a problem. Bookham is agonizing over the extent of his next teachings, and Su Changqing wanted to make a good impression when she met her senior brother for the first time. After a few moments of contemplation, he summoned up a great deal of seriousness, rolled up his sleeves and put pen to paper. The words fell like clouds of smoke, a beautifully flowing script with a soulful rhythm, slowly falling onto the paper. Within a short time, a verse was written. Su Changqing nodded in satisfaction before handing both hands over to Shohan. "Please ask senior brother to inspect." Bookham nodded gravely and took the paper and looked down at it. Instantly, a mood of resilience and unyielding desire to break out of the paper comes to the surface. Looking at the font, that every word is exquisite like a work of art, dashing and flowing, the fonts connected. Look closely, as a koi carp into a dragon ascending to the sky, since the paper tumbling entangled. Fish and dragons dance together. Clunk! Shu Han, who had just had a serious face, stood up with a roar, his face filled with shocked and appalled colors. The word intention is complete. Immortal seal, fish dragon dance? Ask for some free testimonials. Wow. Thanks from the little author. End of chapter. Looking at the poem in his hand, in Shu Han's eyes was an overwhelming look of shock, and his heart set off monstrous waves. Teacher's fish and dragon dance has an air? Looking at the font that could not be more familiar, like a giant dragon taking flight, Shu Han murmured in his heart. The teacher had said that he would only take on 4 disciples in this lifetime, with the goal of passing down the 4 arts of the immortal family: zither, chess and painting. These 3 arts are okay, although it is also esoteric and difficult to understand, but there are still in this pride can slowly learn. However, the calligraphy fish and dragon dance is so restrictive that it requires a lifetime of never having been exposed to any other calligraphy. Readers, before the Confucianism and Taoism have achieved something, may not have learned zither, chess and painting, but definitely learned calligraphy. It's a necessity and a hurdle that can't be stepped over, and that alone brushes off 90% of the population. As for the remaining 10%, one needed to reach the level of the word meaning before learning any calligraphy again, which would be the threshold for learning the fish-dragon dance. But how is that possible? How do you get to the level of meaning words before learning the fish and dragon dance if you don't know calligraphy yourself? Anyone thought it was a fool's errand. Even Ru Xian had waited for more than 300 years without finding the last heir. But today, someone has learned. Junior. Shu Han looked up at Su Changqing, somewhat incredulously. Have you never learned any calligraphy before? Su Changqing shook her head. No. Where would a mountain man like me go to learn calligraphy? Then when did you reach the intent level? On the day my teacher taught me. The first character became form, the second stroke skill full, and the third character then entered the meaning of the word. Listening to that plain and simple explanation, Shohan's head buzzed and he almost didn't stand still. 3 strokes into meaning. He had seen countless celestial pride in the sacred academy, but there had never been anyone who could reach such a terrifying point. Demon! This is definitely a supreme talent that won't come out in 10,000 years within the literary world. A few moments of blazing heat surged in Shu Han's eyes as he looked at Su Changqing. What Wenbi, what Reisher, had been completely left behind by him at this point, not to mention other things. Just this meaning word perfect fish dragon dance calligraphy will crush 90% of the readers. Senior brother, what's wrong with this character? Please enlighten me. Seeing that Shu Han's face was not right, Su Changqing said with some caution. Instruction. Shu Han let out a bitter smile. Where was he qualified to instruct Su Changqing? Immortal seal, fish and dragon dance. Only Ru Xian has the ability to point this out in the whole world. Although his calligraphy had been initiated, the calligraphy he had learned was far from the fish dragon dance. just like the secret techniques cultivated by other practitioners. One was of the heavenly rank and the other was of the earthly rank. Although the one at the earth rank had condensed an intrinsic Tao seal, in terms of level and power, it was far inferior to the heaven rank's great perfection's secret skill. Elder brother, if there's any problem, just tell me. I can afford it. Seeing that Shu Han was silent for a long time without saying a word, Su Changqing was a bit tense and said with a bitter smile, "What can you have?" Seeing Su Changqing's misunderstanding, Shu Han hurriedly wanted to explain, but suddenly thought of what the teacher said when he left. "Knock your little master well." Shu Han raised an eyebrow as he seemed to understand what his teacher meant. Looking toward Su Changqing's apprehensive appearance, he confessed in his heart, while revealing his seriousness. "Senior brother, you have a big problem with this word. After such a long time you actually still haven't entered the way? This is the worst amongst our master brothers. Even I, a no-good disciple, can't compare," said. Shu Han rolled up his sleeves and lifted his pen. A line of extremely neat, full of righteousness between the lines of the font jumped on the paper. Actually the word Dao has become a great success? Elder brother's great talent. Su Changqing was shocked and said with extreme admiration. He could have heard from his teacher that his senior brother had only followed his teacher for half a year, and in half a year's time he was able to achieve great success in the Dao character, which was much faster than him. Originally, he was still full of confidence and wanted to spar with his senior brother. Now that he had seen his senior brother's true ability, though small arrogance flew out in a puff of smoke. Teacher really didn't lie to me. 1 year of careful teaching is not as good as a senior brother who has followed teacher for half a year. Su Changqing couldn't help but let out a sigh, a few moments of despondency showing on his face. Ahem, let's forget about the calligraphy instruction. I had another chance when I was young. We practiced different calligraphy. Just take a look for yourself. Keep up the good work and strive for an early calligraphy entry. Shu Han touched his nose in embarrassment and said that his face was turning red. People have to surpass him in level, and as a result, he's on this guide. It'll be a shame if my senior brother finds out later. The teacher mistook me, Bookham exclaimed in his mind, ready to hurry up and miss the session and move on to the next item. Calligraphy. The youngest brother inherited the teacher's fish and dragon dance, which has no comparison. Then the art of painting is always okay, right? He was the first to inherit his teacher's ink rhyme painted immortal from his roots. He definitely has a say in this. Shidoshi. Shu Han opened his mouth confidently, but not waiting for him to finish his words. He saw Su Changqing staring closely at the pair of characters he had written, his face showing clarity. However, a moment later, a bright light flashed in Su Changqing's eyes, and he lifted his pen and wrote down a few lines on the plain paper like a dragon flying. Shu Han looked down and his eyes widened as he spat out a mouthful of water. The line on the plain paper was hidden into the paper, invisible to mortals, but in his eyes, it was a dance of fish and dragons, entangled and intertwined, and every word was full of unspeakable Taoist rhythms. At this time, if he sent a wisp of righteousness, that line of words would instantly turn into a dragon and rise into the air. Into the Tao? Shu Han looked dumbfounded as he stared blankly at the script that was extremely clear despite the faintness of the Dao rhyme, and fell silent. He didn't teach anything, just simply wrote a character for entering the way. And junior brother had an epiphany? That's a great understanding. It's a bit too scary, isn't it? Unbeknownst to him, Su Changqing had actually been able to enter the Tao of calligraphy for a long time. Only that Li Qingcheng had been suppressing it. Now that Shu Han's pair of characters was just a lead-in, allowing Su Changqing to build up a thick layer and take that step very smoothly. Thanks for the guidance, senior brother. If it wasn't for senior brother, I'm afraid it would have taken me a while to break through. Su Changqing gave a bow with a serious face and sincerely thanked him. Shu Han waved his hand repeatedly, his face at a loss for words. This gift was neither to be accepted nor not to be accepted. He hastily changed the subject and opened his mouth. I've seen your calligraphy. Sang. Fair. We'll learn to paint next. The teacher of Confucianism and Taoism has taught us all 4 arts, right? When it came to painting, Shu Han calmed down a bit. After all, it was his strength. It was taught, but the teacher said it was just average. Su Changqing said with some embarrassment. It's not a problem. I have some insights into the Tao of painting, so feel free to draw and I'll give you some pointers. Shu Han waved his hand and smiled confidently. Kidding aside, his painting Tao was perfect, or the extremely difficult immortal in painting, which could be much stronger than the general entry Tao painting art. It was more than enough to be used to mentor the youngest master, so, I thought. Relieved at the thought, Shu Han picked up the tea on the side and took a big sip, and Su Changqing did not doubt it. Seriously picked up the brush, slightly bent over with his spine straight, and put down the brush. His posture was calm and focused, his wrist turned flexibly, and a lifelike, as if coming out of a painting, gradually jumped onto the paper. Seeing this, Shu Han,
who was on the opposite side of the desk, picked up a teacup and came to Su Changqing, ready to teach him carefully, or to set the majesty of a senior brother right. But the moment he looked down, he couldn't hold back his wide eyes, and a mouthful of tea was sprayed on the side of Su Changqing's face. Senior. Su Changqing helplessly wiped his face. If you have something to say, you might as well say it in person. Holding a teacup in one hand, Shu Han looked at the scroll on the desk and stood still as if he was dumb. When he's talking, fish and dragon dance into the Tao. Even so, this ing painting fairy actually is also the great circle of the realm of meaning. What does that make him teach? Who's he knocking? Shuhan stiffened and turned his head toward the door with a grimace on his face and, "Oh teacher, are you knocking little brother? Or are you knocking me?" End of chapter. Bookham's mind is broken. Calligraphy is not as good as his little brother, he admitted. After all, he inherited his teacher's painting skills, but as it turned out, others had similarly learned the immortal in the picture, and were still as complete in their intent as he was. This could be a blow to him as a senior brother. Elder brother. This painting. Su Changqing had just opened his mouth when Shu Han directly waved his hand and gritted his teeth. "Accompany me to play chess." He wouldn't believe it. He himself was initiated at the age of 6, and his teacher had been teaching him carefully for more than 10 years. But was he still inferior to the youngest disciple who had just been initiated? However, half an hour later, Shu Han looked at the black and white chessboard that was killing each other. His face was dumbfounded. He won, but only by 2 strokes. Su Changqing's chess skill was similarly complete in intent, with a single word falling to a large dragon gathering, and an immortal holding a soldier to decapitate the dragon's head. It was also Su Changqing who was a few points short of experience, or else he would have lost this game. Awesome senior brother. Senior brother is ashamed of himself. Su Changqing sighed. Bring the zither. Shu Han's face turned a little red as he continued to grit his teeth. Faster this time. When Su Changqing's tone had just risen, a creepy and chilling killing fury rushed straight into the sky. Zither slaying ghostly abyss. Intent complete. Bookham ran straight away. After sensing Li Qingsuan's aura, he avoided Su Changqing's line of sight and climbed all the way up to the sky to see Li Qingsuan sitting on the clouds. Teacher, you're embarrassing me as an adult. As soon as they met, Shu Han couldn't help but grumble with a grimace on his face. Ha ha ha. What? Are Saint Academy's little Wen Shang is taking a hit here? Seeing this, Li Qingdan couldn't help but laugh out loud twice, his face teasing. All of the 4 arts have perfected their intent, and all of them are also inherited from the teacher's immortal 4 arts. How can this be compared? Shu Han laughed bitterly. Not to mention me. Even if a Confucian saint came, he would have to cover his face. Teacher didn't ask me to come here this time. I'm afraid it's not to discourage me, right? Okay, I admit to being blown away. Shu Han's face was a bit despondent. They were all of the same age. The youngest senior brother was still just 1 year into the program. This was indeed not a small blow to him. Don't compare yourself to him, you're not the same. Li Qingdan sat in the clouds, looking at the teenager below him from afar, and laughed lightly. Some people are born with horns, and genius is strong, but there are some people for whom genius is just a threshold to see him. Not to mention you, Changqing's talent, even if Emperor Wen was alive. I'm afraid he'd still be inferior. Shu Han's eyes widened when he sniffed. It was the first time he had heard a teacher speak so highly of a person. Then the teacher called me this time. It's to knock him down. Li Qingduan sort of sighed lightly. Strong talent is good, but too much talent can mess up your mind. In just 1 year, from nothing, learning 70% of all my skills, that kind of terrifying enlightenment is daunting. Even though I suppress it day in and day out, I still can't stop his growth. Today is the first and only time that you will be allowed to suppress him in Confucianism as a peer. After today, no one will be able to block his path forward on the Confucian way, not even me. Bookham's face was shocked. If he had been a little despondent just now, the loss of being struck down by his peers had dissipated after listening to his teacher's words. Even the teacher had bowed his head under the young master's terrifying talent. So what capital did he have to hold his talent and be proud of it? As the teacher had said, he was different from little brother. That was the one destined to claim the throne. Know what he is? Li Qingdao nodded slightly toward Su Changqing in the book below. Little master is not a mountain wild. As the words trailed off, Shu Han suddenly remembered the old man who had just arrived. He is the 3rd young master of the Su family, the son of the lord of the southern domain. Su Nan. Li Qingduan pointed towards the entire Green Mountain village and softly said, in this one village, there is a peak quasi-emperor, 3 great saints, 9 sage kings, and 26 Deshang kings. They have accompanied the Changqing and pretended to be farmers here for 19 years. Shu Han sniffed and sucked in a cold breath, his scalp tingling in fear. He guessed that this village was not simple, but he did not expect it to be so terrifying. In the outside world,
A great completion king would be able to start a sect, and a sage king could be the sect's ancestor. There was no need to mention great saints, which were terrifying existences that could traverse a domain. As for quasi-emperor in this era, it was synonymous with invincibility. Such a strong group of people actually accompanied a teenager and pretended to be immortal for 19 years. The sheer magnitude of this gesture and the depth of its purpose is deeply frightening to contemplate. No wonder. Shu Han seemed to have abruptly thought of something and flipped his hand to take out a jade pendant. It was given to him by the second son of the Su family, whom he met halfway, saying that he had some affinity with his young master. Now it seems that it's more than a connection. It's a blood brother. Shu Han, stay here until the literary competition begins. Li Qingxuan looked far away. In the future, if I'm not around and the Sacred Academy encounters anything that can't be resolved, go find Changcheng. There's a master-pupil bond in place, and he's not going to sit around and do nothing about it. Li Qingdan's purpose of having Shu Han come was indeed to knock Changcheng around a bit, but more importantly, it was for Shu Han and Changcheng to build some deep fellowship. He had waited long enough, and when Changcheng was completely out of his league, he would go and force his way into the Forbidden Zone. Although life and death were unknown on this trip, he had no fear. Even if the Sacred Academy really suffered some calamity after not having him, there was still Changcheng. Here, we are not talking about the Su family, but we are referring to Changcheng herself alone. Once Changcheng set foot in the Central State and went to the Sacred College, that would be the time when Changcheng's Confucianism would rise to the top. How spirited should Changcheng be then? Let's hope I'm lucky enough to see it. Li Qingdan looked at the pristine teenager below, seemingly thinking of years later, and smiled happily. Shu Han, who had been in a state of disorientation, did not hear the teacher's words and simply nodded. Sensei, then I'll have to go again. Tap tap tap? Shu Han asked with a cry as he pointed downward. Ha ha, you're a little literary saint. When did you become so unsure of yourself? Li Qingxuan waved his hand and laughed. No need. It's too late. For the rest of this time, just have fun with Changcheng in Castle Peak Village and relax. Shu Han nodded happily and gave a salute before turning to leave. Shu Han had only just returned to the study house when Su Changcheng asked with a puzzled expression. Junior brother, where did you just go? How come I didn't see you all around? Went to look for something. Shu Han snorted, took out the jade pendant Su Zian gave him, and spoke. This is for you, don't lose it. When you get out of Castle Peak Village, there could be a chance waiting for you. Shu Han's tone was slightly envious. This was a chance prepared by Changcheng's own second brother, and it was expected that it must not be something simple. Chance? Su Changcheng froze. Did teacher give it to me? No, that's a. Well, don't worry about who it is. Just remember that he certainly won't harm you is all. When the time comes for him to tell you who he is, just let him tell you himself. Su family matters. Shu Han cannot dare to make private decisions. It is better for Su Zian to say. Su Changcheng nodded and didn't take it seriously, just simply hanging the jade pendant on his waist, and then he looked at the sky and opened his mouth to smile. Senior brother, it's getting late. Why don't we go to my house and have a talk? And let senior brother enter to do his duty as a landlord. After so many years of Shu Han being the only outsider in Castle Peak Village, and still his senior brother, there were so many things he wanted to ask. Ha ha, then I'll take care of senior brother. Shu Han smiled and answered. The two of them left the bookstore and walked towards Castle Peak Village while joking along the way, but just halfway there, Ernio came running from the distance with great gusto and, Hey, Changcheng, I've found another secret book. Come with me and practice your sword. After an interval of almost a year, Ernio had finally practiced the starburst sword hua technique left behind by his old father to a small degree of success. With the foundation of a minor sword art, he could finally come and ask Changcheng for advice. Hurry up senior brother. I'll show you something good. It's definitely better than reading. Hearing Ernio's voice, Su Changcheng's eyes instantly lit up, pulling Shu Han and running towards the grove. The little literary Saint Shu Han, who had traveled all the way from the Central State, was a bit confused as he stiffly turned his head to look at Su Changcheng. Senior brother, you still know swordplay? End of chapter. Looking at Su Changcheng's excitement, Shu Han frowned. In his opinion, junior brother's talent for Confucianism was comparable to the reincarnation of Emperor One, so he should cultivate Confucianism alone. This reading and practicing swordsmanship at the same time. Isn't that not doing your job? Elder brother, listen to elder brother. You have to study well, and don't learn anything else in a messy way. Shu Han looked at Su Changcheng with a serious face. Su Changcheng froze at his words, but before he could speak, Ernio, who had just arrived, became upset. Who are you and what do you mean by messed up? Ernio squinted at Shu Han. You have a problem with Changcheng learning swordplay? Of course I have an opinion. Shu Han didn't budge an inch. Changcheng has a teacher to teach him how to read.
Could it be that he has a teacher for swordsmanship as well? If you don't learn a good Confucianism and Taoism, what kind of swordplay are you going to learn? Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Changqing's talent for Confucianism was the strongest Shu Han had ever seen, and he was afraid that the other party would take the wrong path, so his words were very sharp. Putting the cart before the horse? It is indeed putting the cart before the horse. In my opinion, Changqing should have learned swordsmanship. I've been reading for so long, and I haven't read a great deal. Ernio was equally furious. In his opinion, Changqing's sword Dao talent could be considered terrifying. Heavenly ranked secret books, 2 days to condense the original Dao seal. Isn't this a born sword Dao heavenly pride? Instead, he ended up running off to study, and after a year he hadn't even read a single hoax, which seemed to him to be a great waste of talent. If he were the head of the family, he would definitely let Changqing specialize in the sword Dao. Nonsense! Shu Han smiled in anger at his words. What do you know? Changqing's talent for Confucianism is not something you can read? How ran Chi? Isn't that just a matter of having a hand for junior brother? Ernio was also furious and sneered. I don't know about Confucianism, but do you know about the way of the sword? Do you think that Changqing's talent for swordsmanship would be poor? Shohan stepped forward. I'll take it that Kendo is bad. How's that? Ernio raised an eyebrow. Nerd, looking for a place to practice? Shu Han sneered. I'm not afraid of you. Both of them were of comparable age, and both of them were at the 4th realm cultivation level, and both of them were equally unafraid of each other in terms of their backgrounds. Now a few words of disagreement had risen directly from Changqing to a dispute over the Taoist lineage. Su Changqing on the side looked confused. How did this talk and quarrel? Is it so important whether he reads or learns the sword? Not being able to think too much, Su Changqing pulled back Shu Han and Ernio who were about to leave, and said breathlessly, people who are all crowned and still date like children? With that, he looked at Shu Han and smiled bitterly. Junior brother, you're all so dim. You're a scholar with unarmed hands. How can you be a match for brother Ernio? Ernio burst out laughing at his words, hugging his bladder and squinting at Shu Han. Hey, Changqing's right. I'll kick your ass nerd ass. Looking at Ernio's face, Shu Han's face reddened with anger, but with Changqing on the side, he still couldn't say anything, which made him suffocate. Brother Ernio. Su Changqing looked at Ernio and said helplessly, this is my youngest senior brother. I wouldn't dare to be reckless. I also said that I'd have senior brother write you 2 poems. Doesn't your intended love interest like poems the most? Shu Han sniffed and gritted his teeth. Writing poetry? Cow chewing peony. He can read it? Ernio, on the other hand, said disdainfully, who cares about your poems? Having those sent by Changqing is enough. Over the course of the year, although Changqing and he were both very busy, they did find time to send him a few poems. But nowadays he didn't need it anymore because Jingqiu said it was enough and told to wait for her good news after the bet. Let's go. Let's go see what kind of sword art it is first, just for fun. Seeing that the two were still showing signs of wanting to quarrel, Su Changqing instantly pulled one of them with one hand and headed straight for the grove. Ernio glanced triumphantly at Shu Han, while Shu Han gritted his teeth and followed behind. He wanted to see how this Ernio had misled his young master. Not long after, the three of them came to a quiet and empty forest. Su Changqing immediately said impatiently, Brother Ernio, does the sword art found this time have a heart technique? When the sword art without the heart technique was powerful, if this was a complete sword art, wouldn't it be possible to directly cultivate it? No. Ernio shook his head sheepishly. This sword art is still found in that cave, but there's only the sword art without the heart technique. On the side, Shu Han showed a cold smile on his face and transmitted his voice. You're just going to fool Changqing like that? Is this the sword technique you said you taught Changqing? Swordsmanship without mind tricks? It was the first time in his life that Shu Han had ever seen this, and he'd be damned if he could practice it. What do you know? Be quiet and watch. Ernio answered back, and then looked at Changqing expectantly. After he obtained this secret book, he practiced diligently for a year, and only then did he come to Changqing, because if he didn't know anything, even if Changqing taught him, he wouldn't learn. Now that he had become a small success in swordplay, if he could be taught by a famous teacher, the speed of learning would increase greatly. Shu Han, who had been gagged, gritted his teeth darkly and also glanced at the secret book with his afterglow. But this look was a shock. He wasn't Changqing. Although he didn't cultivate the way of the sword, his eyesight was still there, and with a glance, he could see that the secret book was extraordinary. At the very least, it's also a heavenly rank lower grade, and if there's a heart technique in place, it'll definitely be able to get to the heavenly rank middle grade level. This Ernio directly took out a heavenly rank middle grade crippled secret book for senior brother to read. Can this be read? With a face full of doubt, Shu Han looked at his junior brother who was looking extremely serious. This sword technique is strong. even stronger than the last surprising wave sword technique. Su Changqing briefly looked at it, and was instantly excited. This sword technique can actually invoke the power of the stars, not only with the sword moves, but also with the footwork, and the addition of heavenly timing. In terms of difficulty, it far exceeds the last secret book, compared to Ru Dao, which had been read for a year and had not even seen any significant increase in strength. Su Changqing preferred practicing his sword. Although it was crippled and there was no teacher to teach him, the feeling of breaking through the limits of mortals obsessed him. Well, can you practice? Ernio asked expectantly from the side. On the sidelines, Shohan was dumbfounded. What can and can't be practiced? This dumps a secret book of swordplay without a mindset. So let's start practicing? It's child's play. If this can be practiced, I'll go back and tear up all the books. If the way of the sword is so easy to cultivate, what kind of books am I reading? Shohan shook his head unenthusiastically and walked off to sit down on his own, his eyes unseeing. And at this moment, Su Changqing, not caring about the outside world, was fully devoted to the secret sword art in his hands. From time to time, he waved his hands in the air, and his feet walked in a haphazard manner, and he even looked at the sky from time to time. This godly practicing of the sword almost made Shu Han not laugh out loud and shook his head helplessly, but he didn't see the growing clarity in Su Changqing's eyes. Upon looking through the entire secret book, he closed his eyes and deduced for a long time. The silhouette in his mind that practiced with the sword grew faster and faster, and dots of starlight continued to flicker. When he opened his eyes again, Ernio on the side immediately brought a sharpened wooden sword. Su Changqing received the long sword with one hand as if he had practiced countless times. His feet stepped on the 7 stars, and the wooden sword in his hand danced like a spirit snake. Buzz! In a flash, dots of starlight surged above that wooden sword, and the swordplay fell continuously like a wild storm. Su Changqing's footwork was very esoteric, mirroring the sword technique in his hands, and as the sword moves continued to stack up, gusts of wild wind surged in this place. When the sword's momentum was pushed to its peak, Su Changqing's body followed the sword, and with a loud shout, "Starburst! Thumbs up!" It was getting late and the stars and moon were showing. However, when Su Changqing's last sword fell, there were actually dozens of stars emitting dazzling light, which were triggered by the wooden sword. Boom! A dozen or so starlight entangled and intertwined, falling abruptly from the firmament. An ear-splitting boom exploded, and in the direction that the wooden sword pointed to, a leg-thick tree even broke directly from it. Ernio hadn't reacted much yet, but Shu Han had already scuffed straight up from the ground. He rubbed his eyes and looked up at the sky, then down at the broken tree, and then with a trembling hand, he pointed at Su Changqing who was bathed in starlight, and said with an incredible trembling voice, "That's practiced?" End of chapter. Looking at the broken tree, Shu Han's entire body was dumbfounded. A heavenly ranked secret book, with no mental aids, not to mention no cultivation enhancement. In addition to Su Changqing before and after, getting the secret book is only an hour's time. The result: did you really do it? Is the way of the sword so simple? A ridiculous thought rose from his heart as Shu Han took the secret book in Su Changqing's hands and looked at it seriously and earnestly. Half a dozen times. Hiss, what is the meaning of this painted villain? That's all it takes to practice swordsmanship? There is no heart technique. What in the world to use to only catalyze? Just by simply flipping through it. Shu Han had already asked 100,000 questions in his mind. By now he was finally sure of one thing. It wasn't that the sword Dao was too simple, but that Su Changqing was too terrifying. So, Junior Senior Brother is not a Confucian heavenly pride, but rather learning what? What is a heavenly pride? Bookum froze in place. These two sentences may seem similar, but what they contain can be horrifying. In other words, Su Changqing reads and is the reincarnation of Emperor One. When Su Changqing learned the sword, he was the sword immortal coming to earth. Even if he had gone to learn boxing, he would still be a contemporary martial ancestor, ranking at the pinnacle. How fortunate I am. Shu Han couldn't help but look up to the sky and sigh. I actually had a blessed fate and became Changqing's senior brother. On the side, Ernio looked at the nearly stunned Shu Han and couldn't help but laughingly transmit his voice. How is it? Did you see my young master's talent for sword Dao? Still reading books. Reading? As long as the young lord practices sword practice, in less than 5 years, he can ask for the Sword God Mountain. Shu Han sniffed back and said disdainfully, Sword God Mountain? 5 more years? Do you believe that if Changqing goes to Zhengzhou now, he can achieve great success in Confucianism in less than a day? His teacher had already told him about Changqing's Haoran body, and the vast amount of Haoran qi stored within the sculpture of Emperor Wen. Even without those, today's Changqing's 4 arts of Confucianism alone could already be rampant in the literary world. And a great success in Confucianism? You're blowing it out of proportion, nerd. Ernio said breathlessly. A scholar who doesn't even have a trace of righteousness will achieve great success in Confucianism? He'd be really stupid if he believed it. If you're going to be a nerd in one breath, I'm going to punch someone. 3 black lines welled up on Shu Han's forehead as he gritted his teeth. You who? Dare to threaten a sword cultivator? Both in the 4th realm. You, a scholar, dare to arm wrestle with a sword cultivator? Is your skin itchy? Ernie looked Shu Han up and down with a smirk. Don't leave if you have the guts to do so later. Hey, whoever runs is a son. Su Changqing, who was studying the secret book, did not notice in the slightest that the 2 people beside him with calm faces were about to quarrel. Seeing that the sky was about to darken, Su Changqing put away the secret book and stretched his waist and said, "It's too late. Go home first. Brother Ernie, I'll give you this secret book tomorrow." First time practicing. Still a little unskilled. After saying that, looking at Ernie who didn't react in the slightest, Su Changqing waved his hand in front of Ernie's eyes suspiciously. What's all the fuss about? Aha! The noisy Ernie came back to his senses and smiled. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. Just teach me in a couple days. Su Changqing did not doubt it and nodded before looking at Shu Han, smiling lightly. Let's go to my house together. It just so happens that it's about to be mealtime, and Ernie and I will give elder brother a good reception. As soon as the words fell, Ernie hurriedly said, I'll stay away for a while. I have something else to do in a while. When he finished speaking, he secretly glanced provocatively at Shu Han, the meaning of which was self-evident. Shu Han's face darkened as he looked at Su Changqing and said, Some other time, senior brother. I just remembered that I still have something important to report to my teacher. When Su Changqing heard this, he immediately looked solemn. Since it's an important matter, that can't be delayed. Tomorrow brother Ernie and I will pick up the dust for senior brother again. A few people agreed and dispersed. Su Changqing held the secret book and walked slowly all the way to read it. But just when he was about to reach the village, a loud noise abruptly came from the distant sky. Rumble! The sky and the earth changed. Dark clouds covered the sky, and Su Changqing's footsteps were suddenly a few points faster. Just now the moon was shining brightly. How come it's going to rain in a flash? Su Changqing muttered in his mouth. After entering the village and looking at the sparse few people, again his face was puzzled. Why are there so few people in the village today? Is it because it's going to rain? Su Changqing shook his head, not thinking much about it, and walked straight towards home. But I don't know. At this moment, deep in the vault of Castle Peak Village, 2 teenagers were engaged in a fierce battle. A man dressed in sackcloth, holding a 3-foot green blade, his sword out like a shocking wave that swept for hundreds of miles. Another person with a green shirt, holding the ink rhyme Linghao pen, pen down rivers and mountains now, the lofty peaks like a great seal to suppress heaven and earth. The 2 fought like fire, each displaying their own skills, and where the 2 couldn't see, a group of people from the Su family were excitedly drumming. Good chance. Ernie cut him. What's wrong with this kid? It takes so much effort to hit a scholar. Ha ha, this damaged boy. That place is not good to cut. Cut bad, mister. Lee will not come to the door? That's right. Punch him in the face. It's okay to punch him in the face. The group of Su family bigwigs who had been holding back for over 10 years in this small green mountain village, now that they could easily see the fun, not only did they not stop it, but instead they watched the fun. The crowd laughed and laughed when they saw the highlights, and jumped and cursed when they saw Ernie get his ass kicked. And Li Qingtsuan, who was in the study room, also walked over to the window with his tea and looked at the sky. Don't be ashamed. Little man Shang, give those martial artists some color. Li Qingtsuan had a smile on his lips as he drank the tea in his cup. Who says that readers don't fight? Readers have a sense of honor. 2. Castle Peak Village. Su Nan was also lying in the courtyard, looking at the distant sky and chanting something in a low voice from time to time. What a ing waste. You can't even hit it with such a good chance? Hey, good. That's a nice punch. Give that little scribe a black eye. Ouch. Stains. This stroke was punched afraid of a little pain. The night Shu in the house walked out at some point. She first glanced at the sky suspiciously, and then looked at Su Nan in tears and laughter. For old age. How old are you? Watching kids fight here? Su Nan grinned. Passing the time. I haven't moved my hand for more than 10 years in a row. My body is going to rust. There's no proper form. Naichu blankly glanced at Su Nan before asking. It's been almost a year. How's the construction of the sect going? Everything is under control. Su Nan stretched out his palm to slowly make a fist and smiled. The clan is called the Little Immortal Sect and has already moved in a group of people. The patriarch, elders, deacons, and some of the inner sect and core disciples are all looking for the top of the line. And now we're just missing the outer sect disciples. Because my requirements are a bit high. The outer disciples, to be chosen according to the inner disciples of the top sects, so it will take a bit of time. It's just as well to wait for Changqing. When the time comes for them to be initiated together, I'm going to knock some sense into Changqing, who is about to step into cultivation. Sunan wasn't a cutie.
Although Li Qingxuan did not go into detail, he also detected a remarkable change in Changqing's physique. He seemed to have somewhat underestimated Changqing's talent, but that's precisely why it needs to be suppressed all the more.
How do you plan to hammer Changqing? Nightshade asked curiously.
Hey!
Sunan laughed and said mysteriously.
A few days ago, I snatched the piece of Swire stone sculpture from the Heavenly Demon Sect's talent measurement.
That thing can test a cultivator's overall potential, and if the potential can reach the top 100, it can also obtain the Swire blessing. But the only thing is that this thing rejects Confucianism and Taoism, which just happens to suit Changqing.
Seemingly thinking of some funny picture, Sunan smiled like an old fox. Do you think that if Changqing realizes that he is at the bottom of the list in terms of natural talent, will he become furious and cultivate?
Nightshade was a little hesitant to speak. Is Changqing really only gifted in Confucianism? Ask for some free recommendations. Wow. Thanks to the readers who vote monthly. The author thanks. End of chapter.
Nightshade simply contemplated for a few moments,
then stopped thinking about it.
She didn't know about Changqing's other talents, but her martial arts roots were still good.
I think that even if he is deliberately suppressed by Sunan, it should not be too bad.
Roughly should be able to mix a middle and lower reaches like that. After all, the Little Immortal sect had brought together heavenly prides from all sides, all of which were outstandingly strong people of the same generation. Although she hadn't been too favorable to Sunan's past practices, this time Ta did not refuse. After all of them were clans within the Heaven's Pride,
and the cultivation environment should be excellent.
You snatched the Heavenly Demon Sect's swift stone carving.
Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Devil's Path?
That thing isn't simple. It's said that those who can rank in the top 10 will be able to obtain the Imperial technique descended from the Swire's blessing.
It's unlikely that they'll stop at nothing. Thinking about what Sunan had just said,
Nightshu couldn't help but feel a little worried. The Devil's Way crowd were no cats and dogs. Even with the strength of the Su family, they had to be treated with caution.
Imperial arts? It's not that simple. Sunan smiled.
The 100 heavenly prides remembered on that ancient stone carving are changed once every 10,000 years, and now 10,000 years are about to arrive. The people recorded on there are all resounding overlords on the continent.
How many do you think can surpass them in the Little Immortal Sect's qualification test? Not to mention the top 10.
As long as one can leave their name on that stone carving, they are all unquestionably the ultimate pride.
With a beat of his voice, Sunan said smilingly,
I snatched that thing up for that very same gimmick of the Swire blessing.
Imagine, how many of the heavenly prides in the entire continent don't want to prove themselves? How many of them don't want to see how talented they really are?
Hey,
I've got it all figured out. As long as they dare to come, as long as they take the test, then they must enter my Little Immortal sect.
Can't recruit?
I'm just leaning out. As for the demonic congregation you speak of,
a few cold colors appeared on Sunan's smiling face. Our Su family and the people of the Devil's Way are old rivals.
Even if they have the ability to smash the Su family, I have nothing to say. If they want to retaliate, just let them put their horses up. As long as I'm still here, even if I break my teeth, the demon sect will have to swallow it for me.
Nightshade smiled at that.
This is the bottom line of the Su family.
Not targeting your one clan and one religion,
but resisting the entire Devil's Way. Even so,
the Devil's Way would have to hold its nose and admit that it had suffered a loss. The peak of a quasi-emperor was synonymous with invincibility in an era where great emperors were not present. Although Sunan was a bit unreliable at times, he was extremely well organized when it came to the big issues. Also, like this time, a Taiku stone carving. Not only could it wipe out the southern region's heavenly pride, but it could also be used to knock Changqing,
killing two birds with one stone. Just watch the arrangements. Don't put too much pressure on Changqing, Nightshu said, seemingly remembering something, and asked, by the way, how is the investigation of the cultivator who broke into the boundary going? Was it sent by the devil cult? Sunan shook his head in amusement. An unlucky, arrogant, loose cultivator.
Not worth mentioning.
To the point that there is something that is quite interesting. Saying that,
Sunan took out a very ancient compass that was imprinted with a large number of arcane patterns.
This compass is not simple. It should have been brought out from the Taishu Forbidden Abyss.
Sunan rubbed the compass,
his eyes somewhat deep. Remember 500 years ago, Buddhism produced a bodhisattva of good works?
Known as a natural-born Buddha child that comes along once in 10,000 years, with heavenly fortune and blessed fates. He was born accompanied by a compass, reputedly known as the 8 treasures.
This 8-treasure compass can know fortune and misfortune, calculate chances, and determine feng shui, and has endless wonderful uses.
Nightshade was shocked at his words.
This piece in your hand, is that 8-treasure compass of the bodhisattva of good deeds? If true, that's a huge gain.
Although the 8-treasure compass was nothing offensive, it was unique when used to aid in cultivation.
Only half.
Sunan played with the compass in his hand and opened his mouth. Although the compass is there, the 8 jewels inlaid on it are lost, and there are only a few basics. I then said that the Forbidden Abyss is open this year. So why did that group of bald asses from the western regions come with so many people? I think they got some news about where this compass is, and that's why they sent so many strong people, said Sunan, with another laugh. I blame those monks for their bad fate. They actually messed with Lao Er and were killed. It's gone round and actually landed in my hands by chance. Hey, the heavenly Tao has its own destiny when it drinks and pecks. It looks like this thing has a destiny with my Su family. Nightshade shook his head in tears and laughter at his words. You're at the peak of quasi-emperor, so what's the point of needing this? Sunan retorted. Who says it's useless? Although there is no 8 treasures, but in the future to find well, there is this compass and that foundation is. Plus, even though this thing is only a compass now, it can add some luck and fortune. I can't use it anymore, but Changqing is just right, and the value of this item is such that it wouldn't even be exchanged for a saint soldier. The two of them, Sunan and Night Shu, were talking. Su Changqing's voice abruptly sounded outside the door. Mom and Dad, what holy soldiers? Talking about something funny? At the same time as the words fell, Su Changqing also came to the courtyard with a smile. Ha ha, out of school son? Sunan laughed twice and threw the compass in his hand to Su Changqing. I went hunting in the mountains today and found one of these from a cave. This thing doesn't look simple. Your mother and I pondered if it's a holy weapon left behind by those immortals? Looking at the nonsensical Sunan, Nightshade blanked the other party, greeted Changqing, and went back to the house to cook. Oh, cave pickup? At this time, Su Changqing could care a lot about the cave. After all, the sword art could be found, so it was very likely that the holy weapon would also be found. Thinking of this, Su Changqing picked up the compass in his hand and carefully examined it. Looking at the arcane patterns inscribed on it, it was actually a bit similar to the immortal seal scripts that his teacher had taught him, which caused a bright light to flash in his eyes. He hadn't studied it closely yet, but he was sure it was definitely good. Seeing Su Changqing's interest, the smile on Sunan's face intensified a few points. But when his eyes casually glanced over and saw the jade pendant hanging from Changqing's waist, he immediately rubbed himself up. Changqing, who gave you this? Sunan pointed at the jade pendant, and his face darkened for a few moments. He definitely wouldn't be mistaken. That's Lao Er's jade pendant. How did Xian's jade pendant end up on Changqing? Little, the quasi-emperor boundary can't even stop you? Sunan was in a terrible mood. He had defended himself 1,000 times, but he still hadn't defended himself. It was now a critical time for Changqing, and he couldn't let that brat, Lao Er, spoil it. This is from senior brother Shuhan, saying that when I leave the mountain one of them will send me a stake chance. I don't know who exactly. Su Changqing shook his head. Take it off. Just as the words left his mouth, Sunan swallowed back. He looked into the distance, and after a few moments of contemplation, he sighed in his heart and, that's just it, we always have to meet each other. So if we instruct Xian in advance, nothing major should happen. However, when he thought of the oldest two's nature, Sunan still had a bit of a headache. He was really afraid that Lao Er would just take Changqing and sweep across the entire southern region to inform people that he had a younger brother. Don't tell me that's a dick thing to do. As for Lao Er's chance to send Changqing, Sunan gave a helpless laugh and shook his head. What chance can a mad boy give away? However, Sunan might not have thought of that. How big was Su Xian's handwriting in order to give a meet and greet gift to his brother, who was about to come out and hadn't seen him for 20 years? End of chapter. In the house, after having dinner, Su Changqing returned to the house and took out the 8 treasure compass to scrutinize it. This compass is bronze in color, with a constant pattern of Dao lines, which is mysterious and difficult to understand. From the center of the compass, a line of very small seal script was inscribed. This seal script was extremely similar to the immortal seal script that Su Changqing had once studied, yet it was subtly different, more like the ancient Zen script of Buddhism. Is this a secret technique, or some other mantra? Su Changqing briefly looked at it, but had no clue, and could only put it aside for now, waiting for tomorrow to go to the teacher to see. And after putting down the compass, Su Changqing straight away took out the pen, ink, paper and inkstone and started practicing calligraphy and painting. He used to think he was a fast learner, so he was proud of himself even though he didn't have any compliments from his teachers. But today, when he saw his senior brother, who had followed his teacher for only half a year, he realized that this skill of his was nothing at all. The qin, chess, calligraphy and painting. Then 4 kinds, he lost 4 kinds. Although the senior brother did not too harsh, but also provoked his competitive spirit. They're all the same age, and I've also been following my teacher for longer, so it doesn't make sense that I would lose out to someone else. Since talent is not enough, let's work hard to make up for it. Teacher said that there's also a literature competition scheduled for me soon. So even though I don't have much of a chance of winning, I'll have to do my best. Su Changqing had a tough face and practiced even more seriously. One night passed. At the crack of dawn, Su Changqing left the house early and went straight to the bookstore. But the Ernio he ran into midway through his journey made him look dumbfounded. Brother Ernio, who are you letting hit you? Looking at the bruised and swollen Ernio, Su Changqing was dumbfounded. Humph, Cole persimmon. Fell on the road. Ernio grunted twice in pain and gritted his teeth. Changqing, remember to give your senior brother my regards. That's right. Make sure to teach me the starburst sword technique in the next 2 days. I must learn it early. After saying that, Ernio limped away. Su Changqing fell into deep thought at the sight. He didn't figure out how the wrestling got to this point, or what it had to do with swordsmanship. After half a minute, Su Changqing shook his head and went straight to the study room. But upon arriving at the bookstore and looking at Shuhan, who was wearing 2 panda eyes, his eyes widened and, elder brother, don't tell me you fell on this too? Shuhan froze, and then gritted his teeth and said, not a fall, ran into a blind bear and was beaten. After saying that, he looked at Changqing and said seriously, Changqing, accompany me to paint today. I must get my revenge. Li Qingdan on the side couldn't help but laugh and shake his head when he heard this. Yesterday Ernio and Shuhan fought to a scoreless draw, although Shuhan's cultivation is a bit higher, but Ernio is a sword cultivator who is the first to attack, and it is difficult to distinguish between the two without going down on the killer. So much so that at the end of the day, the two fought until they were exhausted, like hooligans fighting. You punched me and I kicked you, and no one took advantage. As for Shuhan letting Changqing accompany him to paint, that was also to up the ante. After all, although Changqing's painting skills were a step behind Shuhan's, they weren't far off. With Changqing's enlightenment surpassing Shuhan, it was only a matter of time, and the two of them sparring would help Shuhan's painting path improve. Senior brother, you're fighting with Ernio, aren't you? Su Changqing cried and laughed. Elder brother, you are also powerful enough. A scholar has beaten Ernio like that. Shuhan grinned at his words. Hey, bookworms can be scary when they lose their temper. No more talk. Hurry up and come paint with me. Day by day, Qingshan village became much more lively with the arrival of Shuhan, and Su Changqing gradually became busy. He accompanied Shuhan to practice qin, chess and painting during the day, while in the evening he and Ernio practiced swordplay in the grove. After going back for a short nap in the evening, he proceeded to study the mysterious compass. Although he was tired, Su Changqing felt very fulfilled, and he could feel himself improving daily. And in the evening, 5 days later, in the grove, Su Changqing held a wooden sword and danced rapidly in the forest. His feet stepped on the 7 stars flashing light, and the starlight above the dome of the sky shone brightly. At this time, the dead leaves within a 100-meter radius were flying, interlacing around Su Changqing in a star position. Under the endless starlight, it formed a stunningly beautiful picture, and as the sword's momentum was pushed to its peak, Su Changqing swept the wooden sword in his hand swiftly across the room and lightly shouted out, chop! Boom! In an instant, 100 stars flashed above the firmament, dropping dazzling light and transforming into a 10-foot silver sword blade that instantly landed in the middle of the woods. With a roar, more than a dozen large trees were severed horizontally, and just as the sword swept out, dots of starlight converged above Su Changqing's heavenly spirit, and a shining Dao seal slowly emerged. Instinctive secret skill. Shu Han, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but let out a gasp of amazement. A heavenly rank middle-grade sword technique. Only 5 days, and you've actually condensed an intrinsic secret skill? If this were to be catalyzed by cultivation and heart techniques, wouldn't it attract 10,000 stars? Shu Han's face was shocked. Even though he knew that Changqing's enlightenment was superb, there was still a somewhat unreal feeling every time he saw it. This kind of talent was simply stronger than any physique. Hey, it's done! Ernio also had a happy face at this time. As an onlooker, or a sword cultivator who practiced the same secret book, Su Changqing's process of condensing his innate secret skill could be considered very beneficial to him. After today I will be one step closer to the Starburst Sword's great accomplishment. While Ernio was excited, he didn't forget to glance provocatively at Shu Han, who was beside him. How about it, nerd? Looking for a place to practice later? God's power had risen so much that he had to find his way back in any case. Arrogant. Shu Han sniffed and gritted his teeth. Isn't it because you have Changqing to teach you? Even if your Starburst Sword becomes a great success, I'll press you to fight just the same. It won't be too late to be arrogant when you've condensed your innate secret skill like Changqing. Ernio sniffed disdainfully. Che, you think I don't know? In the daytime, it was said that Changqing and you were practicing qin, chess and painting. But aren't you still stealing lessons? Luckily, you're still senior brother Changqing. So this is it? Shu Han blushed at his words. He had to say that he had benefited greatly from observing Changqing's studies. The kind of progress that can be seen with the naked eye is actually more penetrating than if the teacher had taught it himself. But losing is not losing. Shuhan still said forcefully, Changqing taught me and taught you, so it's just as well that we'll be practicing later. Ernie hemmed and hawed. Exactly. Ernio and Shohan seemed to have found a rival, fighting 3 days to 5. While the results were both very dismal, the improvement in both was obvious. This was more than a tenfold increase in progress than if they had cultivated alone, at the very least. However, Su Changqing's progress was even more terrifying. In the first month of sparring with Shohan, he entered the art of painting, dropping his brush to paint the mountains and rivers as if they were real, and painting as if they were the world. In the third month of the sparring session, he became a successful chess player, and sitting in front of the chessboard, he could drop his pieces to become a dragon, and gather his pieces to become an immortal. In the 6th month of the cut, his sound melted away, and the movement of the strings could take the heart and mind, as if it were a dream. At this point, 2 years, Su Changqing immortal 4 arts, all the Tao into a complete. Confucianism rode into a great success, and it was also on the day Su Changqing became completely Tao competent that a message came from Li Qingsuan's summoning talisman. Senior brother, the 2-year deadline has come and gone. The literature competition will begin. Will you bring your disciple to the battle? P.S. It's a new month. Asking for monthly votes and recommendations. The little author thanks. End of chapter.